Good morning, Wolf Trading crew. We are filling a gap right now, of course. You love how that works. How's everyone doing? What's up, chat? Big day in the market. Let's just flip over. Let's talk about it. GM to everyone. I see a lot of you already in here hanging out this morning. What's up, Mike, Colin, Laria, Carl Keller, I see you. Frazzy, Cameron, Cindy to the Pennies here today. Broke Dad, what's up? Frosty, Keegan, Grambo. Who else is in here this morning? Derek, what's up, Derek? Bullish Bear, how about that game yesterday? 5-4. I said that game was going to finish 5-4. What a game. What's up, Trading World Mania? KT, my man Smart, Tariq, what's up? Corey Jenkins, KK's in here. Huge day. Just go ahead and look at this right here. Right here in the middle of the screen. We don't need to look at anything other than this right here. Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Google. This is the real story of the day. Every hyperscaler. Just put it that way. Every hyperscaler. This afternoon. We'll go over some of that. Obviously, we'll monitor the action. Guys, if you're not used to trading FOMC earnings, big days like today, please take this into account. Just think about the mechanical nature. People are waiting for things to happen, right? People are waiting to get information. People have been positioning ahead of this. People are jostling for position. They're not going to make any huge changes until they have some type of, idea what the data is going to be. What does that mean? That means this morning, you might find an opportunity or two before lunch. By the time you get to lunch, things usually slow way down. So you usually get very slow, very choppy going into lunch. We did just fill the gap and go red on the day. And we'll see, we'll see what the day brings. But we'll bring it all to you live here. Jerome Powell, full press conference this afternoon. Rate decision. I'll get all that stuff out to you. It'll be read in my ear faster than anyone else can get it to you. So I will get all that to you. And then from there, we will we'll react, we'll trade, try to make some money, and then we'll get ready for the huge day of earnings this afternoon. Big shout out to everyone. We'll talk more throughout the day. We just got started here. Happy Wednesday, guys. Make sure you drop a like on the stream. Tell your friends where you're at. If anybody else is looking to watch Jerome Powell, watch traders like Maple Stacks, like Rizzo, myself, the rest of the crew, react in real time and trade the action. If you just want to watch it, period. Share out the link. There we go. Big shout out to everyone else. Yes, what a game, Bullish Bear. What's up, Colin? Ivy going to get crushed tomorrow. Yes, there's a lot of, hey, there's opportunities, there's approaches to this thing, but you have to be careful. If anything, buy a prop account, code Wolf. Don't risk a ton of your own money, especially if you're new, please. All right, guys, let me get the chat off the screen here. Let's lock into the markets here a little bit. Maple Stacks, Frank, Rizzo joining me this morning. Ready to go for a big day, boys. Whew, all right. I didn't even grab my coffee, but whatever. You really want to get crazy in DGen, you just go buy a prop account, trade RTY during the meeting this afternoon. What's up, buddy? I'm live. Buenos dias. Look, say hi to everyone. Can you say hi? You're gonna hide behind me? Hey, close my door, please. Gotta get these kids back in school, I'm telling you. What's up, Paris? Who else is in here? Nimrod, what's up? Newton on the markets. I love seeing all the different ones. That was some crazy soccer game yesterday. Absolutely.
there goes my stop from yesterday's position.
This is where I wanted to short to last night, back to 120, 112. What happened to Maple Stacks? There he is. He's back. Maple Stack if he goes much further south, he's going to end up in Rizzo's neighborhood. So I saw him try to unmute. Maple Stack's just crossing the Golden Bridge. The Stacks mobile is just crossing the Golden Gate Bridge, taking over Central California, whatever, Bay Area. How high can Brent go? Yeah, so let's talk about some of the overnight news real fast. An interesting headline. President Trump has instructed aides to prepare for an extended blockade of Iran. That's going to send... obviously, that's not going to be... I mean, that's going to be good for oil, I guess, if you want to say, but just talking about price. That is going to push oil up. An extended blockade. The headline completely basically said he preferred that over dropping more bombs or walking away, of course, or anything else. So I mean, right now it's like, hey, best move is just to keep the strait closed, which is still a lot of pressure on oil prices. Maple Stack's having some Starlink issues. He just told me he's working on getting that fixed out. I'm surprised he's even up. A lot of times Maple Stacks doesn't show up to that, but that is the big overnight news. Outside of that, you did have a bunch of earnings yesterday. Hood, Starbucks, Visa. Hood, I know we were live for this. Hood getting shellacked. Can it bounce down here? It's down over 11%, 71. Let's go to the daily chart here. If anybody has any trades, of course, Frank, Rizzo, make sure you jump in, call those out. I don't hate this area for longs, but
considering trying it here.
Yeah. I would rather to take long. I'd rather take out yesterday's low and get long from lower. If we break yesterday's high, then you almost have to just trade for that point of control, work your way back up to Monday's action. Could be a very scalpy type of day. You have nice upside targets. 300 to 315, and then really 373. All right. Other than that news around the extended blockade, which it wasn't great news, but I don't think it's the craziest thing. It will push oil up a little bit. I think the market's going to shake it off.
I'm going to try it here. Long, risk 150. 20 points.
I like NQ holding lower 120s and staying above. What is this? What was yesterday's point of control? Had to be down low, right?
I think here. Probably where we closed.
Oh, it is. It is all the way up here. 180. Double distribution. So yeah, 120, basically where we just bounced, maybe a little bit lower. Back over 180. Or 070. Based on yesterday's profile. Your best spots. Clear 220s and you should be home free. Yeah. Just on that headline, guys, oil's still strong, still pumping here. Then, of course, I was talking about the earnings. Hood, kind of in no man's land, but it did gap fill some of this area. The earnings were not that great, to be fair. They just weren't. Visa also reported yesterday. Visa over the 200-day flying up here in some gap fill territory too. Visa up 10%. Wow. Booking Holdings, BKNG, bouncing a little bit. It was down pretty bad in after hours. Bouncing a little bit there. What was the other one? Starbucks had good earnings. Starbucks, are we finally back? This is a good looking chart. Get some follow through on this. Starbucks. This morning, SoFi. I know a lot of people, for whatever reason, love SoFi. I mean, they built a great stadium out there, hour and a half from Rizzo, but
Yeah, I
SoFi
got railed on those calls. I got 15,000.
terrible. They had terrible earnings, down 12, 13%. Or SoFi. Anytime you have that much retail participation and love for a stock, I always just get nervous. All right, let's get back to some of the near-term action. Rizzo's long here. Maple Stacks coming in. We get Starlink worked out, brother?
You had to move out from under the shade or under the trees.
I've heard like in some big cities, like it's tough. I don't know how much the weather affects it. All right. Well, we'll continue monitoring the situation on the news front of things. Obviously, this afternoon, all your hyperscalers, the most important earnings, the most important thing, period, for the market. I mean, the conflict's kind of worked itself out a little bit. Still a concern, whatever. I get it. Jerome Powell's last day. The Senate is expected to first. You have the Senate Committee on Banking that votes to further to basically approve the full vote for Kevin Warsh. I believe that happens in about a week or so, and then the full vote would be. Actually, I think it happens any day, and then the full vote for the Senate. They're trying to get it done before the 15th of May, which is Powell's official last day, but today would be the last FOMC meeting. So we'll see what happens. How high can Brent go? Oh, Brent, are you here? How high can you go, Brent? Let's have a great day. It's a good, you know what? It's a good day to have a good day.
I want to see
Great day to have a great
220 here.
Yeah, I like 220, just based off of yesterday's profile. Over 180. I have this 213. We reacted to it a lot. It's also fib level. 213 value area high yesterday, 223. You clear that, you clear 250. I mean, this thing could be home free just to push up, but
Yeah, it clears 250s. It's gone.
IWM is getting smacked right now.
ES is weak.
Yeah, I want to take a look around and see what we have strong and weak this morning. SMH is green. It's okay, nothing too crazy there. Obviously, energy is going to be up. Banks are green, but they're getting a big sell candle here. Let me go to the 5-minute. Software very, very weak again. Cisco just had some kind of headline patent infringement case, some kind of ruling going on there. All right. IndieX, you filled the gap. You're sitting in the middle of a small range from yesterday. And we have a ton of stuff going. Yes, SPX much weaker. That's the only reason why I don't really like the long right here with Rizzo is just because of the confluence of ES. ES almost at yesterday's lows. This is not a fun look. Bank of Canada rate decision. Unchanged. You Canadians left the rates unchanged. We don't really have any other data this morning, so closer you get to lunch and the closer you get to 2 p.m., the less things that are going to be going on. PLTR having a rough day. What else is having a bad day? Obviously Hood. DraftKings down. CrowdStrike down 1.5. ARM down again. AMD. Where's AMD? AMD's fine. CrowdStrike rejected the 200-day again. Ooh, holding the 9 at the low. I think cybersecurity is going to be the first sector of IGV that comes back.
And you wanted to go higher there, but I don't think ES let it.
ES is not going to let it. No. ES is making new lows. 150. I mean, we're at yesterday's lows. Like if you go to SPX, you're probably going to head down 7108 gap fill, 7100.
There's enough buyers up here in the 180s, 190s. ES
Hamid's
the trickle lower.
Hamid's trying to short Palantir and Oracle. Oracle trying to get into a little gap fill down here. Today's earnings just tell you so much about the whole market. Data centers, spend, consumer. NVIDIA a little bit weak here, making a new low. Apple strong. Microsoft getting a big bounce off of yesterday's low. Anything that reports today, you almost think that it's just going to be a little ping pong. Or Amazon at yesterday's high, just different things happening. Bullish engulfing Meta down here off the low, potentially. Some of these tech names are getting a nice bounce. But the rest of the market, look at, industrials are getting hammered. Banks are getting hammered. That's all I see for now. Let's watch ES down here on yesterday's lows, 15-minute candles. And if you're going to get a bounce on ES, here's the level. Same spot they wouldn't let it die yesterday. SPY 710. Here's the level. Here's the box. Same box as yesterday. Look at it. 2 boxes I drew yesterday morning. All we did was go box. Oh, what just happened? All we did. There we go. Let's go box to box to box to box to box. NDX is holding 27K. Great eye, Grambo. $12, $9, 18 calls on GD yesterday. Wait, oh, you sold 2, so you took profit on 2. What strike price? What strike price is this? Calevra. That is a beautiful move. You're coming right back into the supply. You definitely need to take profit here. There's a few things that you could do. I mean, you've got time on those calls. What you don't want is any of that IV expansion you're getting now to start cooling back off. 380 calls. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. I would feel better about sitting in some of them if they were closer to here. You do have a ton of time. You know, I'd probably take profit on a chunk. I would probably roll some of them down and in, which kind of sounds crazy, but I don't know. I think you're good. I think you're good to just kind of take profit and roll some of them. I would definitely take some profit. You get a 10% move on a stock back into this. You need to take some chips off the board. I mean, you also like, I mean, how greedy do you want to be? Yes, you have time, but if you went from, basically 2.5 average to 7, I mean, you almost tripled your money. How much, how greedy are you trying to be? That's what,
Give me.
take the big
There
win.
we go. All right, I took 15 of 20 off into the 20s there.
There you go. I like how it stopped 5.
At
I have
21.
that. So I have a level at 155 that I just drew from the other day. That's exactly what we just inversed off of. I'm actually surprised they didn't wick down, take your stop just to do this.
Yeah. Stop like 10 points in profit. 180. Oh my god, thank god I got that fill at 21s.
What was the high of that candle?
23.
23. So what? Okay, guys. Yeah. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at the 15-minute. And value area high from yesterday, 223. How about that? It's almost like this auction market theory volume profile stuff works, Rizzo. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can almost trade it blindly. It helps to have context, but
yeah. First off, just great win on that, Calevra. Take profit. I mean, take out your initial. You could have, if you triple your money, obviously you sell a third of those. You're basically, taking out your initial investment. Sell a little bit more. You've locked in profit, and you still have runners that are deep in profit. I mean, me personally, do trade your own plan. I wouldn't be that greedy. I would be taking at least half off the board. And then the other half, I would probably hold on to a couple, and then I maybe would like roll something down and end for a continuation move. I don't know. I'd be interested to see what like Will or Paper or somebody else thought about it, but that's, I don't know. I probably wouldn't overcomplicate it. I'd probably say, hey, a huge win here. Sell half or more. Leave some runners. Free runners that you can just sit in. Whoa. Could. All right, for those that weren't here yesterday, chat, let's just kind of take a look at this once again. Just overall, here's the SPY 30-minute view. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days basically up in here. But what I see here is obvious resistance, obvious resistance, obvious resistance, obvious resistance, and then breakout. So you have all of this as resistance, then trying to turn to support. The next day it did. And then with news, we came back into it and we are staying back in it. So look, same resistance here as we had here. The other thing is in this entire balance, so you did a look above, you fell back in, and you actually look for that to try to get to the midpoint or continue. But you do have, when you spent 4 or 5 days here, the volume shelf where the most positioning happened is what I've got this second little box drawn around. You can see it here pronounced. That is what held all day yesterday and so far this morning. So you really need a break and a push away from that if you're looking for shorts. Otherwise, this is short target. Expect it to support until it doesn't. That's what. Hegseth testifies on Pentagon budget for the first time.
Well, I was thinking about going flat into 250. I could also just jam the stop up once we see 250.
So I'd do it. Just move your stop up to 170, 180.
Yeah, it's at 180 now. Well, my entry's 169. It's not great.
Yes, 2 p.m. Eastern, FOMC live. I'll have it right here on the screen, full audio. 2 p.m. is the rate decision where all the information comes out. 2:30 p.m. Eastern is when Jerome Powell takes the podium.
I'm gonna throw my stop at 200, lock in 30 points.
Can I please look at crude? Yeah, if any of you are trading crude.
I want to short crude so bad. I got run over on it last night.
The problem with crude is not only did you clear the $100 psychological level and you all of this resistance, these two medium highs. I mean, this thing should come up and test this. I mean, your next level, you kind of have a little gap up here on the 4 hour. Yeah. Coming into a level here at 105, but you have a gap fill at 106. I think this thing can go to 106.75 next. And then you're looking for like 108, 106.75, 108, 110, that area. If you're looking for upside targets.
Maybe add to this NQ too. I know it's right just shy of 250s, but
It's tough. ES looks pretty decent as long as it stays above right here. In Q, you're just coming into all the traffic. EMAs are still technically bearish. You're rejecting VWAP. And how in the world is... Oh, the pivot point's all the way up there. But it looks fine. Made a low, higher low. Pushing out of that.
yeah, I'm gonna add to it here.
Well, I guess SPX has a gap fill upside still. SPY and SPX both. There you go. There's your bullish case, Rizzo.
My stop at 200. Average is 195.
Yeah, I think you see 250 here. You just cleared yesterday's profile. And SPX gap fill upside. If you're trading ES, yeah, 170s. Put a bottom wick in, you hold 190s. Pre-market low is 192. There's EMA 9.
Kind of hoping we'd stay above 220 right then and there, but we did not. And stopped.
So pivot points. Pivot points are just mathematical calculation based on the previous day's price action. So to find your pivot point, and here I can zoom out just so you can see where they're at today. Hold on. Let's do NQ. So here's pivot point. Here's R1, resistance 1, and S1, support 1, support 2 down here. Pivot points are calculated. So for the actual pivot point itself, you're going to take yesterday's high, yesterday's low, yesterday's close, and get the average of that. Divide by 3, right? Basic math. High plus low plus close divided by 3. There's a few alternate ways to like calculate them, daily base value, stuff like that. We're not holding, by the way. Oof. The support, like support 1, support 2, stuff like that. I think it's like you do pivot point times 2 and then subtract the previous day high. Same thing on for like S1. No, for R1 you subtract the low, for S1 you subtract the high, if I remember correctly. And then from there there's like further calculations for how you get to the second and third S2, S3. Hopefully that makes sense. It's just, look, you don't have to know what the math is. All you need to know is somebody is watching the pivot points, taking profit, taking entries, reactions are happening. So how is SPY looking? So SPY, it's weaker relatively. So there's your first thing is it's weaker relatively, but right now it's still in a range. So the volume shelf I showed earlier on the stream, 709, really yesterday's lows, you go all the way down to 709.50 if you want, but most of it's like 709 like 80 to 710.30, 710.40. That's your bottom, zone of support right now. Your resistance is, and there's a few spots, really. It's 711.20 is kind of the start of it. Yesterday's close 711.69. 712 to 712.40, 712.50 is the upper resistance right now. So you look for buyers here to long here and take profit, or you look for shorts here and take profit into this. You really don't want to do like anywhere here in the middle. You really don't want to take entries. Or you look for a break and base outside of this. But you get long in these zones, you know where your risk can go to, and you de-risk into resistance and then hope it gets follow through, or vice versa. Short against this, de-risk into this, which it's already happened, so be careful. First time reactions are usually much better than the second or third visit. Don't diddle in the middle. Do not diddle in the middle. I love all the questions, guys. If you're new here, I love answering questions. I can throw it off to some of the other people, ask them the questions as well, get their opinions. If there's a certain trader that you like their style a little bit more, we can always deep dive around, of course, the trading action that's going on. I have very low expectations today. I'm looking for a pretty clear opportunity to get something on the board. Small, I don't want to call it a scalpy trade, but I'm not looking to try to get 150 point moves today. If I can get a 30 to 50 to 60 point move, take my profit, stay out of trouble, wait for FOMC later.
I might try to short this pullback to 1720.
Apple is busting higher.
I was gonna get short there. It's 17 to 20.
Amazon really strong ahead of earnings.
I couldn't get filled. Place a freaking 10 on the offer and then just run away.
Pretty messy so far. ES looks decent. Coming off those same lows, but it's in the middle. In Q, I think you really want to stay above 180 now. No matter what. Under 180, it's going to get rough.
Ah, shit. I couldn't get filled up there. For a short 17 and 20. I'm gonna try it now here at 94s. Try to chase a little bit.
A little too middle of the pack for me, but I do like the short. Rejected VWAP, rejected EMAs, bearish EMAs.
I'll risk 210.
And you had a failure to... Oh, that's a yes.
Come on, you're doing that off of the 20s. Or just shy of 20. Just break it down.
Joined and liked. I love that. Wolfpack. Yeah, this is the Wolfpack. Look, everybody wants to be part of a Wolfpack. And the biggest difference is we're all trying to win together here. We'll have fun with each other. We'll trade against each other sometimes just because we're just seeing different things. But we're always cheering for each other regardless. And the best thing is the chat here. The chat here is in here helping each other out. We're all getting better together. We're learning together. People that are maybe in year 2, year 3 of their journey are helping people in year 1. People in year 5, year 10 are helping people in year 3. Can you talk about the variance of the VWAP between SPY and ES in terms of confluence? So, I mean, the general rule of thumb is if you're below VWAP, you usually look short. Unless you're very extended, then you look for it to rebalance, like reset, revert to the mean, back to it. That's like the general thought with VWAP. So if you're far away from VWAP, a lot of times you look for, you look for price action confirmation, but you look for a return to the VWAP because it's just an average, right? It's just like a, it's volume weighted average price. So it's just an average price revert to the mean.
Well,
you typically want to look.
Yes, I feel like they're the same, no?
Well, they're different because the reason
ETH open usually.
Yeah. So the reason why they're different is obviously ES VWAP starts at 6 p.m. Eastern, and it includes all of last night's action. SPY VWAP typically isn't going to start until what 4 a.m. Eastern, I think.
Yeah.
Whenever you get pre-market opening, and the volume is so light that usually it doesn't matter a whole lot until RTH regular trading hours, New York session opens. But if you trade all night long on ES, obviously there'd be a slight difference between the two VWAPs. I think, I look at both, but I'm not trading exactly off of VWAP every one. We may be 10 points under ES's VWAP, but coming into SPYs, I'm going to say, okay, we've reverted our way back to the mean. I need to take profit here. Whichever one comes first, almost. You get through one, then I'd say, okay, well, let's look for the other one. That's the way I think about it. Occasionally we host AA meetings. There we go. What's up, Tommy? Good morning. All the wolves in the chat. It's going to be a great day, guys. And I'm brainstorming every day how to make the stream a little bit better. I got that bot in here the other day for giveaways. If we break 500, 500 live people today, I'll probably give away 2 accounts, honestly. Be a friend, tell a friend. May give away one either way, just because it's gonna be fun.
I thought the short would kind of just break down instantly. It didn't. I don't like it. I'm gonna cover it. What was that, like 5-point loss?
You're still holding the 180.
Yeah, and ES is picking up strength.
Can we go back to 250s? Take a little long here, 200 and risk 180. Risk 20 to make 30. Warsh just got approved by the Senate Banking Committee. All right. Oh. Let's go, Nate. 3 months. Choppy market until FOMC. I'm personally staying out until after. Yeah, I'm looking for places where I can risk 10, 20 points, try to make 20, 30 points. Not dig myself a hole. 15 minutes to the IB. We'll have the initial balance first hour of the market to try to have some fun with.
And try the short again here. Start here in the 15s. 10s up to 15s.
I think you let SPX fill the gap, then you try it. Maybe NQ touches higher, 250.
Where's that at? Oh, there's all the way up there.
But ES is 5 points away. SPX is, I'm sorry. 6 points away on ES, whatever.
I'll check a stop at 240. Keep this one somewhat light.
God, Joby, they just selling the news today. Goodness gracious. Poor Joby. I like the longs to new high of day.
ES is really trying.
What's up, Gabriel? Good morning. Sending to the penny. There we go. All done by 10:11. I love it. Sammy, this is a $1 million question everybody's asking, but it's essentially, hey, we're not going to miss out on the AI revolution and being long these companies that are growing like crazy. But we're also going to stay long oil as a hedge. But oil has to stay up here for a extended period of time, which, what is that period of time? I don't know. But the amount of time it's spent up here is now getting into, concerning. How long will the market ignore oil and how long will it take? Shoot this thing up one time to 250. Fill this gap on SPX. Do you have ES hitting the view up right here? Yeah, NVIDIA's weak, rejecting EMAs. Tesla's pretty weak. Amazon is just grinding higher strongly. You're right at resistance, but you should on SPY, but you should fill the gap. Come on, blast it through, blast it through. Let's see if we can get. Ten minutes IB. Elon Musk can only be removed from SpaceX board or officer roles by vote of the share class he controls. Per IPO filing. That's convenient.
Now NQ strong. Probably gonna stop out of this short attempt on NQ. Stops at 240. I'll add if we can. Maybe I just leave sell stops at like 200. Grab some 650 puts, 0 DTs just for some fun.
Nice buy right into resistance spot.
Yo.
I'm working on a full post. I'll get my full FOMC strategy out there. Shout out to the super chat from Aiden.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
I'm working on a post for that, Aiden. Those of you that have followed me and known me for a while, you know my basic FOMC strategy. I don't mind a scalp here and there, or, you know, I'm not going to be trading my main accounts, my main funded accounts. I may trade a third one or some evals or something. Unless you get something super obvious. I'm working on a full.
Like NQ is trying to reclaim this 21 EMA on the 10-minute and try to push up to the point.
Yeah, I think it's going to get over and do it.
Yeah, the wick came down to the 9 EMA and just kind of pushed back up. Now it's getting some headway. There's the pivot point.
We're going to get through here. We're going to get some money on the board.
Didn't quite crack through. Came up to 37.50.
Yeah, I think she pushes into the 50s, 60s.
250, 262. And yes is going to fill this gap right here.
You got a wall right ahead of us here at the 40s, and it's pushing through.
Yeah. It was a light attempt from me, but
it did not push through on Bookmap. The wall's still there.
Come on, get some juice. Give me 250. Give me this gap fill on SPX. Come on, 250, 250.
She got pushed through.
Come on. Come on.
A little bit more for Poppy.
all right, I'll make this attempt appear a little heavier.
There we go. 250s. Take your trim. Yesterday's high.
One with like 30.
Good shit, Em.
I hate playing little breakout trades like this, but I just looked clear enough to me. And then 262. And watch this gap fill. I mean, yeah, yes is 1 point away from the gap fill. So see if you get like just a little 10-point shoot up here on NQ. Stop should be moved up into profit. Previous day's high could reject.
Let's squeeze a little more. A little bit more juice. The boys like the juice.
Hit me with the boom.
I got about $700 more I need to make to pass this. Now 400.
All right, your gap's about to fill. You're half a point away, basically, on ES. You do have a bullish IB that should probably sweep up here in 4 minutes. All that happens kind of in unison. I wouldn't mind flipping, going back short, back to 220s, 180. Dadgummit, my coffee's an hour old.
I was using the wrong mic. Does that sound different?
Oh, there he is. What's up?
Yeah, it does. Was I not talking?
You were talking, but it wasn't through this crisp mic that you got going on now.
Hot fire.
Hot diggity dog.
I just got to figure out this boomstick thing. It's all janky, so I haven't been on stream. I'm working on my wall art, boys.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I got my family coming into town next week, too, so... yeah, I got to revamp some stuff.
Come on, fill the gap. Come on. SPX is so close.
Do it!
Just blow through. I'm in NQ at 260s, 262. I'm out. Amazon's still pushing. Google new high. There we go. I'm out.
Nice.
Gap filled. SPX.
I got filled my entire position.
I'm not saying this couldn't keep going, but my plan is to not look for big moves today. All right.
Go hit it and quit it.
Double kill.
Nice.
I made
These were just pops before FOMC, just runs all day.
went for a little snorkel last night. Ended up making I was actually up a really good amount, and then I gave some of it back, but
I'm on a little bit
made
more.
a good profit last night. And then it's a little scalp there. 200 to 260, 60-point move. I'm done. What's up? Buen dia, Jorge.
Bro, I did 15K on my Take Profit Pro account yesterday.
You did what?
15 grand.
15 grand?
1-5. No losing trades.
15000.
0 losing trades.
I thought you were like just playing hooky.
I was in my zone.
Hey, sometimes it's like that, you know. I mean, it never happened for me, but sometimes it's like that.
Yeah. Well, I did the Globex session because they cap you at 10. So I did like 9,900 or whatever and RTH, and then 3 o'clock rolled around and did another 5. Called it a day. Thanks, Sam.
I would not be a great day, by the way. Would not be surprised to see a big smack on SPY. Didn't quite fill the gap. We still had a couple pennies left. Your first hour set, you should take that IB high that we just made. So for me, before I look short, I would rather see this hold here and do. Oh, crude's getting a pop.
A little pop from crude. Look, pop from oil.
Yeah, you should take this IB high though. So first hour, you should take this high. I would look for something like this. And then back to the middle if it gives it to you. ES is hitting up. Oh, this one's 170. SPX did fill the gap. SPY did not. ES did not.
563.
Crude inventory numbers were shit. Yeah, I would. Well, I mean, that sounds like a shocker, right? I appreciate you putting it in the chat. That's what I heard a second ago too, but it's like, of course the inventories are pretty bad.
$5.26.
Is this really gonna trade a 350 before FOMC?
I would love to see it do that. I mean, it's FOMC. I don't think matters at all. I think what they're looking at is literally the Mag 7 earnings this afternoon. And from what I see, nobody's touching the video right now, but it already did the breakout. Google, though, reporting this afternoon, flying.
Oh my god, 100 on the bid.
Amazon reporting, flying.
Sell 88.
Meta, strong, green. Swept yesterday's low and came all the way back.
I might crash out if we see 350 today.
Oh, yeah?
I was long
Crash.
all of yesterday, held the entire position all of last night to go see 350 and have to fucking cut it. There's no fucking way.
660 is a big spot on QQQ. We're just breaking over that. I don't know. I look at NQ and I think, why wouldn't it go test 300 during RTH, which is so yesterday. Here's the NDX look. We never touched previous day's low yesterday. We should go there. It's 10 points higher, 11 points higher. And then the point of control from Monday that we never got back to either, 374. We may go to 374, Rizzo.
Possibly. Yes, might be
You
the
get over
best way,
300.
honestly. 72s. I can't put on number size though. There's margins too high today.
Diddy dum diddy dee.
Rizzo crash outs are Rizzo crash outs are the best because they're just calm. Rizzo has the calmest
I
crash outs, just cusses in Italian. Wow, Paper Gains was in XPI. No way. Look at this crazy thing up 25% today. And he freaking told me this was one of the names to buy.
Here it goes.
All right, there's the 300. Boy, Could have stayed in it. Oh well.
Oh, there goes my 80 lot offer or my stop. Right at the fucking high day.
Perfect. I love how you put your stops right at the whole numbers.
Yeah.
You are coming into resistance. The next resistance in SPX 4 points higher. So SPY 712. You got another 40 cents for that resistance. This is Monday's low that we're finally touching during RTH on the Qs. Except into here, value area low takes you to that 340 area. Point of control from that day, and this obvious level here, 374. Honestly, you could move through this 300 to 370 pretty easily right here.
And we are back to nearly break even on the day. Unfortunate.
This thing may fly. Google's making all-time highs right now. Amazon's making all-time highs, flying ahead of earnings. Tesla's still stuck. Nvidia's just in consolidation mode. Microsoft's decently strong. Dang, should have held that original long Rizzo for 150.
Bro, the worst part is I got stopped on my longs at 130.
Oh, that's gross.
Fucking piece of shit.
Can we talk about Tesla? Tesla is stuck. Tesla, where it came off of is fine. Where it's consolidating now, you had this big area that it just flew through. You're backfilling that right now. You can kind of see it on the volume profile here. You're just kind of backfilling this. You're still stuck in this downtrend. You tried to break out of it. You fell back within it. So with this white line trend that I have drawn here, you got to get back through that. But you are holding some interim support here. I can take these fibs off.
I'm playing some size on the bid. I'll buy it down to 260s if I have to. I have 50 up here. I'll put on another 50 if it has to dip down lower. Try to make our money back.
Yeah, I don't love Tesla. What would you be looking for in Q right now? I mean, you could reject right here.
I think it has to trade 350s.
But what I'm seeing is a breakout above yesterday, previous day's high. You should try to get back into Monday, fill some of this gap, and come find this point of control should turn into a magnet up here. 340s and then 370s. But you also just ran almost 200 points off the low. So you just, unless you're Rizzo, just diving into longs up here is tough. Oh, and SPX. I do not.
I think it's fine.
I mean, the only thing would be is that can SPX play the catch up here? Microsoft and Nvidia really aren't doing much, but gosh, Google and Amazon just all-time highs, just flying. I don't mind the ES short from a few points higher. So SPX is 147 was the top of the range for multiple days, and 150 kind of a whole number. There's a ticker named Frog.
God, $425,000 for margin is crazy. All right, got a couple ads there at 80.
Are you still getting the book map audio?
No, sir.
All right. You got to figure out this output. I've got the input now. It's the output. But there was just 90 that filled to the buy side.
Sell 56.
No pasa nada más, no pasa nada. Úntalo. No quiero tiradero en toda.
You tell him, Emp. Nada.
O te vas. Júntalos o te vas. Júntalos o te vas. Adiós. Adiós.
Yeah, OC Dog Trainers got it right. I will be leaving early and having some cervezas. I'm hitting up the day game for the Padres versus Cubs at 1
Ooh.
p.m.
Dude, I hope Padres just run roll the Cubs.
Bro, yeah. Oh, I had a
Hate the
date
Cubs.
originally planned and scheduled, and then she bailed on me. So then I had to go back in the pipeline and find a new one. Chicks these days, man. Oh, that's right. The hockey's on.
Ducks lost last night. Yeah. Yo, if they make it to the next round or the following, let's go to a game.
I am down like Charlie
So
Brown.
26.
I'll buy some decent tickets for y'all.
That would be hella fun. In my old job, I was actually trying to sell to the Honda Center, their HR team, to sell off their workplace harassment and violent protection training. We were too expensive. And then they fired me. The best fire of my life. Laid off, not fired, for the record. You got a suite?
Maybe we do that instead.
Bro, I might need you to come and hang out with Boog one day, my greater Swiss mountain dog. The original OC. Amp, we can't hear you.
Oh, that's dumb. I'm over here just having a full conversation with you and Tommy.
Yeah, well,
I've never been to a suite at a for a baseball game. I mean, I have for a
They're
college
fun.
baseball game, I guess, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you got like a refrigerator in the back, maybe some like finger foods or something, and you've got like the air conditioning if you need it. It's nice.
All right, I'm over here working on my full post for my 100% win rate FOMC trade plan. Almost done.
Now, the true OC is OCMD, Maryland. I know Be More Nigerian can respect that.
$7,200. So could 7,200 happen today?
Crazy.
The answer is absolutely yes, it could happen. Is it likely? I would argue that it's not. And my argument would be I don't think the market's going to move that much on the Fed. I think it's going to move
Earnings.
a ton because you have 4 of the 5 largest companies in the world reporting after the close when SPX will be closed.
I speak dog. I will check that out, OC.
You are rejecting. Nice. Send the penny got in the short right here. This is a nice short. It's the same zone. 712 on SPY. We hit 145 on SPX. I would have liked to see 147, but you know, close enough. Now back under 137, this thing probably comes back down to the middle. If it holds right here, then you get a push and you probably get the top, the test of that upper range.
NVIDIA looking like a bear flag.
Yeah, NVIDIA doesn't look great. You have Google and Amazon cooling off a little bit on the 5-minute. I mean, they just made all-time highs. The EMA 9 is just catching up. I would almost assume you probably get some buys off of that. No Android yet. What happened? Dude, a dugout. I bet a dugout suite would be pretty cool. I'll have to go check that out when I finish this post.
150 dogs, my dog would go nuts. Diddy dum diddy do.
Yankee should push.
Looking like it. You got more liquidity zones above on Bookmap. 10, 17. Zooming out a little bit more. Tree Fitty. Someone say Tree Fitty. I think it was that goddamn succubus. Yeah, succubus came down and said, how much? Tree Fitty. I don't know why I'm not slapping this right now. As in going long.
I was muted again. All right, I'm finishing my post.
Right. I need to go get some coffee. I'm going to chuck in a hard stop at 240 for these 100.
Oh, for Android app. Okay.
And I will be back.
For the I Speak Dog app.
Dude, I think anybody that gets a dog or it could be almost any pet that's got semi-intelligence to it, but a dog, I think anyone should do a lot of reading and learning. I feel like the psychology of stuff will it'll just make a huge difference in the life of your dog.
Shout out to my dog breeder. She gave me a binder. I call it the Boog Bible, but it's got everything soup to nuts on the history of Greater Swiss Mountain Dogs, their temperament, what to look for in dog stores for food and like what to avoid, and preservatives versus good food, how to cook, various recipes, to the bloodline. I've got his entire bloodline. He's first litter and the biggest one out of the litter. I mean, this hoss is 130 pounds and the length of a queen size bed.
Alrighty.
I need to get my mother something for Mother's Day. She comes next week. Sheet. Everyone with a mother around, make sure you go get Mother's Day gifts.
All right, that's next weekend now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's the
it's
10th.
Shout out to all the moms that are in the chat. It's if we've got any moms in the chat, throw a little mom emoji.
What's the mom emoji?
Good question. I don't know. Pregnant woman? Just not the pregnant boy.
All right, my full post is out there. Anybody wants to read my full trade plan of how I never lose FOMC? It's right there in the chat.
It is such a glorious plan. Like, it's amazing. I like to follow it too.
Intel making new highs. What is weak in is it Banks or Banks? What's so weak here, Rizzo?
I don't know. I'm just looking at the NQ chart.
No, Banks are okay. Regionals are getting crushed. IWM, look at IWM. Here's a 5-minute on IWM. At yesterday's low, just rolling over, not looking great. SPY, just break even on the day, right in the middle of yesterday. Did come off of, yesterday's low area, pretty nice, but I mean, once again, we talked about box to box to box to box to box to box. That's all we're doing on SPY. Nico, shout out hot single moms in my area.
Ayo. I mean, I was gonna say it, but I just shout out moms.
Dude, always some big shout out to all the moms. Netflix is moving again.
Brady, you don't have to voice every thought that enters your mind. Yeah, I do.
Why else would I bring them on here? Dadgummit. Me and Casey looked at Netflix yesterday. That hammer. Oh. And just look at this. Look at this level right here.
Sell 50.
Right at 90 and change, 91.
Was that bookmap audio coming through?
I heard it, not the audio, but like I heard it.
Sell 50, sell 32.
I heard it in the background of your thing.
Okay. Gracias.
What's up, Panda?
Panda.
Izzy, I did like that video. I wanted to play it on stream. It was a funny prank call.
Is that Lamar
But
Jackson?
I couldn't do
Hot
it.
fire. Sorry, I should reserve my thoughts to myself.
Lamar Jackson, overrated.
That's like one of the it looks like an NFL blitz Lamar Jackson and Izzy's photo.
Dude, shout out Izzy. That
Shout out Izzy.
Izzy tagged me in a video yesterday. It was hilarious. I couldn't play it on stream. It was a little bit too far to play on stream.
Then send it to me. I'll probably like it.
Dude, so fun. Let me see if I can find it. Send via chat to the respect. There we go. I'm gonna have to go to the OXO at one point today.
Sell 41.
Oh, dude, SoFi down 13% and Hood down almost 14.
ES looks awful. NQ looks great. Why can't both look great?
Well, because the only thing ripping in the market is 2 of the Mag 7s that are reporting this afternoon. AMD is also up 3% today. NVIDIA not participating at all. Microsoft looks okay. Netflix is doing well. So it's like, but look at IWM's about to make a new low. And that 300 level just got stuffed here on the 5-minute. Look at that. Every shot over 300, 303 just sold. Oh, I forgot I was going to look at gold. Gold's trying to recover here a little bit. Oil's still super strong. Gold is kind of still in the consolidation spot. I don't love this rollover look.
ES has to hold here.
I don't hate this area to hold 4,500 down to 4560s. But I mean, this is downtrending and it's under all the moving averages. It's got curl to it. Gold doesn't look great. Silver kind of looks like a bear flag, but it's just trending. This is just trendy right now. So I don't have like a good read on gold or silver right now. It's just downtrend, lower highs, slightly higher low. If you guys are trading the FOMC this afternoon, one thing that, you know, you go to your daily, look for like the daily 9, 707, 70s, 80s on SPY, Q, 652. Mark your gap fills. So like on NDX, there's still a gap fill at 774. Goodness gracious. Of all days for these stupid kids to not be in school. Just kidding. I love my kids. Bossman, the market, there hasn't been a correlation with oil and NQ in quite a while, a couple weeks.
Oof. ES keeps melting, and I'm just loading into freaking SPXs. I don't know why. God, I swear, if this becomes a massive red day for me, I'm not going to be happy.
Dadgummit, dude. I keep muting for my kids and forgetting to unmute. Poet down another 15% is crazy. I don't know how much I was muted when I was just talking. But basically, you have two Mag 7s that report today doing decently. You have Microsoft in a box. You have the rest of the market. Breadth, internals are all really poor today, which makes me want to look for shorts. Consolidation in the big picture, the last couple of days going into this made the most sense. I don't know how much we do before open. This 15 minutes kind of gross. It'll hang in, man. You're back to IB high, though. If you're looking for support. ES is all the way back to pre-market lows. SPX, SPY, my 2 boxes, once again. I said this earlier this morning. It's box to box to box to box. Don't diddle in the middle. If you longed in this box, you were trimming into this box. Falls back under, lock in your profit. If you're shorting, like Cindy to the penny, my man, hit the shorts up here. You're trimming, probably de-risk trimming here in the middle. Main target's going to be here and runners down here. But I mean, it doesn't get any clearer than this. And how did I get these boxes? Maybe I can go to an hourly and show this a little bit. Look at these highs here. And then you can see the point of control here. So point of control is just where time, this volume shelves where prices spent the most time. So I drew a box there. And then you had multiple highs up here. So I drew a box where all these highs are. We broke out of it, back tested it, held and pushed higher. And then when we came back down again, we fell into it, bounced off the point of control and rejected it yesterday morning. That was the trade yesterday morning, right? Bounce off the point of control, go back test the upper part of the range, full acceptance into the range, still holding the point of control, still rejecting here. Go down to a smaller view, you can still see it. Box, retest, hold the support, reject the upper part of the range, hold the support, reject the upper part of the range. There we go. Is Frank here? I've tried to bring him up 3 times.
Oh, is this going to become an issue?
Poet, what a piece of shit stock. Yes, IWM and internals are telling you that this could be a big issue.
277 average. I can't add anymore.
VIX is getting a little stick.
Try to hold it.
I do expect VIX to work its way up into the rest of the day to this afternoon.
I got a buy signal for 543 when I was away. I just heard it. I don't know what that was. Yeah, it looks like my connection's all wonky too.
I mean, you could draw a box. Basically right here. If you don't want to trade in the middle of this box, you want to trade the edges back towards the middle.
No diddling in the middle. The Rizzo special, which is coined by Rizzo, I should say. Rizzo does not diddle in the middle.
Just fucking stayed short.
He's not frustrated until the Italian swear words come out.
All right, I gotta clean up some stuff.
Look, I'm short 80, get stopped out basically at high a day, and now I'm long fucking 100. 200 of these SPXs, good God.
Back under yesterday's high. This looks gross.
Right at the pivot point right here, slamming. 9 and 21 EMA looks like it's pressing it on the 10-minute through the pivot point. That's what I'm looking at. Now below VWAP.
DNA. Hugging Face Partnership, DNA. I don't know what this ticker is, DNA.
Yeah, volatility extremely coiled. Yeah, VIX is pushing 1840, looking to crack over to hit 1850.
Well, just think about it. If you're
She's running.
hedging and buying protection, you're going to buy it. Yes, I said yesterday afternoon and all day today. VIX should just be curling upwards. It's just how markets work.
If this can pop back into the 50s, I'll reverse my position. Fuck this.
Yeah, we get a 100-point true social.
Just get this back in the 50s, please.
Yeah, that's where I
Oh,
remember it from.
Get me out in the 40s.
30-year at 5% usually leads to a Trump taco. Almost makes me want a long TLT. So 5-10 minute charts, SPX trader. I would say 5 and 15 minute, and you're looking what price action does. Because if things are like volatile, you can get wicks through areas. Let me go back to SPY. So yeah, these wicks all came under here, but you've noticed like 710 is right here where this yellow line is. And then where that volume shelf, I just zoom out on the 15-minute kind of composite here. You can see it really starts to taper off down here, 709.60 or whatever, but price action's also going to tell you where people are. So you never really, here's a 15-minute view. You never closed outside of this here, just like you never closed outside of this here. Really, you didn't close. One candle closing. I want a whole candle like outside and then a back test. And I want to see like some bottom, like if I go to a 5-minute, I'd want to see a candle close out here and then some like bottom wicks on it or into it and try to push off. So like down here when we were trying to get out last night, or I'm sorry, yesterday morning, we came into the box, and then like down here, this was looking like it was going to happen, and it didn't happen. You never really had, a full candle close down here fully. One candle outside of the box, but then the next candle bought back up into it, and then a huge wick. So like a couple candles, didn't really have like full, and then right here, it looked like it was going to do it again, and you were trending down into this, and then huge candle back into it. It's telling you, price is telling you that buyers are present and this doesn't want to break out. Now, if you get into it, and these lower highs follow the trend structure, you have your ticket, build your position here, de-risk here, and your runners will pay you if it breaks. If it doesn't break, you get stopped back out. But what you don't do is short down here. And you're even better if you're shorting up here with a trend confirmation, de-risking, and then trying to get out of it. Same thing on the long side. Never really had, this looked like it was going to do it this morning, but never really had any type of confirmation that buyers were like this resistance was going to flip to support. Like right now, here you are again in the box. Anybody short from up here is taking profit in this box down here.
All right.
Anybody longing down here?
Up here short.
That's right off of VWAP on QQQ. And you're getting decent buying pressure off the lows of the range. This is very ugly, honestly. It just makes me think they want to just keep it in the range until proven differently. Yeah, if 15 minute doesn't support your bias, you could probably find a time frame that does. But that's why multi-time frame analysis is important. Very important. I don't hate being short on NQ up here, but I don't like that
Alright.
you're just getting bought off of the same area in the S&P right now.
Throw my hard stop at 400 and I'll let these SPX calls be the hedge. I just want to close my charts for today. Come back during FOMC. Let's just make sure this order is server side.
There you go.
And closing the chart. Fucking dumb.
There he is. Popping bottles at 8:18 a.m. SPX spread trader. Yeah. And honestly, I wish more people would think about the other side of, instead of just, you know, buying calls, buying puts, longing, shorting futures, think about the other side. If your defined range, sell stuff here and here. Like yesterday would have been a good day. Once you came out of this, yesterday would have been a good day to sell down here on this move. And then as you came back into here, sell up here, knowing like, and I talked about this at the end of the stream yesterday. I was talking last night with some other traders as well. My expectation for today is not either one of these things this morning. Range bound. Big picture. Here's your big picture. SPX. Consolidation. Range bound after this move. Consolidation. EMAs are catching up. So there's part of your argument of your market awareness. Hey, huge move to the upside. Consolidation makes the most sense. You tried to get some continuation. You accepted back in. QQQ is kind of just all over the place, but SPY, it's pretty clear to me. It's consolidation. Now, come down to what's happening today, what's happening this week in general, but what's happening today. 4 of your largest 5 companies, all of your hyperscalers, most important companies in the world, are reporting after the bell. And you have Jerome Powell, FOMC. Most people are hedging. They get a chance down here. Maybe they're putting on some more longs. They get up here, they're putting on some more shorts, readjusting their book. The market itself finding its zone. Consolidation is good for expansion. So we'll see. But you can profit off of times like that. It's a little bit of market awareness. All right, let me get back to 15 minute here. Box to box, still on SPY. I guess you want to see 270s fell. You want to see this fell or work your way back to here. I mean, honestly, if you're shorting, SPY and IWM are definitely weaker. The broader rest of the market's definitely weaker. SMH up 1.25% while everything else is flat or red. TAC XLK, part of SMH, of course. What's oil doing? price action kind of reminds me of like option expiration too, where the price is just a little bit erratic because there's big players in the market hedging or, you know, taking chips off the table. What's bonds? Cindy, I'll let you answer that one, but I'm assuming you're talking about TLT. TLT's got the bottom of the range down here. And that 30-year being up here around 5, every time it comes up here, it typically gets smacked. And this isn't like a normal stock chart. Obviously, this is rates. Every time you're up here, though, typically you get smacked. Bond market's telling Trump, this blockade can't keep going. We got to get some kind of resolution. That's my take. SNDK broke 1,000. Wow. Back over 1,000, huh? Held it yesterday at the low. Closed right on it. They report tomorrow. Memory space will be interesting tomorrow. Get these crazy runs into all-time highs. Those reports better be great. Western Digital, I believe, is the other one reporting tomorrow. Yes, new all-time high. And then Micron doesn't report for a while, but probably the most favored name in the space. Nice distribution zone, little Wyckoff wick lower, reclaim, traverse the range, breakout. Beautiful. This is a beautiful example of chart structure. Huge uptrend. Very important sector. Bottleneck for memory, of course, in the AI build out. But you get up here and you make a range. You Wyckoff kind of manipulate under it, wick under it. You had, lows, fell under it, reclaimed it, traversed back to the top of the range, consolidated, EMA 9, rides, breakout. What a beautiful, beautiful chart example. Yeah. THL, okay. The spotlight is way too bright. There we go, much better. Half of planned U.S. data center builds have been delayed or canceled. The headline I'm reading from Hedgeye. Oh, NQ still looks pretty strong. ES does not. Range bound. IWM rejecting EMA 9 and orb low, IB low. Uh-oh. Oil new high. Can Intel go to 100 today? Goodness gracious. Was this like $20 when the Trump administration bought it? 5xing their money. NQ book map, there's not much below us right here. A decent amount above us. Nothing too crazy. It's pretty thin, which is expected. Let's do a 5-minute check on the mags, big names that move the market. NVIDIA, absolutely sideways. Lower highs, but sideways. Microsoft, sideways. Apple, you could basically say sideways. Weak overall, but made a move off the low. Google, big reversal. Back under yesterday's high for now. Amazon, probably the strongest one of the group. Meta's doing okay. Once again, reports today. Broadcom, this is a box doing nothing. Tesla made a new low. Buyer stepped in. ASML, green today at least. Industrials weak. Some of your banks are pretty weak here. Yeah, all your banks are pretty weak.
Are we fading yet?
No. Well, depends what you're looking at, but no.
Looking
Just
at
going
your chart.
sideways.
Oh shit. 280, really?
Let's go back to the SPY chart that's just in the middle. And we've got what? 2.5 hours? Iran headline. No, not a real headline. Golubov says Trump is trying to get Iran to surrender due to economic pressure. Well, yeah. Duh. Anybody that's just joining the stream, my full trade plan is out on my X for FOMC. Gabriel, this used to be me on FOMC day and big earnings day like today. Binary event. I used to get whips all around. The other thing is like when the order book is this thin, so like you see these moves are pretty big moves. So like, I mean, you backed off 80 points from the high and you've bounced back 70. It's just because there's not a whole lot, like the market's just, it's looking for liquidity and there's just not a whole lot, up. So I guess why I just completely stay out of the middle. And that's just come with trading and experience. Scalping around a couple micros at a time. Greatest trading plan you've ever, Miami, I'm telling you. It is 100% success rate. There's very few 100% success rate trades in the market. This one, FOMC, 100% success rate. IWM looks like Rizzo. Why don't you just short RTY? Shorted the only thing that has
Better idea, yeah.
only thing that has some relative strength. Again, for the people maybe joining a little bit late, let's look at the market internals. Your ADD advanced decline line is now under 1,000, new low of day. Breadth is very weak under the market. If we look at vol D, up vol versus down vol, so up vol on the NYSE is at 77.8. D vol is at 150. So your vol D is negative about 70K right, or 70 million right now. On tech, 1.8, 1.9 to the upside. 2 to the downside. So even NASDAQ breadth is negative, although price is up. Tells you it's just a couple stocks that are doing this. Yeah, if you're trying to copy trade, you better make plans. It's in the plan. Make sure you read the full plan. Once Jordan gets here in a little bit, I'm gonna have to make a little run myself. The other thing that's not helping is oil, which I looked at this earlier. You had a gap up in here to this area. Four-hour gap is a little bit higher. You made it up to these lows, almost 106. There's a gap fill at 106.81. %. You can't lose. Oh, can't lose.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking? Oh. Yeah, I know it. Come on, y'all, get out of here.
Candles chaos. I missed the we got Arsenal at Atletico. Yesterday's Champions League game was absolutely incredible. It was way better than watching the price action yesterday afternoon. I will probably throw that on my screen over here, to be 100% honest. That pay package thing that I read was crazy, Honor. 7.5 trillion market cap for SpaceX, and was it 1 million people on Mars? That's crazy. 5-4. It was a hell of a semifinal. And there was a ton of opportunities missed, but like both those teams just playing wide open, just full throttle, just left lane, hammer down. That was an insane game. And like as a purist, I almost don't even like games with that many goals because it's like, but like sometimes it just snowballs into that, especially in Champions League. Go down by a goal, or and you try to get it back, you grab momentum, and then they're trying to answer you quickly, and they leave themselves wide open. Because it was like 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. They went all the way to 5-2, and they ended up being 5-4. It was crazy. I wouldn't be surprised, Bullish Bear, it'll be a good semifinal, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's like a 1-0 game. Today will be 0-0. Look, today could be 0-0 and it would still be better than trying to trade the price action ahead of all the earnings this afternoon. I actually agree with this. There's not near as much creativity, and like people are getting spoiled. Like the goals aren't quite as I mean, it's not terrible. It's not as bad as other sports, but the goals aren't as like big of an event as they used to be. I can watch a 0-0 draw and just be on the edge of the couch, but it's because I'm a purist. Apparently, the UK bonds are not doing well. By the way, they're having some big issues over there.
I shut down a couple of accounts. I'm going to go for a walk.
Smart man right there. IWM new low of day. Again, IWM selling hard. I would not be surprised to see that drag SPY back into this low.
I think that we could get like a little higher high, but I don't think it runs away. I think we're locked up until 2 o'clock now. I mean, I think if you got a little higher high, you can short it, and if you get, if it trades down to the 20s again or 15s, you can buy it. I mean, I think that you can trade the range, this tight range that it's in, but I think it's also could be dangerous. You get over trade, so best to walk away. I mean, the trade's going to be tomorrow and Friday.
Absolutely. Like if anything, maybe you get SPY and SPX to liquidity sweep below yesterday's lows and fill the gap, and then come back. That's the only thing I could think of. Q's just maybe accept back into the middle.
And the pain trade is an IV crush, right? Where, two do really well, two do shitty. They all do kind of okay. They're up or down 3 or 4% each, and then you're in the same spot. I mean, where does oil have to go for them to? I think oil is more a problem over time. I think we got a little bit, but like you get into May and you're above 90, 95, it's a problem. But yeah, right now it's just like, screw you. Market higher, oil higher.
Yeah, well, they're just discounting it, saying, oh, we're just blockading them until we get a deal. But the longer it takes, it's just like a exponentially worse problem. But it's still at the bottom of the parabola. Or it's on the uprise of the parabola. Uber is integrating Expedia hotel inventory directly into its app starting in the US with plans to add Vrbo listings later in 2026. Good move by Uber. What's up, KC?
What's up, guys?
Chilling. I had that one trade from last night. I gave back a little bit of it, but up decently last night, and then different count this morning. Caught a little push to the previous day's high into this area, and
Yes, sir. We freaking crushed it today on Spaces. Holy shit. We longed QQQ at 657, and I went long MNQ at 138. And then, do you see the double evening star at the high on the 5 minute?
yeah,
On NQ. And then I didn't take the short. I was like, it's a short right here. I was like, I hadn't seen the double evening star. I was like, I'm not going to take it. It came back down, hit the midpoint, and then I longed it at 238, and then I just closed it a little bit ago. Oh, we mentioned this one yesterday, the flow, Nokia. I took the $12 calls. They are in the money to up 70%.
Wow, look at that thing running.
So if you took that one, there was the flow on the 10.5s, the 12s, and then the 15s for July. So I took the 12s for June. They are up 70% this morning. I only have runners. So we mentioned that one yesterday as well before end of day. That was a fun one.
Your kids are fired up for FOMC today.
It's just Everly. She's being such an asshole.
My kids just calmed down. They were a little bit wild earlier.
Everly doesn't believe in sharing.
Sharing is caring.
That's why like when we get toys from grandparents and stuff, if they buy one of the kids one, we have to order 2 more on Amazon. That way everybody has one. Because if we don't, then that happens.
Trump just said somewhere he's not lifting the blockade until we have a nuclear deal.
Jesus.
I don't know where that headline came from. Trump not lifting blockade until nuclear deal, which is basically what we heard last night. If you liked car at 600, 700, 800 last week, you'll love it under 200. Should be buying it like crazy.
I haven't even looked at cars since
the die.
Yeah. Where'd it go down to?
It hit my EMA on the daily and the 200 day.
Oh my God. It went down to 55?
155 even.
I chased that thing when it broke 300.
What a quote. I'm not calling him dad. Not even if there's a fire. If he gets in my face, I will drop that MFer. He went to John Hopkins.
Not even if there's a fire.
It was Johnny Hopkins and Sloan Ketterball, and we were blazing that shit.
I FaceTimed my sister last night. She said she just watched that movie for the first time.
That's okay. That's crazy that you just watched that for the first time.
She's older than I am. She's 33.
This is the first time I've ever heard you mention your sister. I've known you for like 3 years. Probably a smart move, honestly. Not for me particularly, but just in general.
Nokia, can you give me 100% today, please? We're at 84% now, new high a day. Almost there, baby. If it gets to 1240, probably should hit.
Not even if there's a fire. This is the calm before the storm, folks. In Q, still strong. You have two mega caps that are strong, and you have half of a sector. Internals are crazy weak. IWM just chilling down here at the lows. Spy box of Casey. I drew these boxes and we talked about it yesterday. I've talked about it 4 times a day. It's just box to box to box to box to box to box to box.
I sent the chart this morning. I had the 2 zones. I have buy the dip and sell the rip, and that's it. We are still in the box.
And really, we're just hanging out in kind of the top of the box. It's like
Spy is directly like in the middle of this whole thing. Q's is just leading and stronger right now because Amazon was on a freaking move.
Amazon and Google.
Yeah, Google had a really good move. Pull back a little bit, but yeah, Amazon, Google, I mean, everything else was kind of whatever, but those 2 this morning were crazy moves.
Yeah, Google and Amazon just ripping. That was part of my confluence. And I was watching SPY come off the lower box to the upper box, so I just did a
Yep.
little scalp, made a little money, and
Same thing. Because I was
walked
going,
out.
I was like, IWM selling. I was like, it's weak as shit. I was like, there's no way I can long IWM. And I was like, the only long would be on Qs. And then when I looked at tech and I saw Amazon and Google going and SPY wasn't really doing it, I was like, okay, so if you're doing longs today, it's Qs. That's it.
Tesla doesn't look good to me, guys. I see you guys in the chat out. I mean,
Nah.
we looked at the daily. We've talked about it a couple times. It's still stuck under the trend line. It's been here forever. It's sitting above some support. It's just consolidating. Just consolidating.
INTC.
And then you come in even to, closer view. Look at this. Look at this box that Tesla's in. Go to the 5-minute just for today. You're sitting on previous day's low. It's not something in a weak tape right now that just screams, I want to play that name. Now, at least it doesn't have earnings today. You did take the IB, make it back to the middle. If you hold previous sessions low, I could see that argument, but
INTC $100 calls are coming in for 5/15, 2026. Stock just hit 94 bucks. I have not sold any more of my position. I told Jordan this morning, I was like, I'll wait till it gets up to 100%. But equity now is up 336%, which is ridiculous. But it looks like it wants 100.
yeah, INTC strong. SanDisk, the memory names are strong today. Huge moves up.
It's 2.16 million at the ask so far on those calls today. 745,000 at the bid.
Cisco strong. Qualcomm decently strong, even though Qualcomm's daily, rip higher, reject the 200-day, come back down, get bought up, come right back into it. I want Qualcomm to do well so bad. It's just not. But this is promising. Software still dead. Taiwan Semi is in a decent spot. Rizzo's like 5 games deep in Counter-Strike right now. I don't know. I look at ADD minus 1,000. Doesn't make me want to be long. You look at NQ and it looks okay. Ooh, shout out to Evan, giving the stream a like. I don't know if did I give the stream a like? Oh yeah, I did. Guys, we break 500 people. Ooh. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa.
Not hearing a headline. 50% chance GTA 6 trailer releases next month. Whatever.
Oh, that's the reason for the volatility right here on Qs.
What, because Evan joined?
No, because GTA.
Yo, good morning.
What's up, Evan? Real fast, implied moves today. Please double check this for yourselves. Amazon 7%, Meta 6.9, Microsoft 5.2, Google 4.7.
Amazon's implied move is 7%.
Interesting. Amazon's got the biggest implied move.
Yeah, I was about to say.
To double check with Will. I'm trying to see if there's a headline causing this right here.
We're dropping.
U.S. Secretary of War Hegseth, Pentagon will form a command for drone warfare. That's not it.
That's a fat daddy sticker. Was that oil? 106?
And keep SPY right back to 710. Trump rejects Iran's offer. Blockade stays. I'm seeing that from from Axios. Yeah, Axios put out some report that Trump's rejecting the blockade, or rejecting whatever Iran was proposing. Oh, we're actually breaking.
Ooh, look at that. Overextended tick. I haven't seen that signal on a chart in a minute.
Just took out yesterday's low on SPY. All right, maybe we get a little long opportunity here. Need like 10 points lower though on SPX. Rizzo. Look at the chart.
Rizzo, you banking? I just got back to my computer, so.
Well, we just dropped 100. We just dropped 100 points. So I'm just telling you.
528.
CENTCOM has prepared for short wave of strikes on Iran. That's also from Axios.
It's pretty crazy. It's Powell's last press conference. Last FOMC.
Yeah, nobody cares. That's what's funny.
Well, here's the thing. Maybe there's a chance he has some different type of words here. Probably not.
Nah.
No chance. What's the supply market on that?
Let's get some numbers in here. Let's peek out on viewers, guys. I heard there was a leak on what Powell's going to say. It's going to be big.
Market cares about two things right now: hyperscaler earnings, and if we start bombing around again. Gap fill on oil right here too, by the way. Overextended tick, yesterday's low swept. NQ was at a better spot. I'd think about longing it for a scalp. There will be some nostalgia watching Powell for the last time.
I know FOMC is not going to be the same anymore. Man. Can't see Powell anymore. Like the whole tie thing. Like, what do we do now?
To check out Warsh's wardrobe of purple ties.
Yeah, like we gotta feel this dude out for a few FOMC meetings. It's gonna take forever.
I do think it's going to be very volatile. His first few. like speeches because people try to like figure out how he wants to do the messaging. Like people have Powell pretty much down. Like you can figure out his comments, and that's why it's usually just the Q&A that gets the big reaction. He's gonna raise into a mic drop. No chance. The era of an independent Fed is coming to an end. I don't know, Kevin. I think I'd have to disagree with you. Probably should have longed this right here.
Almost hit pre-market low. On Q's, SPY. SPY hit previous day low. I mean, I think that was literally the buy the dip zone on the chart.
Yeah, and it was a minus 1100 on the tick.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how many points it is so far on the bounce on ES, but I mean that was almost to the penny previous day low.
Yeah, new Fed chairs do create more volatility because people don't know how to read them. It takes a while. The data would be interesting on that though, Troy, if you find it. You guys don't like J Powell? Here, let me answer this one on the tick. So if you just type in tick, I'll just go to the 1 minute here. Let me hide indicators, make this clearer. Here, I'll just hide everything. So right here is your 0 line on the tick. This is like how many names are selling off or pushing up or whatever. You get below 700, 750. You can see like we had a negative 750 tick earlier, and then down here 1,000. You get near 1,000, you usually get a big, whip back. Same thing on the overextended tick to the upside. This is for the NYSE. If you type in tick Q, you can get the one for the NASDAQ as well. Look at that. NASDAQ's a little bit more volatile, obviously.
Here you go.
I know I should have scalped that long. Easy 20 points right there.
Yeah.
And then now you get back out. You trim and hold runners. Chad, you guys think Jerome Powell did a good job or a bad job overall?
The best.
Wonderful job.
I mean,
yeah, my question is like, what's Jerome Powell's legacy going to be? I might put like one word after. What?
I think his legacy is great, and most people I've talked to share that same favorable opinion of Powell. I think most people I've talked to, especially the bigger names like CNBC contributors, big guests we've had on Spaces, they've all had nothing but nice things to say about Powell.
I don't want to jinx it, but there's some people. Looks like chat or the viewers might be a little excited for FOMC. I did put out a tweet. You guys should go share it, Ryan, if you didn't.
Nice pop on the market recovery.
There you go.
Should have taken that day comment.
Boris, he refused to bend the knee. Big W. He was great at dealing with Trump. One word transitory.
The little X on the chart is your extended tick.
One word transitory. I don't know. I thought Powell did a great job. And I have zero expectation that we get. I mean, you'll get some volatility on stuff he says today, no matter what. But I don't think you're going to get a huge breakout either direction ahead of Mag 7. Honestly, I thought Jerome was perfect. If you think about it, the way he always stays even killed, always stayed in the middle, telegraphed to the market to not shock the market.
It's because he's very professional and monotone,
Yeah. He never,
as he should be.
They try to, yeah. And that's why I'm saying, like, I feel like that's perfect for a Fed chair.
Yeah, in that position, 100%.
Now, if you guys want to hate on Yellen, I'm not a fan of Yellen.
That dude's too loud. He's always yelling.
I'll never forget. I was in a trade. I was up really nicely too. Janet Yellen walks out onto a sidewalk in New York and makes some comments to a reporter, and the market sold off like 2%. I'll never forget that day. I think Rizzo remembers that day.
Yeah, that was a bad day.
I was in a bunch of calls too. I got wrecked. This is interesting. Going back to Eugene Mayer, 12 Fed chairs, 3 months average is minus 11.8%, 6 months 13%, and 1 year is 18. How much? I wonder how much of that, yeah, with the market environments, I wonder how many of that happens because, like, if you had to change a Fed chair because of a problem, I feel like that could skew numbers. Obviously, economic conditions can. And I don't know, surely you guys know this, that like Powell doesn't make the decision himself. Warsh will not make the decision himself. It's a whole board of, voting members, right? Hope everyone knows that. $2021. So guys, you realize we had a like once in a lifetime type of pandemic event that nobody was prepared for. Nobody had any playbook on how to handle that. And you had a lot of politics shutting things down for no reason. Would longing in Q right now be chasing?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess technically. I mean, are you above yesterday's highs? Yes. So you have that. You're dealing with all the overnight and where we already rejected a couple times this morning. You just bounce off the IB low, coming back to IB midpoint, coming back to IB high. Also, yes. Can you use SPY as confluence here and say, hey, we did touch yesterday's low perfectly, put in a big tweezer, stayed within the box, and we're pushing back out of the lower zone, back to the middle. Also, yes.
The reason why I say you're chasing is you're back testing your 5-minute EMAs after an overextension, which is not really the spot to look to get long. But chasing the long here, if you target where that low is, where it bounced, right, as your stop, and you target a high of day, you're maybe at a 1-to-1, which right here at the EMA is just not a good setup, in my opinion, to take.
I like what Jarrett said. If you don't have a setup here, it's chasing.
Yep.
Because what else? What other confluence do you have? What other setup do you have?
For a SPY, again, and talked
For
about
anything.
it, overextended tick, previous day low support, right? That was it.
Yeah. And that's your scalp trade, and you get out.
Yeah.
Black Mama, did Jerome like come to your house and just pee in your Cheerios? Or I mean, you seem personally triggered about this. You know, people can have different opinions, right? I mean, if you have your opinion, you have your opinion. That's fine. Guess what? I have mine too. And I like you, Black Mamba. I do. But I can have my opinion. You can have your opinion. Don't get triggered. You guys like the short here? I mean, if I go back to my SPY chart, where you see this black zone right here, I don't want any new positions there. Especially not short coming out of support. I don't really want a long because the overall trend has been down. And you just made a new low of day recently. But the range box argument's probably the strongest one. So I'm not doing anything.
God, what a perfect bounce.
What's up, Joe? Big Joe hanging out. Today's Wednesday. Gosh. I forgot what day of the week it was. Like, I knew it was a big day and everything's happening. I know everything's going on. This is what this is an interesting thing. So the possible strikes, which was it a concrete headline? No, it was saying Sitcom, or Central Command, which is CENTCOM, is prepared for a short wave of attacks per Axios. Axios puts out a headline every 30 minutes with different sources, but it's coming from CENTCOM just saying they're prepared. Is this pandering, posturing, pressure? I mean, if Trump said that, I think we would have had a bigger reaction.
I'm short right here. Stops above 65. Looking to trim down at like 35.
Let's go.
I mean,
I'm
15-minute
about to head to
structures
lunch.
still fine on NQ. Yes, it's still rough. What's up, Big Red? Assassin's Quant in the chat. Yes, sir, he is. I'm just looking at SPY, and it looks like it wants to just go. I mean, you're right in the midpoint. Like, here's another thing that I try not to do hardly ever. Take a trade off the midpoint of the IB once it's chopped through it 3 times. So on NQ, for example, you broke IB high, you came back to the midpoint for the first time. That I like for a long trade.
Sell 29.
And I
Here,
stopped.
just based on the strategy. What I don't like, if you look at ES, you've broken the IB high and the low, and you've come through the midpoint multiple times. That to me creates slop in the middle that I don't want to be a part of. That's part of my methodology of the first time you visit an area or the first time you visit a level or something like that, futures trading, get a reaction. But you find winning trades. How do you stay away from lower probability trades or choppy trades? How do you avoid chop? That's part of my methodology. You go right back and forth through the middle of a range over and over. And we know just from yesterday what range we're in. If you go back for 5 days, 6 days on SPY, you know which range that we're currently fighting in. But yesterday should be a perfect example. And then this morning confirming the same stuff.
It's your 5-minute 21 and pre-market low back
Of
test.
course,
on
it takes
spot.
me out and then just decides to drop. Back at where I took it right there at like 56.
Yeah, you're sitting right above
Just looking
yesterday's
for
high.
like the 921 rejection right here on NQ on the 10-minute. Looks like it's going to slam. Little slam Diego action.
So an exception to the range. So pre FOMC, you are most likely going to get a range type of trading, right? You're not usually going to get trending or breakouts or anything crazy ahead of a binary event. And then not just FOMC, add in the earnings this afternoon. You're probably not going to get huge breakout moves on the entire market ahead of binary events. It's just typically not what happens. Now, you get to FOMC, you get to Powell's speech, you get to the Q&A. There are things in there. So one, the order book gets super thin. And that's why you can start seeing it like really jump around a lot, because you don't have a whole lot of like participants sitting right there near price action. Is the market's really having to shoot around and find where buyers and sellers are at because there's not that many people on the book. And then obviously you get in a binary event, you get some type of news, you know, good news, bad news, whatever it is, that the market then reacts to. The only thing I would say on this, Colin, is the closing of the strait and the price of oil going up. Does it directly hurt the US? Probably not as much as other places. The problem is the global economy. We export so much. We also import stuff, and we got to import stuff at a higher cost if other people are making it at a higher cost. But also, if the global economy is bad, who are we selling to? So you have both sides of that. The global economy will indirectly affect the US economy at some point.
God, Unusual Whales, you just stop tweeting news.
Dude, Unusual Whales is the worst. One, they still have the Evans post.
Dude, they just sent the post. Breaking news, Trump rejects Iran's offer.
Yeah. Nikita the other day, he said like they were going to start trying to nerf people that just put breaking on every single post. But when you put breaking on a post and it's literally a headline from 2 hours ago, it's like, it's annoying. I almost unfollowed him.
You know what? I'm probably going to, because
Dale Earnhardt would have turned 75 today. RIP 3.
RIP.
RIP 3. The Intimidator. He would have been green today for sure.
Actually, you know what? I'm not going to unfollow. I'm just going to go troll it in the comments and tell them you're fucking late, and then tag a post from someone who actually sent it on time.
All you're
Put a
gonna
gif
do is
of
give them,
if you're not first, you're last.
all you're gonna do is give them free engagement. That's all they want.
That's a good one.
I know. I have good ideas.
Why is Evan not popping up on here? I'm trying to find Evan.
I don't think I posted that one. I haven't been posting too much about the Iran conflict. I don't have great sources to. I don't know. I just didn't feel like becoming a geopolitical expert in my time over the last couple of weeks.
Dude, it's Dale Earnhardt's birthday. We gotta finish it at green, right?
All right, I gotta try the short again.
Little upper wiki right up here, back on our previous day high.
I don't do breaking unless I'm within 2 minutes. Once I'm 2 minutes out, it's too late breaking.
Nvidia is at the lows of the range here again, lower highs. And it's not proving that it wants to break down under 210, but it's definitely weak. Microsoft kind of has a little bit of a rollover look. Lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. You still have higher lows, but you could break that structure.
25.
Google's come all the way back down to almost flat on the day. Amazon's broke structure a little bit, coming back down. Meta strong, actually. Everly is upset. Broadcom's
No.
weak.
No, that's Matthew screaming like a little girl.
Oh, Matthew.
Jesus, such a sensitive
And
little man. It's ridiculous.
Walmart's about to go green, fill the gap. How about that?
All right, there's 10 points right there. I'm gonna try to put my stops up at 43. I'm in at 45.
DM them a bigger group.
Slam Diego, come on. Go down to 200, 210.
No, and Unusual Wells tries to be clickbaity and put breaking headlines 30 minutes after when there's no other headlines going on, so people scroll and they're like, oh. They took that if you're not first, you're last seriously. They're like, okay, we're never first, so let's just make sure we're last.
Come on, slam it down.
Bill Ackman, we're above a stupidly cheap market bottom.
All right, I'm putting my TP down at 200.
Go, Evan. What do we have? 2 hours?
Break.
Over an hour and a half?
You know,
Anything you should go ahead, Evan.
stock I've never heard of, ACGL. This little Rallies Arena thing. A second AI model just bought it.
Interesting.
Arch Capital. It's more of a boring name, but I don't know. What were you gonna say?
Rizzo looks. Oh, I just heavy D said Rizzo looks like he's down a ton. Rizzo turned off his charts so he didn't have to look at it. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we see 980.
All right, slide of my
930.
stops up to 32 above the last 1 minute candle. Still targeting 200.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Rizzo go home with a big day today.
90% on Nokia.
IWM still looks pretty bad. And internals are stupid weak. And you're at the bottom of the box for SPY again.
Here we go, flush.
I want this stupid thing to break because I want us to come down and fill this little gap on SPX.
I hear the gain train. Here we go. Hit 200. Full TP.
Nvidia's about to make a new low of day. What else is weak? Got Robinhood down 14.
Come on.
Broadcom, new low of day. Walmart, almost new high of day. Put it on your back. Bill Ackman's making some comments around his IPO as well, Evan.
Yeah, I kind of I wasn't able to get the clip out that I just put there. So I just full sent it just now because he was getting some stuff out.
All right, stops are up here at 27 in case this thing just decides to turn around.
Watch. Look at my box here on SPY. Is that good? Did I draw it right, Casey?
Nice box.
When the 1 minute wick goes right to the box?
Looks perfect to me.
Well, it's not the pain train if you're short.
Gain train, baby.
So 2 p.m.
Come on.
It's not
hit
the
200.
notes, Jordan, but at 2 p.m. the decision comes out with the commentary. At 2:30, he walks out, takes the podium, and he says, "Good afternoon."
Good afternoon.
And then he goes through his pre-written speech, and then Q&A.
You want to place any bets on what he's going to say or not? Let's see.
Get on Polymarket, Kalshi.
Is thank you on there? Because I bet I would put money on thank you.
I don't see thank you on Polymarket. Good afternoon's 98%.
Yeah, I mean, that's a no-brainer. Watch him not say it.
27.
Iranian parliamentary member says U.S. must accept the deal or Iran will stand against its enemies.
Ah, come on.
You're just holding the same lows.
Just a
again
little
on
bit more.
SPY. I mean, what I said earlier, I want this to break and base outside of the range to get any type of push away, or if it wants to just go ahead and fall and fill this daily gap down here. And then I would try a long off of this area right back to here. But I would take the long on NQ. Yeah, what if he doesn't say good afternoon today? That would be. Joe, this was crazy. So there was two interesting ones that have happened in this like Polymarket thing, but this guy, he bet what 35,000 that Maduro would be out of power, and he was like part of the operation. He got arrested. I mean, that's crazy market manipulation. And it's my first thought was it's insanely dangerous to do something like that and put your fellow teammates, service members, company in a compromised position. So I hated that part of it. The other one that was interesting was the guy in he won 400K. He's going to jail.
Damn, just
probably
stopped me right there at
forfeit all
28.
of that. The other funny one was the guy in Paris. I don't know if you saw this one. The guy in Paris or somewhere out in France. He figured out that the weather, betting on the weather, there was one thermometer at the airport. He took a hairdryer and he would go heat the thing up.
All right, I'm flat.
Dude, I just saw that one. That was pretty good.
That's, I mean, hey,
I think he made like 30 grand.
game respect game, right? Like you get caught, whatever, but
It's like the dude who
Watch
bet.
this go down now.
the-
It took me out at 28.75, and my TP was down at 200.
The dude that bet on the
was
streaker with his buddies for the football game, and then he went and did it.
yeah,
I
and
mean,
then he went and yeah, he's like, there's gonna be a streaker at the whatever.
dude,
And then he did it.
gotta respect. That's smart. I'm surprised it it
No.
lasted as long as it did before someone figured that out. But I'm about to go get some lunch. I am done scalping this thing back and forth. Nice day, and then I'll be back in like an hour or so before FOMC starts. So be back soon.
Later, bro.
Later.
I just heard something on Apple.
He's about to
All
use the camera update. It's going to be at WDC.
I'm signing off as well. I am getting ready to head
That
out
was
for the
slated
game.
to
So
announce-
love, peace, chicken grease.
Later, dude. Enjoy the game. Send me a picture.
Peace.
Apple is slated to announce the updates at the WWC event in June, planning a Siri camera mode and upgraded visual AI in iOS 27. There you go. Interesting that they have that. I don't know who's reporting that, but I don't like when news comes out ahead of earnings. Microsoft new low of day. Microsoft's in drill mode right now. Uh-oh.
Drill mode.
Yesterday's low. What's up, Jordan?
What's up? What's up?
Jordan, I may pass this off to you for about 15, 20 minutes. I gotta go to the store here in a bit.
Boy needs some modelos.
Yeah. Maybe go down to Zimbabwe.
I just went to the store.
I figured you did. The nice thing is I had one good trade last night, one solid trade this morning, up nicely on
Let's
two
go.
accounts.
Love to hear it.
And I can execute the trade plan for the afternoon.
The 100% win rate strategy, baby.
Yeah, I just dropped it in the comments again. If anybody didn't read how to properly approach FOMC with 100% win rate. Rugged. I'm not in anything. SPY and IWM look so bad though.
How do the Nightbot commands go?
It's pretty cool.
What do I have to do? Money's exclamation mark, but what other things?
Oh, there's no like built-in commands like that.
You should. I would love to have one like subscribe. People should make sure they're subscribed to the channel. Hit that bell button.
Make some.
Get notifications. Share it
Wait,
with a
you want
friend.
that-
FOMC's coming. You can watch it
Do you
live.
want that as a command or you want that as a message?
I honestly think like
A message for sure.
subscribe.
Okay, so not a command.
No.
I honestly think even a command like money sign FOMC, like something like we're about to watch FOMC live on the stream today. Get excited.
If
Yeah, you
somebody
still have a
does
bunch.
money, yeah.
I can go to my old ones too and look at ones we'd want to have.
Only one I've got on here is the one that's reminder to use code WOLF.
Jumpy in the arm.
Something from the USITC around steel is hitting the headlines. It's here we go, breaking down. Breaking down. It's going down in an earlier round.
All right, beat me to it.
Sugar, we're going down swinging. Problem is, still above yesterday's low. Oh, there she is. What's up, Nightbot? Ooh, max and eval on that. Nice, Frosty Dog. Apple is looking better. Well, one, Apple doesn't report today, reports tomorrow. Two, you just had a headline. Apple slated to announce updates at WWDC in June about Siri camera mode and upgraded visual AI, which that visual AI is interesting. Anything, Apple vastly needs to do something with AI and figure it out. And it's also your flight to safety. Like people like to go to Apple for a safer, less volatile place to hang out. Yeesh, Microsoft, yuck. Google giving it all back. Amazon giving it all back to yesterday's high. Oh, acceleration. Come on, SPX. I will try to take a long. SPX comes down here into this area. I'll be longing in Q, but see where that lines up at. New low of day on SPY, IWM, NVIDIA and Microsoft drilling right now as well. As bad as it looks, my base case is not for a huge move downside without some kind of crazy catalyst.
I appreciate you all. Like and subscribe.
They're probably going to buy it right here, aren't they? Airbnb. Some kind of semaphore headline around Airbnb. Something about Chinese AI. Is Robinhood a good company to buy and hold? I think most people would answer that question yes. Bad earnings yesterday. Does it need to maybe come a little bit lower first? Very possibly. I would point back to this if you like companies that are growing. Here's revenue over the last 4 years. Q1 revenue is usually down, but pretty decent growth, year-over-year growth. Their numbers yesterday weren't great though. But yeah, longer term picture, yes. Come on, SPX. Come on. Down there, that dotted line. Is that in Q like around 100, 120? Maybe that's where I, okay. Come on, don't bounce here. Just keep going. Keep going and hit 1,000 tick down here. Riz, are you even watching?
Nope. I'm not watching.
Is car a good investment? There's a bull case for everything, but no. I don't think a rental car company is something that just moves the needle for me. How high can Intel go? Intel? I mean, there's no telling. It's into price discovery, but it's
Stocks
5x.
at 90 go to 100, right?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's awfully tough to buy Intel here after it 5x'd in 9 months from a risk-reward perspective, but
No,
that
you're
doesn't mean it
genuinely
can't-
nuts if you do that.
Doesn't
You're
mean it
psycho.
can't go. Doesn't mean it can't go higher. Yeah, Rambler, Mags 4. Yeah, so here's your, for those of you that are maybe tuning in a little bit late, here's your earnings slate for the afternoon. Let me just open this all up. This is 10 billion or larger companies. Right here in the middle is Wednesday. I'm keeping my eye on the charts as well. Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Google. It's your big four today, right? Qualcomm, Chipotle, Carvana, several others, eBay, Aflac, O'Reilly, whatever. These are the main four. And that's a huge main four to all report at the same time. Jordan, I'm actually going to have to probably pop off the stream right before the closing bell so I can help Evan with all this on the space.
Oh, bet. Yeah, that's fine.
I might be able.
I'm
to
here.
try to
I'm
do
just
both.
killing some hot. I'm killing some pizza rolls.
Last time I tried to do both, it was just too much. Netanyahu will speak with Trump within the next hour. Headline. Come on, sell this thing down and get overextended. There's a crazy amount of market cap reporting this afternoon. And then obviously we have the FOMC. When is Hood a buy? I'd probably buy Robinhood in the 60, but I would definitely start buying it at 50. Maybe some at 60. Just depends on market conditions. Dadgummit, don't hold right here. This could be what you're looking for backtest continuation to get down to where we want to be, though. Or where I want to be. Dadgummit, if NQ just holds this 155 again. Yep. They're pushing it right back in the middle. Big buyer stepping in on Microsoft here. Dadgummit, look at them. They just didn't want to give me an opportunity. Look at this 15-minute wick that's setting up here. In queue. So in queue, there's like some gaps down here. 980, 930 are levels well down below yesterday's range. Obviously, yesterday's low, whole number 27K, that area. This 155 has been an area from yesterday and going back. 180 is yesterday's point of control, and then upside levels. It's basically back over 250, and then you have 300, 375, maybe 340 if you want it. I think if we get some momentum going, the whole market moving upside, you get over 250 to 300 again, you see 370s. 400 best case.
Did you see Top Step's post about Jerome Powell? They made it look like he died.
I didn't.
They literally made it look like he passed away.
Which post was it?
It's like a photo of Jerome Powell with wings behind him. Angel Wings.
I don't see it on Top Steps timeline.
I saw it on Instagram.
Oh. What time is it? 10:40 for me. So 12:40. Just over an hour.
Only time zone that matters, Eastern, of course.
Could this be a backtest rejection on SPY? I don't know. If it was, if we weren't in the scenario that we're in today, I would definitely be thinking backtest short right here. But because of the day that it is, IWM's the only thing that's trending, just downside trending hard. Jordan,
Yo.
can you hold it down for 15, 20 minutes?
Oh, yeah. I'm just finishing some food. Oh, chat. Ugh. Emp's got to go get himself some beer. It's beer time. No trade, sir. I'm basically just taking this week off. Seems like. Past 2 weeks, for that matter. But yeah, nothing I like. I kind of saw that happening on FOMC day, but you know, we still show up and look for it. Jay, how do you trade the 4 hour? Well, it's more just like to get my bias, to get my understanding of direction on the market that day. 4 hour hourly. I'm not really executing on the 4 hour, but more times than not, that's where I'm getting my bias is like 4 hour hourly charts. But if you really want to see like in depth how I trade that exactly, go to the Wolf Trading YouTube channel here, go to the videos, and I have like an hour and 20 minutes of me sitting there just trading my strategy over 2 weeks worth of data. So I'm just sitting there trading. You can see exactly what I'm doing, what I do every single morning. That video has so much sauce. It's a long one, and I didn't mean for it to be that long, to be completely honest with you. But I went through kind of explaining like what I was doing through everything, so it took a little bit longer than I originally planned for. But there's a whole lot of sauce in that. Still didn't sell off and fill that gap from a few weeks ago. Wanted to see that. Yeah, when we tapped in that 4-hour gap last night for the first time, that was why my bias was still short coming into this morning. If you guys follow my personal account on X, I'm starting to just post my bias at 9 a.m. every single morning and my thoughts and what I'm looking for in the morning. And yeah, as long as we were respecting that area, I wanted to stay looking short. ES had the better moves though, jeez. Yes. Sorry, Saritha. Yes. Crazy, I can watch my own charts on my phone. I know. Isn't that perfect? Love to see it. On your phone through the stream. Looking at Apple, does it look good for you to upside? We talking intraday? We talking long term? In intraday, it's been doing good. It's at highs of the day. But yeah, like the day before earnings, it's kind of tough. Intraday, it looks like it's been doing good though. I wouldn't be trying to long it here at a new high a day. I don't really know though. I don't trade Apple. But looking at it right now, I mean, got to be bullish. Just wouldn't be buying it here. You got to be looking for some sort of dip. If you're trying to long it intraday, I think. But a lot of momentum. Oil just hasn't stopped all day. That doesn't help the market. 106 now, 6.8% on the day. LMT red to green. Yeah, that had a nice little V-shaped recovery. It's considered SMT on MNQ and ES 15 minute. Yeah, because ES took out the lows and NQ never did. Yes. And that could hold us. I'm not too. Here's what you'll learn about like SMTs is I never even care about an SMT being formed or something like that, even on the chart, unless it's at a key level. And for me, the level we're doing that at is just not. It's not too much of an area of significance. If we were doing that into like a 4-hour bullish gap, something like that, I would be more prone to think like, oh, that means something. And maybe it does. Maybe it does end up holding us. I don't know. But the way I look at it is I just don't care about it too much until we're actually at an area of significance, right? Just seeing an SMT doesn't really matter because you'll see plenty of times that SMTs get ran through. Well, why does that happen? Because it's not happening at a area and where the market is actually interested in reversing. So it is there. NQ still holding the low day. ES took it out. And if you get some actual, like, what would we have to run through? We'd have to run through this 15-minute. You see above our heads, we have that 15-minute gap. If you're looking at your own chart, you could see it. What's your take on why we're not seeing a bigger pullback with oil at these levels? I don't really have a take. Like, I don't know, to be honest. Oh, here, I'll throw my charts up. Oh, never mind. He got saved. There he is. I mean, earnings can definitely play a role. I would say just everything geopolitically still going on. Probably the main reason, but I don't really have a strong take that I would be confident in sharing, to be honest. What's beautiful is I don't need to know, but yeah, that's the end of it. Like, I really just don't have a big take on what's going on with oil. It's so hard to read. Oil can be incredibly difficult to trade. That's why I don't trade it. Define a significant level. Do you ever consider the 4-hour level significant? 4-hour levels are significant, but it depends on what 4-hour levels. Just random 4-hour highs and lows, not necessarily. They could still have good reaction points, but I'm talking about 4-hour gaps, right? 4-hour fair value gaps. Like the high, if we're looking at a 4-hour bearish gap, right? The beginning of that gap is going to be at a 4-hour candle high, right? That is a significant level. 50% retracements of a range that we have not retraced to before yet. That's a significant level. London high, Asia high, London low, Asia low, previous day high, previous day low, all significant levels, right? I know if I'm targeting London high on NQ and ES is stronger and ES takes out that target first, and that's my full target, I have to at least go break even, if not be taking some profits there. Right, because that is SMT at a key level of mine. But if an SMT just randomly formed before we even took out London highs on either asset, do you think I'm going to care about that? Absolutely not. Right? Why would I care about that? It's just a random pattern at that point that it's not in context with what's actually happening on that bigger time frame. Right? So in that scenario would be a scenario where I don't care about it. So it just depends. Just depends there. But those would be my significant levels. Don't ask why things happen. Just trust that the quant funds have better understanding on how to price the market. Uh-oh. Half rugged. We're back. That's EMP going in and out of the store right there. Nvidia falling off a cliff, is it really? Here, I can throw my charts up until EMP gets back. If you guys want to see the Desert Storm chart, we can run that until boy gets back. Big bag, big bag. Still wanted to see us trade into this. We never did. Never even tapped into it. Market does what it wants, I guess. My God, it burns. Yeah. Yeah, put your sunglasses on, guys. Put your sunglasses on. Ryan getting some cerveza? Yes, he is. He is stocking up on the Modelo. He said, holy shit, that's bright. We like them light charts. I don't know if FOMC like does get kind of wild. I have two scenarios. We either try and run through this 4 hour to the upside and test this next one, or we just start drilling to that new day opening gap. But it's been such a nothing burger in the past that I'm like, do we even try and do either of those that far? I don't know. We'll see. You think the market is topped here? Time to swing short? Not really a swing trader, so. I think we've pulled back into daily bullish order flow, which we have not ran through yet. So no, I don't think the short, if I was trying to swing trade, is clear yet. Just because technically we're still respecting bigger time frame bullish order flow. You have a bullish order block that's sitting right here that's been holding as well. But I did show up intraday this morning and was bearish. Same thing with yesterday. It's just was swinging. It's into tomorrow. So I don't know. It's more about this daily for me. Because if we're holding this, I can't really be bearish if we're still respecting this daily spot. But on the 4 hour, I have been more bearish from yesterday and into today just because of these gaps created here. And then what was it yesterday? Yesterday we had... It was Tuesday. Still trading that. Maybe just one last good FOMC blast off to Sempel off. That would be nice. think what will matter more than Fed today is how traders ultimately choose to position themselves heading into the 4 mag reports after the close. Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think your earnings on most of the mag 7s matter much more than Fed interest rates. At least right now to the market, but we'll see. When you're looking for an entry at the lowest time frame, does the shape / size / color of the candle matter to you? Or you just put a limit order in advance? I don't use limit orders to enter. I only use limit orders for when I'm selling. I market order into every entry pretty much. Because I'm always waiting for a candle closure through a fair value gap to create an inverse fair value gap. So color doesn't matter because it's just like bullish or bearish. Just depends on what bias I have. Color doesn't matter. Size does. And this is something that just comes with experience. It's very difficult to teach, but it's displacement when you're playing. If you're playing inverse for value gaps, like displacement is very important. And what I mean by displacement is basically like momentum. Like the momentum, how aggressive did it run through that area? That is pretty important, I would say, and something I didn't pay too much attention to in the beginning. But I do think that is very important. Like, you know, I've seen so many people take stupid losses on inverses because like you technically got the candle close, but it's just horrible displacement. Like you're not actually getting momentum. You're not really at a key area in the market, right? So I will say size matters. So would your girlfriend? Sorry, my bad. I had to say it. But it's more about like momentum too. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you it has to be a certain amount of points. You know what I mean? I don't have that. Like I don't have data on this candle needs to be a certain amount of points for me to take the inverse. It's not so much that. It's really like what it looks like when we're inversing. What does that candlestick look like? Are we aggressively running through? Are we spending much time in that fair value gap? Did it take 2 candles to run through, or did it only take 1? Did that, you know, did we have an like if this is a bullish scenario, it's like, did we have a bearish gap that we ran through and cleared completely that the size of that previous gap? Did we just clear that on this new candle up? Right? Those are a lot of things that, again, just like very hard to teach. But as you continue to trade and see like winning setups perform and see the failed setups happen, you start to get better at that, right? So that's a big thing for sure. What else did you say though? I think there was something else that I may have forgot. Shape. I mean, all candlesticks are these rectangles, so that doesn't matter. Like something. This is super simple. This is super simple. It would be like I've personally taken so many losses on inverses where you're trying to take an inversion and the wick on the candle that like ran through that gap, the wick itself is bigger than the freaking body of the candle. Right? To me, that's just, this is going to be ICT terms that a lot of people don't know, but to me, that's just a giant rejection block. Like it's not even an inversion anymore. If the wick is bigger than the damn body of the candle that I'm trying to use as my entry, like it just doesn't make sense. There's clearly no real displacement on that move. What it's really showing me is this is just a rejection block, which a rejection block is super easy, guys. A rejection block is this. Like it's so easy. It's this. It's the wick. It's a giant wick that reversed the market. Treat it as a fair value gap. That is called a rejection block. Simple. Super simple. So there's been plenty of times where like I've looked at my journal in the past. I've lost trades where it's just that precisely, right? Stupid things like that. My wick is bigger than yours. You want to make a bet, Boris?
I am back. I'm just eating real fast.
No worries. You good? The girth of the candlestick matters too, bro. According to Will in his new candlesticks.
Bro, the
that
girth
he's using.
candlesticks were crazy.
Bro, the girth candlesticks go crazy. Hey, what's up, Wilson? Yeah, all the guys on here are killing it in trading. All a little bit different styles, though. Like, that's why I'm just up here sharing while Emp is eating as well. My style is quite different than pretty much everybody on the panel, but this is what I do. If you want to see more in depth, too, I made a video on YouTube on the video section of the channel. Don't get them started about video games. Jordan gives big wick energy. No, unfortunately, it's smaller than my pinky, so. Life just deals you bad cards sometimes, you know. Imagine, bro. Imagine that shit. Yeah, nothing for me today, guys. Didn't take anything. Do I even have my executions on so you can see if I'm lying or not? Yes, you can see my executions are on. No trades. In normal trading days, what's your stop loss and TP points on average for micro? I know that question's for Ryan. He's eating, and I'm sure he'll answer it when he's back. But I'll give him my perspective. I know, like, depends on the style that you're trading. Some people will come in and say, you know, volatility's this. On every trade, I'm going to risk 20 points or I'm going to risk 30 points. And you can do that. I think you got to experiment a little bit and find out what works for you. But for me, like you guys have probably noticed, like I'm never taking a short just like, oh, we have a level, let me grab long. Or like, oh, we have a level here, let me grab short. Right? I'm waiting for structure to form first and then that inversion. So what does that mean? That means I have very clear areas on where my stop loss needs to be after I see an entry. Right? Like for instance, this isn't something I took today. But if I'm trying to take this inversion, right? If I'm trying to take longs after we close above this, where's my stop loss clearly going to be? Either at the body candle this low or like this low, right? Because this is the last low that the market made. That is where my stop is going to be. We have structure that the market has built for me to go off of for my stop loss. That might be 101 points. That might be 78 points. That might be 30 points sometimes. And so that's where I use a futures calculator. I'm always risking about the same amount of dollars per account that I'm trading. And I'm always just looking to risk that, right? Doesn't matter how many contracts it could be. I'm risking, you know, if I'm risking 20 points, then yeah, I can take 10 contracts on this trade. But if I was risking 40, I got to go half because I'm looking to risk the same dollar amount. So my stop loss is completely different on every trade because of volatility, right? Because what's always changing? Volatility is always changing. The second you get used to using a 20-point stop, VIX runs and we get to 25 and we're moving 100 points and 2 candlesticks. Can't use a 20-point stop, right? So I let the market dictate my stop loss completely every trade. Market volatility will determine my sizing for the day, but it might be different for everybody. There's so many ways to skin a cat in this market, and like, if let's say you have really high quality levels that like you've back tested and, you know, 70 to 80% of the time, you know, you're going to get a big ass reaction off that level right away. Well, then, yeah. If you're sitting there and you have back-tested data, you're like, this shit works majority of the time. The times that it doesn't, we don't get a strong reaction off of it. So that means, you know, you can look at the points there and look at the back test and say, okay, well, majority of the time, we only drop like 20, maybe 30 points below that level before trying to reverse. So I'm going to use my stop as about 30, 35 points, right? And you can do that. It's just not something that ever worked for me personally. I never found consistency with it. I need to, I can't just like randomly place my stop like that. I have to have structure that tells me where to put it. But that's because of the trader I am. Not everybody's like that. So I hope that makes sense.
Soup. Yes, sir. We will be streaming FOMC live right here. 47 minutes from now, we'll get the rate decision, excuse me, which is just a readout. And then an hour and 17 minutes from now, Jerome Powell will walk out. He'll take the stage. I will have full live video and audio right here on the screen. And we'll have traders here reacting, taking some trades. And we'll watch the stock market reaction to everything too.
Yes, sir.
And
I probably won't be trading. I left room in case I saw something during FOMC that I really like. But as you guys know, FOMC is not really my forte. So, oh, he got the pura multa?
Pura months. They were the same prices. I was like, what?
Oh!
All right. We like to have fun around here too, guys.
Yeah, we do.
I'm
Yeah,
up
we do.
nicely, 2 winning trades. One from last night, one from this morning. That's all I've done. Probably would have taken a trade if we could have actually broke down right here, but we still have not really broken down. You can see that it's trying. There, we do have some closures underneath, but we're still not really breaking down.
No.
And Jordan did a good job talking about some of the context for today.
Not an easy day if you're out there trading, so don't beat yourself up, guys. Like I haven't traded. I took one trade yesterday, break even. Rest of the week, I haven't taken a single setup.
Well, this week is a known.
Sometimes.
This is a known consolidation time for multiple reasons. I went over earlier on the stream. Huge ripper to the upside on the daily, multiple days, record historic upside run. Needs to cool off, needs to consolidate, and you have major binary events coming this afternoon. What do you think was going to happen Monday, Tuesday, into today?
Yeah. Especially Monday was so easy to call too. Monday, no news. Beginning of FOMC week. It's like no volume in the market. No economic data. We barely had any like headlines going out.
Monday to me was super clear because you had a
I was just guaranteed chop day.
You had a multi-day breakout, back test, and push into price discovery. Tuesday, you had acceptance back in. You had rejection at the highs of the acceptance back in. And then you had follow through to the point of control. You held, and you've been box to box since then.
Yeah.
Box to box to box to box to box to box to box.
Frontal lobe maxing. Yeah, I'm trying to do that too.
Whoa. For me, Monday was one of the cleanest trading days, just easy. Actually,
Really?
yesterday morning was,
that was a
Monday.
shop fest. I didn't do shit.
Monday, I took a long.
But I know you like your range days, so it doesn't really surprise me.
Well, no, but I took a long and I wrote a trend. So let's see. Here's Monday. I got long somewhere in here, and I wrote it all afternoon. And the confluence, and actually I think I took a second long here. And the confluence was what I just showed on the SPY chart, which I think is clear as day. Let me go back to there, right there. Resistance, 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 breakthrough, and hold above. Back test is, this is Monday. So if you just look at the range break, Monday, so we broke out on Friday. Monday we came back in, touched it, put in a big bottom wick, buyers immediately present. And look what we did for the next 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Ticker Tap said, I'm always wondering when you guys say you break even on a trade, does this mean you're out trade break even? So when I'm in a trade, if I say like I'm going break even, that just means I'm moving my stop to break even. But yeah, when I say like, oh, I got break even on this trade, that means I got stopped at break even. Which
yeah, I'm either
like,
trying to get out break even.
Yeah.
Sometimes if the trade starts to invalidate, like I'm looking for my support to turn in resistance, just come back test it and just get me out of a trade. But a lot of times, because I trim, trade goes 30, 40 points in my favor. I'm going to trim, take some profit, de-risk the trade a little bit. And then I'm going to go to a break-even stop, because if it comes back and visits again, a lot of times I don't want it to visit again. I want it to react off that point. But it's different scenario to scenario. But usually you hear me trim once, and if I get a second trim, I'm stop break-even or stop in profit. But it's situational.
Monday made my whole week. Well, shit, good to hear it.
There's a lot of
not for me, but I'm glad to hear it did for somebody else.
There's a lot of like headline exhaustion in the market. I mean, my take is that people are staying long oil because the main route for 20% of the world's oil is closed off. But they're still going to be long the market. They're still going to be long the AI revolution that's happening. Don't want to miss out on that. Stay hedged with long on oil. Vlad, appreciate the kind words here.
Bury your channel.
Your last name is Mooses. Shouldn't it be shouldn't it be Meese?
Meese? Mooses. I don't know.
What's the plural of moose?
Good thing I'm not an English teacher. Fuck.
I think the plural of moose is meese. Let's see. Oh, whoa, are we getting a headline? Headline.
Oh. Moosin. Meese. Moose. It's just moose.
Trump.
Imagine. What's Pete's too? I don't know what
Trump
Pete's
had
are.
a hold on, Jordan.
Sorry.
Trump and Putin had a call for over an hour and a half. Hold on. They're talking about Iran. They're talking about nuclear. They're talking about Ukraine. There's a ton of notes coming out on this. I can't regurgitate every bit of this.
I'm pretty sure Vlad longed like 300s on NQ today. Still probably in. Might be what happened.
Yeah, sorry.
Might be why
I was trying to check that headline. Trump and Putin had a good call, though, apparently. Over an hour and a half. Talked about a lot of different things. They said it was a very good call.
We're asking AI still what the plural of moose is. One moose, two moose, not meese.
No, it's not meese. But it's also not mooses.
It's
right,
just
we're
moose.
all wrong. So we're all
the
idiots
plural
here.
of moose is moose.
Vlad, you can join the stream. We're all idiots here. I knew it wasn't meese, by the way.
Should be on X, not YouTube streaming. We are on both.
Tony, we are literally, you're on X watching
He's
the
on
stream
X
right now. What is going on, chat? What is happening to chat? First off, Tony, you're on X. It's
Shout out,
literally going to
Tony.
both. It's going to 4 different
Tony's
places
just trying to
here.
make sure he can watch as much as he wishes. I love it. I love it.
Number 2, YouTube Premium, sir.
Shit.
Comes with YouTube Music. You get music too. I don't know. I've had YouTube Premium for 5+ years.
I've never had YouTube.
And honestly, the X live stream is so glitchy and the chat's so glitchy. I'd much rather have the YouTube chat.
Guys are lagging on MySpace. We should be live on MySpace.
Damn it. I've lost my login to MySpace, so.
Dude, I wish I still remembered my login to MySpace. Gosh. I would love to go look at my page.
Yeah, I think we're gonna try to get on just like basic cable soon. There's rabbit ears. That way anybody can, you know, just put some aluminum foil on the rabbit ears, plug it into your TV. Just pick us up. We'll just see if we can get on like PBS or something. Are they raising your price on YouTube Premium? Yeah. Extra $2 a month.
Yeah,
Might
call
break
in $6.99 a month. You get a little something extra with my NQ daily bias every day. You know, a little something extra.
69 what? How did Jordan have a MySpace? Wasn't it done by the time he was old?
No, I was really young when I was on MySpace because my brother had it, and my brother's older, and he was like influenced me on it. So I got on there too. I was super young. Me and my buddies would all just save our favorite music on there too, though, and like share it with each other. MySpace.
Yeah,
was
Tony, that
dope,
makes
bro.
Tony, that makes sense. That's why we put it on both in the afternoons. YouTube is just a much better platform for streaming, the live chat, all the features and stuff. But there are people on X that want to just close their phone and listen. But there's also a lot of people that, you know, while they're at work, while they're in their office, whatever, they're pulling it up on a second monitor, trading on one, watching it on the other, or just putting on a different Chrome tab and listening. There we go.
Starfish pics, bro. I'd just be like this, bro. Liquidity sweep, and I'm just like this, fucking straight naked, bro. What happened? I've got rugged again. It's cooked. And he's back.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, rejection. Really, nothing's gonna happen. Even when the rate decision comes out here in a little bit, and I read it to you guys, there won't be anything really happening until possibly the Q&A.
Boris changed his name to Boris_IQ 300. I love it.
All right, I do need to get. Well, I got plenty of time. After the rate decision comes out, I'll get all the stuff pulled up for the stream. What time are the reports? Amazon expected 1 minute after the bell. Microsoft 5 minutes after the.
Oh my goodness.
Crashing.
There he is.
The whole restream's just crashing. Casey just disappeared too.
Yeah.
Actually, it's Casey's fault when he came back. It just.
Here he is.
I tuned back in. I saw Emp started to talk, and all of a sudden he got rugged.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
My bad. I had to change my mic. I didn't know it was going to rug your whole system.
Microsoft, Meta, both 5 minutes after the bell. Google, 3 minutes after the bell. Amazon, 1 minute after the bell. Based on historic precedents, it's not exact times.
It's a big wick.
Righty, time to turn the charts back on again.
Oh, he's back.
He's back.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Let's see.
Oh my goodness, this guy getting rugged. Like he's doing a speed test right now. Motherfucker said I need to do the speed test.
Yeah, we're back in the opening range. We're up, what, 60 points, 70 points nearly?
Bro, your upload speed is ridiculously good.
No, that was slow.
I want you to know, like, anything over 60 upload speed is good. Download speed is a little eh.
A little dude. I'm pulling 400 download.
Yeah, that's... You could pull 1,000. This is where this shit's good. This is great. 180, bro? Cooking. I used to run my high definition stream in like 40 upload speed.
Yeah.
Oh, it's at 80. Oh my goodness, he's gone again. Dude.
You guys are lucky with your great internet.
No way this is real.
I think I barely get 100.
I get a lot now that I'm out in Puerto Rico for some reason.
Okay, I'm just going to reset.
Yeah. LR to run.
Goodness. ES holding the same darn level.
Still have equal highs at Asia. Relative equal highs. All this low resistance liquidity.
Yeah. We got what, 30
Just
minutes?
need to run through this 15 minute.
In the middle.
We're not trading strong in this.
Dude, at least give us down to like 100.
Do you ever rent videos at Blockbuster? Absolutely. What a time. That was such a good time in our world. And you could still go to Blockbuster and just rent a game.
Remember Netflix movies used to come in the mail?
Netflix movies used to come in the mail?
Yeah.
I didn't use Netflix until like later on, to be honest. So
If I'm not mistaken, like when you would rent the Netflix, it would come in a freaking red and white little paper
that's lit.
package, and you would, I have to rent it. Dude, there was another one that was called. Oh, this is a crazy candle. Look at this wick. Popped up quick. There's
Yeah,
another one called like
bulls.
Fly something or something Fly. You could rent games and shit, and it would come in the mail.
All right.
There's the volume. All right, now there's volume behind it on SPY.
Yeah, if we want to run all these highs, gotta get over 231.
It's another failed breakdown on ES, right?
There's absolutely no way they push this right back up, right?
Are you long?
That's actually the most probably the most probable possible thing.
I'll be back.
Are you long or short, Rizza?
I'm short.
Short. And we're sitting in a squeeze on Qs on the 5, 15, and 30. SPY has a squeeze on the 5 minute, 1 hour, and 4 hour. I'd say none of these fired until after FOMC.
Oh, dude, red box? What is it? Did I miss a red box?
Look, now we're fucked. They're both God.
Dude, Restream, it's Restream, dude. Restream is just bugging me. The music's all glitched out now.
Oh yeah, Redbox, yeah. Go to a Redbox machine, get the little disc.
Oil is crashing is an interesting way to put it. It's up 6.5% today and pulled it back 1%.
Well, I mean, with it coming down, it's just going to inherently bid equities.
Send it. AMD up 3%. Walmart new high of day. Costco new high of day. Everything that was weak is recovering, except for Nvidia. And well, I mean, Hood's its own problem. Double miss. Oh, I'm ready for some action. We're still at least an hour out. OPEC Plus likely to agree oil output quota hike at Sunday meeting without the UAE, per sources. That's the headline you guys are talking about in the chat. We're getting pretty close to oil coming down like 15% again. But it's going to take some type of ceasefire deal for that to happen. Ooh, calling a little neck fan, ready for the Indy 500. So OPEC's basically just replacing the production that UAE is going to pull out of it, so that's no change. There's spies in the box again, the lower box. 15-minute actually didn't look bad though. You just rebalance the middle, right, Rizzo? Why would it go anywhere?
Literally every name in my portfolio and my watch is like red, and we're still fucking green on NQ.
I don't know. Cheers to that. Checo Perez. Or does SPY just get stuffed here?
I really hope it does.
Take a little short. What?
I don't know why they're so adamant about holding this freaking level. Let's trade down to like 7,100 SPX. 30 points lower.
Guys, we got 420 people here. We break 500 today. I'm going to give away some accounts. Be a friend, tell a friend. What do we got right now? Like 420? 402?
That 30-minute trend line still holding on Qs. From yesterday's low to this morning's low and bounced at 12:30.
EQ looks good, actually.
Mm-hmm. Evening Star hourly QQQ.
Also, Code Wolf,
no.
best discount at your favorite prop firm, Tradify, Lucid, My Funded Futures. If you're an options trader, Vanquish. If you feel like you have to trade this afternoon, you could just go get 40% off an account. Trade that instead.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Where do you guys trade? What do you mean by where? We trade right here.
Nokia. New. Ha.
You're asking me what
do
we trade?
Am I 100% yet? Oh my god, they're at 92. It's because of theta.
You gotta go way back on Nokia to find this level. Right, you're like $12 to $12.50. Huge zone from the first decade of the 2000s. That's wild. Smart. You don't have to trade. Don't have to trade. I would love for this thing to break down so I could get long from lower and then try to.
Oh, look, it was a short. Look at that.
Would love for it to come down here. Fill this gap that we left the other day. Or SPX got a clean view of it. Fill this gap right here. Maybe touch 7,100. your long shot, try to ride it all the way back up.
I know I'm short right now, but like, yeah, ES 7120s. I don't mind being a buyer.
And honestly, if we see low 900s on NQ, maybe even 860s. Or 830, big point of control shelf down there.
I'd even be willing to do it at 100 flat.
Yo, shout out Robert, who's up like almost 80 grand today on Nokia calls. As fucking
Flat
wild.
out.
Dude, as wild. Here, let me tag you in. Look.
What's everyone's experience using prop firms? I mean, I hear mostly good experiences. The people that complain are usually the people that just suck at trading. It's never their own fault, right? It's always somebody else's fault. This is a good reminder too, Keegan. Certain prop firms do not let you trade news. Some do. I think most of them do these days, but some still don't. Just make sure you double check the rules if you're trading on a prop firm.
Oh, you're gonna exercise them?
Casey called out the Nokia flow yesterday. Big flow, unusual flow on a chart that's breaking out super bullish. If I had to guess before he answers, that's what I would say.
Here
you go.
I mean, I chase this thing just because one, it's almost like a fucking meme stock. There was flow on 10s and 10.5s.
So they partner with NVIDIA and they are doing stuff, but then the chart is just, it's up, consolidate, up.
Yeah.
Bullish chart.
So yesterday I got the move upside, that nice candle. And then going into the close, they started rolling their contracts of those 10 and 10.5s to 12s and then also 15s for July. And I was like, all right, well, I'm going to go ahead and jump on this wave then. So I didn't buy the 15s for July. I bought those 12s for June. And I can go check the flow right now, see if anything else has came in. Let's see.
Damn, party at Robert's yacht. Good God. What a trade. I just saw it in the Discord.
Oh, Robert's Nokia?
Yeah.
He said he's going to exercise those options and take all the shares. So I'll take him at, what, 7 and 10? He said it did it with Intel too. It's insane.
Oh, chop, chop, chop. 14 minutes until the announcement that we are not cutting rates.
Right. We all know what they're kind of saying.
If you're new here, I do have live squawk in my right ear right now. I had to think about which ear my other headphone was in. As they read it out to me, as fast as it comes out off the headline, I will regurgitate it back to you guys, dig in a little bit deeper as I find the full post. And then we'll wait another 30 minutes for Jerome Powell. Last Jerome Powell meeting. Oh, nostalgic, honestly. Did Nokia come out with a new flip phone? What do you think about AMD? So if you would have asked me 3 weeks ago, I probably would have told you, hey, this seems like pretty good chart structure consolidation. The 200-day, this red line right here, is catching up to price. It's holding it in a big consolidation above all previous value. And then obviously the market went on a crazy run. The market also realized across a lot of metrics that there's still a major AI bottleneck. AI hardware is the current hot theme in the market. Intel reported, and on Intel's report, you got even this move, even crazier. But if you ask me about it here, what do you want me to tell you? This stock just went up 65%. I mean, you can buy it up here if you want. It may go higher, but from a chart perspective, technical perspective, it's not good risk reward either way. You don't short it. There's no way you short it. You wait for it to consolidate again, or you wait for it to backtest. Will the market pull back with no? I don't think the market pulls back with no rate cut. There's no there's no shock factor there. The market's not pricing in looking for rates to be cut right now. Here, I'll pull up the Fed Watch tool.
Ooh, big stick. Oh! They just popped that stick on SPY. Oh, pushing back up.
We're actually going to trade on my cost basis.
I tried to wake you up twice.
Just call.
I don't have a headline.
See one either.
Instead of AMD, whoever asked that question, look at CoreWeave. So look at that move that Amp was just talking about. I think it was on the daily chart, and it showed that that base, right? And it kept holding, and then it started to get that move up, and then it got the breakout. CoreWeave right now on your daily and weekly can potentially set up something very similar, and it has not obviously gotten the big breakout yet. So keep that one on watch. Weekly right now is closing, I believe, a green hammer. Daily looks decent on the retest and pop back up. So I'm watching that one.
Yeah, I like from a structure point, I like this. There are some questions around data center stuff right now, but CoreWeave is one of the favorite names. I mean, this thing IPO'd, and I mean, IPOs typically die off, and this is one of the few IPOs that has consolidated above IPO price. All it did was backtest IPO high from that first week. This chart structure does look really good though.
I think there's more risk to reward looking at a setup and name like this versus worrying about AMD now.
Yeah, and that's what
provide more opportunity.
Net's another one.
Just be careful on the options for that one. That one's freaking sucks.
Net or now?
Net's worse than now.
So net, this one you had a big uptrend, you reset values, and you've consolidated pretty nicely here. You've just reclaimed everything. All of your moving averages are squeezed together, which tells me price is probably pretty squeezed together. You kind of have this little trend. That could get a nice breakout at some point too. 9 minutes.
Got a little bit more continuation. That's previous day high retest right there on
We
Qs.
have 9 minutes until the FOMC rate decision. 9 minutes.
What I've been saying the past few days is I think FOMC is just going to be muted. A choppy day. I mean, so far it has been. I think the same thing even after 2 and 2:30. Maybe a 100-point move up or down, but there's just too many earnings after market. Every time we've had a FOMC on a day with too many big earnings, it just has been muted.
Mm-hmm.
I can hear you, but I can barely hear you. Pentagon to send Ford carrier home from the Middle East per Washington Post.
Just send PayPal back to like $60.
PayPal sucks.
Dude, PayPal is doing great.
I use PayPal all the time.
That's what, like I'm saying, PayPal is still relevant. That dip down there to 40 was a gift. I received the gift. I haven't opened it yet. So eventually I'm going to open up the gift, and it's either going to be a pile of shit inside of it or a stack of money. We don't know yet. But I've received the box.
Yeah, I know. PayPal has been so beaten down, and their earnings have continued to grow. I don't know. It's so crazy.
For me, I think that dip down there, like I mean, if you look on the weekly chart, it's literally trading at the bottom. Like, I don't know. Adding it into the long term down there and just leaving it, I think is fantastic. And then if you have enough shares to sell premium on it, fucking do it for extra cash. But I mean, I still like it because PayPal's still very relevant.
I think they're going to go out of business.
I think they get bought out.
Or that. But I feel like you could just recreate what they have. The only reason they get bought out is for user base.
Yeah.
Well, like most of your banks already have like Zelle and like better options than even PayPal. I use PayPal all the time, but that's why I'm like, don't short it to the ground.
There you go, previous day high rejection. Bring it down a little bit. What we got? Oh, we got 5 minutes.
Starlink revenue fell. Starlink revenue fell some type of large percentage while they 4x their users. Hey!
Tell him.
That ain't Em speaking. That's Ryan.
Damn right.
Hey! Where is that picking up from?
Peekaboo.
Oh.
Oh, I thought it was tomorrow. Oh shit.
I've been talking into my mic and it's connected to my MacBook the whole time.
Wait, talk?
5 minutes until FOMC.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Yes, you were.
Like, how am I muted here and I'm yelling and I can still hear it?
Oi!
Hey!
What
the hell going on
His
out
friends
there?
growing up, he lived down the street from me. That's what his dad always.
Dude, that's what my
What
dad did too. He'd fucking be like, oh! Every time he tried to get my attention.
I remember my pawpaw back in the day too. He'd just be like, eh. He had like a cattle farm or whatever.
Yeah.
That's how he'd herd cattle the same way he'd shut up his grandkids. Hey.
That shit's so funny.
Well, As predicted, we're right in the middle as we come into the announcement.
Evan's about to hit 800,000 followers today.
Trump
Fucking
is
go.
going to meet with the astronauts from Artemis 2 at the White House.
Ooh.
Is he going to try to one-up Powell? Ooh, I forgot about that. He may one-up Powell right before the thing.
For Pow Dowdy's last fun.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
The last hurrah.
If it's a blue tie, short the market.
What if it's red?
Also short the market. Anything other than purple, short the market.
Anything other than purple. Got it.
Yeah, AMD new high today. Nvidia
They going to
chilling
zero.
at the low. Tesla doing nothing. Wow, Amazon came all the way back to 260 now. Good bounce.
It was a big moon, a beautiful moon. I see it every night from Mar-a-Lago. I said I could build a rocket, but Elon does it better than I. Smart guy. Brilliant guy, Elon Musk. Too late, pal. He's not going to lower. Dude, if he came out in a bow tie, though.
Oh, bullish, bro. We're going to the moon.
Bro, Keegan might be onto something here.
He comes out in a purple bow tie. We're mooning.
What if he came out wearing like Hawaiian clothes that you would wear like to go on vacation?
Just got the bucket hat on.
Yeah.
Bro, you know people would buy that shit.
Oh, do a bolo too. A bolo would be sick. The Phillip Rivers style. Dude, I'd throw some cons long if I saw a bolo.
If he came out in a freaking bolo tie and a freaking cowboy hat, and to top it all off, he's wearing assless chaps, but you don't know until he turns around and walks off the stage. That would be incredible.
Almost time for step 1. Or step 2, I guess, of my trade plan.
We held by
This is
the
not
dip.
brought to you by Zim, but it should be. It should be. This part of the show right here should be sponsored by Zimbabwe
Oh, I got the black cherries again.
and Modelo. We'd give them a kick-ass commercial on how not to lose money on FOMC. It's blinky time.
All right, get ready.
Colin. Colin
go.
out here taking blinkers before FOMC. It's fucking.
I got market
Alright, 5
orders
seconds.
ready.
All right, here we go.
Massive
Doing
$3
this.
red.
Massive.
Unchanged.
Oh,
As expected.
unchanged.
No, really?
What? No.
Oh, shh.
The fuck.
No signal
man.
for when it does change. High level of uncertainty despite Middle East developments. Job gains have remained low. Unemployment rate little changed. $11-1 was the vote. Murin was the only one that dissented. All other 11 members were in support of holding.
I just covered a short. Jesus.
They took out some wording of easing bias.
Holy shit. There's a massive spider in my kitchen.
Committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information for the economic outlook. Committee's assessment will take into account a wide range of information, including inflation pressures and internal developments. This is their full statement. They still want to return to the 2% objective. Committee is strongly committed to supporting maximum employment and returning to 2%. That is... There were essentially 4 dissents, but it was around more of the wording than the actual decision. 3 presidents wanted to ditch the easing bias, and then Moran was the only one that dissented for the rate cut. The last time you had 4 dissents where they weren't in unison was 1992.
Let me tell you, I just killed a monstrous spider in my kitchen.
One time there was a scorpion in my kitchen.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
In California.
That's crazy.
Interesting.
Here's
I
the
almost
full
stepped on it.
statement. I can't zoom in anymore. That's the full statement.
All right.
I wasn't even
Over. Oh, I could have held that a little bit longer. Motherfucker.
Entropy. No, that's not even Reese. Reese is gone. He's at the Padres game. Entropy's out here just hating to hate. You can hate on me. I need some more haters this year. Trying to get my numbers up by summer. What does Maple and Knots always say? First move's the wrong one.
Mm-hmm.
So we flying later.
Could be. Oh. They didn't like that comment. They fucking shut your ass up real quick.
Update. Restream decided we are not flying.
So no one dissented on the decision?
Yes.
It dissents on the statement?
Moran dissented on the cut, of course, obviously. And 3 people dissented on the statement. So
that's odd.
Yes and no. It's better than like a couple times ago. There were multiple dissents for the first time, but the dissent was around the easing bias, that they no longer want to say that they're easing. Entropy. What is it? Entropy? I'm going to call you entropy. Entropía.
Entropía.
Mama mis huevos. Was this a nothing? It's always a nothing burger when they're expected not to cut and they don't cut. That's always a nothing burger. And when Powell comes out, he's going to say the same stuff he always says. And then you get a Q&A. And during the Q&A is when he might get off script slightly and say something that moves the market. It's been the same thing every FOMC for years. Oh, let's go. Michael, Mikey, Miguel, Michelle, Michaela. Free Firehouse sub on May 6th. Heavy D just coming in clutch right here. Anybody name you guys know a Michael. Still his ID. Go to Firehouse. Get the beef and cheddar brisket. It's the best sandwich there.
Oh, dude, I was just about to tell him to get the brisket and cheddar
A
one.
beef and cheddar brisket, dude. That is a
God,
dude, that's my favorite sandwich of all the sandwich places.
Yes, it is. 100%. Get that smokehouse brisket, cheddar, that sweet baby Ray's barbecue sauce on it. Shit's bussin'.
Bussin'.
I think that's the only sandwich I've ever gotten every time I go to Firehouse. I never steer away from it.
Do you guys own bottle openers? I don't own bottle openers. I always open up with a knife or a fork or a
I usually use a
keychain.
knife or lighter.
I think I got 2 bottle openers somewhere.
I have them somewhere.
Or another bottle.
Another bottle upside down. Yeah, classic. Or like I don't ever do the table thing anymore because one time I hit a table and it cracked.
Yeah.
A lighter's a good one. Yeah.
All right, previous day low. Is it a buy?
Lighter.
Oh, it's
Probably.
buy. Yes, we just hit the buy the dip spot.
Well, they got a 20-point pop on NDX there.
I thought so, Colin.
Just knife it
Guys,
on.
we have 475 people in the Wolf Trading live stream right now. We break 500. I'm giving away an account for sure. Maybe 2.
Let's go.
I'll give away a couple Lucid accounts today.
Let's go.
Shout out Lucid. Use code WOLF, 40% off. Check all the terms, of course, of the actual deal, but Lucid, code WOLF. Flex, Pro, some great different plans.
Hey, Riz, you still not? What are you doing?
Short.
He is
You're
balls
short?
deep short from this morning.
He's
Nice.
very short.
Yeah, 260s. I don't know
Beautiful.
why margin's still freaking 9100 though.
Because there's 4 of the top 5 companies in the world reporting in 2 hours.
There you go. There you go.
There you go. SPY at low of day. IWM new lows. Apple coming in some.
I will try a long down on the gap fill for SPX and 7100 whole number.
NVIDIA just broke previous day low as well. That's weaker. It's been weaker all day. Does this mean when Jerome Powell comes out, it's a buy?
Do we know if Powell is staying on the board after his camera's up?
He is supposed to be.
Okay.
And since they dropped the investigation thing on him, I'm assuming he will.
God, look at those candles. WM. Saw another headline about 6 Iranian crew members. Where is it at? So many notifications.
Rizzo, I'm guessing you got somewhere in the 150, 160 range?
What? Where I get out?
For short? Where'd you short?
264 average.
Oh, from last night?
No,
oh, sorry. I was looking at
this
NDX.
afternoon.
My fault. Yeah.
Just filled the gap.
Very nice.
Come on. Just went down to 100.
I hit a little long on ES.
Yeah, we just filled the gap on SPY and SPX.
Yeah. Just looking for a little pop up.
I'd like to see ES trade 20s.
But the headline was 6 Iranian crew members of the Iranian flagged container ship Tuska? Did I pronounce it? Were freed after a seizure by the United States. 22 Iranians are still held.
Look at this line I drew on my chart on SPY. Just whoop. Magic. Look at that. It's magic.
Oh, 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 it's magic. You know. CVS? What's going on with CVS? Ooh, having a day over there. What a chart. What a freaking chart. Oh. All right. Trimmed. Boom. Out half.
Beautiful spot to long.
Yeah. Stop at entry on ES.
All right, margins down to 6,000. I can maybe short some more on ES.
Dude, CVS looks explosive right now on the weekly and the monthly. Oh my gosh. I think she wants to go.
Of course, this is let me try this actually. Not a bad idea. What's the corn doing today, guys? Oh, Bitcoin just dying. Look at the weekly 21 EMA, by the way. Right there, tweezer top. Boom, weekly 20 EMA. Schmacked. 79.5 equal highs. Schmacked.
Let me check the flow on it.
There we go. Pop it.
There we go.
Pop it.
Come on. A little bit higher. 709.25 SPY.
Get back to previous days low.
Yeah. If it reclaims that, just go back to EMAs. Let's see. CVS. Oh, yeah. There is some flow on this one. $90 calls for 618.
I got a trim right there, 200 on NQ.
There you go. Order executed.
All right, ES just needs to not reclaim this like 46, 48 range.
Somebody knows something.
Pinky is just range bound within today's range.
And but not anymore. It's really strong.
Trump
and you know
too.
what they do. One of the things they do that's so important is for our military offense and defense. And a lot of people say, well, is it worth it? It's really worth it because what's happened militarily, you see what we're doing militarily, a lot of that comes from space. So it's been pretty great. Good question. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two questions for you. First, on the topic of space, do you have an update on the UFO files and what might be, when we're going to be seeing those?
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future for some reason.
All right, Trent.
And I guess it's just a reason.
No, give me 213.
It's been in the minds of people for a long time. And that is such, they want to find out about the UFOs.
Don't stop at the 9.
And anything having to do with UFO or related material. And we're going to be releasing a lot of things from that we have. And I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. I've interviewed people, my first term primarily, but I interviewed some pilots,
Told you guys
very
were
solid
along.
people. And they said they saw things that you wouldn't believe. So you're going to be reading about it. Yes.
Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Putin not too long ago. Did you talk to him about
today?
Did you talk to him about the
Just got to get it 213.
Yes, yes,
I didn't talk
yes.
about space. No, I talked about
Let's go,
Ukraine.
Imp. Look at this long,
And I
baby.
talked a little bit about Iran.
What we do?
I talked about a few
Oh,
things,
there we go.
especially about
Short
Ukraine.
ES is up
And we
against
had a very good
48.
conversation.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna
runners
come up
only
with a
now.
solution relatively quickly. I hope.
what does he want?
I think he'd like to see a solution.
Here's
I can
that.
tell you, and that's good.
What does he want to have in the Iran situation?
He told me he'd like to be involved with the enrichment. if he can help us
10
get
points
it.
on
I
ES.
said I'd much rather
Nice
have you be
bounce.
involved with ending the war with Ukraine. To me, that would be more important because we're gonna have that. Look, we're not gonna let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force.
Look, we were
we've
just
knocked
talking
out
about it.
Their anti-aircraft,
MBIS. Everybody
everything, apparatus, everything.
No,
they have.
no,
They
PayPal.
have
Go to PayPal 5
very little
minutes.
left, and they have some missiles.
What the fuck?
A small percentage. They have a small percentage
That's a
of
headline,
missile
but it's really
making
not that big a move. Look at
facilities.
Maybe
We
it's
knocked
flat.
out about 80%
What
of them.
the
rest
shit?
could come very quickly if we don't make a deal.
Crazy strong move on
They're
that.
not going to have a nuclear weapon. They know it, and just about everybody else does. And
Spy
so we
go back
talked
to the
about that a little bit. He doesn't
What's
want
the
to
hell
have a
is CEO?
nuclear weapon either. But I had a long talk with President Putin. I suggested a little bit of a ceasefire, and I think he might do that. He might announce something. having to
PayPal
do with it. Did he
CEO
announce
It's a
it yet?
buyout.
No, but I was
Splits company into 3 segments, makes Venmo standalone.
Even if it's a
Unit
little
takeover
ceasefire,
speculation.
so many people being killed, it's so ridiculous.
Oh, we were just talking about that shit. Look at that.
In light of today's Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights
Are you
Act, do
coming
you
back
want
into the
Republican
7th
states
area
in
on
the
the
South
definitely trim
to look at
supply for long.
redrawing congressional districts before
I
the
don't think you have
midterms?
to tell me, when did the ruling come out? I've been with the astronauts, I've been with contractors.
Oh, there you go.
because we're trying to get
300%,
the ballroom
52
built
calls.
ahead of schedule. It's right on schedule. It's
Let's
ahead of
go.
schedule now. I want to keep it that way.
It came out today.
And I was also with commissioning some people, but one of David Warrington's son.
Oh,
I don't know if you know
look at
David.
this long,
Everybody knows
baby.
David. He's got
One
this
game?
incredible son. So
400%. Oh,
tell me
she's
about
going.
There's Jennifer
what
right
happened.
here.
Well,
That's the girl that
some
comes on
think the
Spaces
ruling
with us.
create more Republican-held congressional seats in the South.
That's good.
Yeah, would you
That's
want
the
them
kind of
to?
ruling I like.
Would you want them to
When
pursue
did that
that?
happen?
Well, the Supreme Court ruled on it this morning.
Really? Is that right? Tell me about the ruling.
Well, I have a question.
This is CNN fake news.
On your call with President Putin today, do you think the war in Iran ends first or the war in Ukraine?
Well, we talked more about the war in Ukraine, but he would like to be of help. I said, before you help me, I want to end your war. So we had a good talk. I've known him a long time. I think he was ready to make a deal a while ago. I think some people made it
We spoke
difficult
that
for
shit
him
into
to make
existence.
a deal. But we talked more about Ukraine.
But which war do you think ends first?
Headline for PayPal and buyout because I
That's
just
an interesting question. Coming from you, that's very interesting. Which war would end first? I don't know. Maybe they're on a similar timetable. I think Ukraine, militarily, they're defeated. Okay, you wouldn't know that by reading the fake news, but militarily, look, their Navy. So they had 159 ships. Every ship is right now underwater. Typically, that's pretty good. What do you think, Jared? I mean, it's going to be hard for them to make a naval comeback. Okay, now they have an Air Force. Every one of their planes has been shot down or has been decimated. They have missiles, about 82% are gone. And they have drones, and most of them are gone. Most of the factories are mostly gone. And we have tremendous anti-drone equipment now, between lasers and that new, very special machine gun that knocks them out of the air like flies. And we use bullets instead of $1 million, missiles to knock out a $30,000 drone. So I would say Jared would tell me that with everything you just heard, typically we're in pretty good shape. And in addition, their economy is crashing.
Business. They're talking about being
Their,
a possible buyout candidate
as you know, their money, they call it their money. They don't have a name for it. Their money is valueless.
There's
they've got inflation that nobody's ever seen before. Other than that, I think they're doing quite well. If you read the New York Times, you'd say they're doing wonderfully because it's fake news. Or if you watch CNN, I mean, you cover it all the time. You think they're doing well. Do you think they're doing well where they have no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft apparatus, other than what they may have put there? They may have brought in some light stuff during the ceasefire, and we know exactly where it is, so it'll be knocked out within the first 15 minutes.
I wouldn't mind holding it for longer, but I think you get a second
27
chance.
to 80 on the PayPal calls.
Well,
Jesus.
it came out this morning, but basically very much narrows the Voting Rights Act.
Was it
and
considered a win for
a win for Republicans?
I love it.
Absolutely. But my question.
This is a very good. We can end this conversation. I want to read it.
492 people in the live stream on Wolf Trading.
some Republican
500, I'll give away an
governors
account. I'll probably give away 2
responded
accounts
to what
today.
they're gonna do. I guess early voting.
500, I'm going to give away an account.
Republican governors.
Get Lucid.
Early voting begins
I'll give away a
Saturday
50K account.
there,
How about
for
that?
instance. Should they redraw the map in the next couple
I
of
would.
months?
I mean, it depends. I mean, some states don't need to redraw, and some do. I mean, I know what the concept of the rule. I just haven't seen the result. Yeah, I would say generally, I would think that they would want to do it. Some are greatly helped, and some didn't make much difference. Yeah, I would say they have time to do it. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr.
I'll give
President.
away- I'll give away
There's a lot of
50K
drama
Lucid
on the
Pro.
House floor today. Several bills were stalled, and a rule
Lucid
to
Pro,
allow
Lucid
the
Flex,
House
what do you guys
to
like better?
suspension over the Farm Bill. Do you think that we
Flex.
need to get more involved legislatively on Capitol Hill?
Well, we want the farm bill. The Democrats don't. We want security. Okay, we need security. We want security. The Democrats don't think we need security. They actually do, but they suffer greatly from Trump derangement syndrome.
50K eval right here.
Like at levels that nobody's ever seen. They're sick people. There's something wrong with them. They don't want to pay anybody for security. They don't like ICE. They don't like Border Patrol people. They don't like the people that keep us safe. You know, when they ran this, they let 25 million people into our country, and many of those people were from prisons. They were from mental institutions, drug dealers, murderers. 11,888 murders, half of whom committed more than one murder. They think that was fine. I happen to like law enforcement. They essentially want to defund law enforcement, and I don't think the public's going to let them get away with it. You know, we got it all approved in the great big beautiful bill, and they want to renegotiate. We don't like that. Yeah.
Mr. President, the King's speech that he made to Congress, he spoke strongly, forcefully about the necessity for a strong NATO alliance. He also spoke about the necessity to continue to support Ukraine. Did his speech in any way change your thinking on either of those issues?
Well, you have to understand, my thinking is, I think, exactly correct, but I was very disappointed with the fact that when we called on them to give us a little hand, we didn't need it. I actually did it just to see whether or not they'd be there. When we called on NATO to give us a hand with Ukraine, and in particular the most recent, you know, we asked them to do certain things on Ukraine, and we also wanted them to do things with Iran. And on Ukraine, they're very much involved, but they didn't do things the way we would like to see it. You know, it's been going on for a long time. And on Iran, they weren't there. As you know it better than anybody, they weren't there. The king is fantastic. We spent a lot of time together. We had a lot of talk. We talked about this also. And he loves his country, and he's a great king, and he's a great friend of mine. And I think if he were doing that, if that were up to him, he would have probably helped us with Iran. He would have followed the suggestions we made with respect to Ukraine, because, you know, we have some disagreements on Ukraine, and not having to do with NATO so much as European countries. But no, he's coming back tomorrow. We had an incredible evening last night, and he's leaving tomorrow. He's going to come back and see us before he leaves, and you know. But I think he's a phenomenal representative for his country. I think the people in the United Kingdom should be proud. I loved the speech yesterday. I watched it. I loved the speech last night. I don't know about my speech. I thought my speech was okay too, but I thought he was. I think he's an unbelievable king, and by the way, an unbelievable queen. They are a great couple.
This morning, I don't know if you were talking about the video this morning. James Comey was in court. He self-surrendered. He's now in charge a second time. This time over a social media post with seashells that said 8647. Do you really think that he was endangering your life or threatening your life with that?
Well, if anybody knows anything about crime, they know 86. You know what 86? It's a mob term for kill him. You know, you ever see the movies? 86 him. The mobster says to one of his wonderful associates, 86 him. That means kill him. It's. I think of it as a mob term. I don't know. People think of it as something having to do with disappearing, but the mob uses that term to say when they want to kill somebody, they say 86, the son of a gun. I'm trying to keep the language nice and clear. They don't use that term, son of a gun. They use another term. But that's a mob term for kill. Yeah.
But do you really think your life is in danger?
Probably. I don't know. You know, based on what I'm seeing out there, yeah.
I'm gonna move my stop up on
People
this,
like
just
Comey
blocking the
have
rest of the
created
profit.
tremendous danger, I think, for politicians and others. Comey is a dirty cop. He's a very dirty cop. He cheated on the elections. He tried to help Hillary Clinton, as you know. He dismissed a lot of things that he should have proceeded with. I wasn't involved, but he should have proceeded with. No, he's a dirty cop. He's a crooked man, yeah.
Mr. President, you just described there's been disagreement between the U.S.
There's
and
the binder.
on support for Iran. Did your visit with the king smooth that over?
2.5 minutes away.
My visit with the king
2.5
was
minutes
just-
from
It
Jerome
was
Powell.
extraordinary. I mean, he's an extraordinary man. He's an extraordinary person.
Daddy.
And yeah, it helps it from the standpoint
Whoa,
that,
we just hit
when you
500
like
live.
the king of a country so much, it probably helps your relationship with the prime minister. But, in that case, the prime minister, I said, do you want to send a little help? He said, no, we'll send it
All right,
after
give
you
away
win
at
the
least
war.
one
I
account.
said,
We
that's
hit
not
500.
good. That's not good. What do you think of that, Jared? Sending help after we win the war? I don't know, something
Little
that
late, sir.
bothers me. Wait, I don't want to get you guys involved, but I can imagine what you're thinking.
The United Arab Emirates, the UAE, they pulled out of OPEC.
Yeah,
What do you think about
I
that?
think it's great. I think it's great. Look, I know him very well, Mohammed, and very smart. And he probably maybe wants to go his own way. That's a good thing. I think ultimately it's a good thing for getting the price of gas down, getting oil down, getting everything down. They have it all. He's a great leader, actually. So no, I'm okay. They're having some
Maybe I should
problems
just
in
pour one out
OPEC.
for the homie Jay Powell.
Kevin Warsh
Drink it,
has
homie.
a hurdle today. The Senate Banking Committee
Money printer go.
confirmed his nomination and will go to the Senate floor.
That's good. We
He'll
need
be on the
somebody.
Fed in mid-May. Is it your expectation that he can persuade the other Fed governors to lower interest rates?
Well, we'll
Because
see. I mean,
They're
they
asking
should.
about the Fed right
because
before the
it's
Fed.
a good time to lower them. We're the most prime country anywhere in the
I was
world.
doing this all with,
We're
like, the astronauts
right now
behind
having
them.
investments made in our country
poor
at a level
astronauts.
that nobody's ever seen. No other country's ever seen it. Tens of billions of dollars are being invested. Factories, auto plants, AI. I mean, not just AI, because AI is. We're leading China by a lot in AI, as you know.
A lot.
I'm letting them build their own electric plants.
All right,
They're
I'm gonna
building
go ahead
them
and just
other
take
ways you
profit
could
here
never do
before
it. It was
Powell
a
walks
concept
out.
that I came up with. I'm very proud of it. And by the way, they're building electric plants that people in the utility industry
What
have
am I
never
risking
seen
on my
before. They're
shorts?
saying, man, that's incredible. So they're building these massive buildings that cost
Mine, but
billions of dollars, and they're
let's
building
see
their
the-
own electric plants.
Getting
So
me back
they're
above
not taking from
270s.
a source or the old grid, an old grid that would be able to do it. No, we're leading with everything, but in the history of our beautiful world, there's never
On
been a
ES, it
country
will
that
stop
has
at
so much money
56,
being
short
invested
from
in it
48.
as us.
I'll still be getting Trump headlines in my ear, so I'll let you guys know if he says anything outlandish. More outlandish than normal. Glad I stopped out up there. Crude futures just settled right now. Oh God, he's late. Short everything. I don't know if he's ever been late. There he is.
Come on. Getting ES down to 35.5. 20s.
Purple tie.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy has been expanding at a solid pace. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has been little changed in recent months. Inflation has moved up and is elevated, in part reflecting the recent increase in global energy prices. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. We see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. Developments in the Middle East are contributing to a high level of uncertainty about the economic outlook, and we will remain attentive to risks to both sides of our dual mandate. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace.
Is the consumer resilient,
Consumer
though?
spending has been resilient, and business
Dude, he's so
fixed
predictable.
investment has continued to expand at a brisk pace. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. In the labor market, the unemployment rate was 4.3% in March and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. A good part of the slowing in the pace of the job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including job openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, generally show little change in recent months. Inflation has moved up recently and is elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 3.5% over the 12 months ending in March, boosted by the significant rise in global oil prices that has resulted from the conflict in the Middle East. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.2% over the 12 months ending in March. This relatively high rate largely reflects the effects of tariffs on prices in the goods sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have risen this year, likely because of the substantial rise in oil prices. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy
Is this where I
actions are
listen
guided
to
by
the
our
Orange
dual
Juice
mandate
report?
to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American
Yes,
people.
sir.
At today's
Orange
meeting,
Juice
the committee
Futures,
decided
is
to
this it? Is
maintain
this
the
the
target
channel?
range for the federal funds rate at 3.5 to 3.75%. The economic outlook remains highly uncertain, and the conflict in the Middle East has added to this uncertainty. In the near term, higher energy prices will push up overall inflation. Beyond that, the scope and duration of potential effects on the economy remain unclear, as does the future course of the conflict itself. We will continue to monitor the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and
Market
we
like
make our
that.
decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis.
We held the same zone again.
This is my last press conference as chair, and I will close with a few thoughts. First, I want to congratulate Kevin Warsh on his advancement out of the Senate Banking Committee this morning. This is an important step forward, and I wish him well as that process continues. The Federal Reserve exists for one fundamental purpose: to foster the economic conditions in which American families and businesses can thrive. Stable prices, a strong job market, and a financial system they can depend on. Every decision we make, whether about interest rates or regulatory and supervisory matters or other issues, is made in service of that purpose. Our decisions reflect the collective judgment of the Board of Governors and the Federal Open Market Committee, colleagues who demonstrate analytical rigor, principled judgment, and a genuine commitment to the public interest. Our collaborative and deliberative process has long reflected a shared commitment to finding common ground in service to our mission. This institution is resilient, capable, and staffed by professionals of extraordinary talent and exceptional dedication. It has been a privilege to serve alongside so many great public servants at the Board of Governors and around the Federal Reserve System.
Oh my goodness.
The
Bump
Fed's
it.
work is only as effective as the public's understanding of it, and you, the press, are essential to keeping the public informed about what we do and why. The people we serve benefit from your careful
pump
reporting.
candle coming in. Yo, Nebius is on fire
welcomed
still.
the announcement last Friday by the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia that she had closed the criminal investigation. She also noted, however, that she would not hesitate to restart the investigation. Over the weekend, the Department of Justice provided assurances that they will not reopen the investigation unless there's a criminal referral from the Fed's Inspector General. And, absent such a referral, if they do appeal the recent court decision, they would not seek, as part of that appeal, to restart the investigation or send new subpoenas. I've said that I will not leave the board until this investigation is well and truly over with transparency and finality, and I stand by that. I'm encouraged by recent developments, and I'm watching the remaining steps in this process carefully. My decisions on these matters will continue to be guided entirely by what I believe is in the best interest of the institution and the people we serve. After my term as chair ends on May 15, I will continue to serve as a governor for a period of time to be determined. I plan to keep a low profile as a governor. There's only ever one chair of the Federal Reserve Board. When Kevin Warsh is confirmed and sworn in, he will be that chair. Once sworn in as board chair, his new colleagues will elect him to chair the FOMC as well. As I regularly point out from this podium, our success in delivering our goals matters for all Americans. I'm confident that the Fed will continue to do its work with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people.
106%.
I look forward to your
Finally.
questions.
Took
All right, watch the Q&A here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the kind words about the press. Often doesn't come from the podium in different places, but appreciate that. Can you talk about what is gone into your decision to remain on the board? What kind of criteria are you weighing, and how long?
Give it up, man.
Sure. So, you know, my concern is really about the series of legal attacks on the Fed, which threaten our ability to conduct monetary policy without considering political factors. And I want to note here, this has nothing whatever to do with verbal criticism by elected officials. I've never suggested that such verbal criticism is a problem, and neither has anyone else here. But these legal actions by the administration are unprecedented in our 113-year history, and there are ongoing threats of additional such actions. I worry that these attacks are battering the institution and putting at risk the thing that really matters to the public, which is the ability to conduct monetary policy without taking into consideration political factors. It is so important for our economy, for the people that we serve, that they can depend over time on a central bank that operates that way, free of political influence. It's part of the absolute foundation of this amazing economy that we have. It's just one of the many reasons why the U.S. economy is the envy of the world. That piece of institutional architecture separates successful countries from unsuccessful countries. It is extremely important, not for the people who work at the Fed at any given time, but for the people that we serve, that the Fed remain able to conduct monetary policy in a way that doesn't get pulled into politics, trying to help or hurt any particular politician or political party. It's critical for the people that we serve. In terms of when I would leave, I will leave when I think it's appropriate to do so. Was that all your questions, or was that?
Well, I just have a follow-up, which is, what would you say to the criticism that by remaining on the board, you're actually taking a political act and denying President Trump the majority of the board, which as president he would have if you left?
I don't see that at all. As I mentioned, you know, I'm literally staying because of the actions that have been taken. I had long planned to be retiring, and you know, the things that have happened in the last 3 months have I think left me no choice but to stay until I see them through at least that long. You know, in addition, I don't see how this will interfere. My intention is not to interfere. You know, I was a governor for almost 6 years, and the tradition is at the Fed that governors who understand how difficult the role of chair is, and as a soon-to-be former chair, I do understand how hard it is to get consensus with 19 strong-minded people. You work with the chair. You try to be heard, but also collaborate with the chair and try to support the chair when you can. When you can't, you can't. And I think that's the attitude that people generally take, and that's the attitude that I'll take.
Nick.
Nick Timmeros.
Chair Powell, if I could ask about the inflation outlook. In March, you described the standard practice of looking through energy shocks as conditional on inflation expectations staying anchored. Since that meeting, there has been very little progress reopening key energy trade corridors. Can you help us understand how the inflation outlook has changed in the intermeeting period, beginning with the prospects for tariff pass-through resolving on the timeline that you had outlined in March, before getting to the energy shock that is now on top?
So, I would look at it this way. For a long time, we've been working on the hypothesis, really, that tariffs would lead to a one-time price increase and that would go away over time. In other words, that there would be no further change, so measured inflation wouldn't reflect that higher level going up more and more. And it's time for that to happen. We really do expect that to be happening in the next 2 quarters. So we'll be watching very carefully to see that what we've thought all along would happen. That's the kind of critical part of the forecast. We need to really see that. With energy, it's so hard to say. I mentioned, in sort of the textbook, you would look through an oil shock because they tend to be short-lived and they tend to revert. And monetary policy works with long and variable lags, so you wouldn't necessarily react right away. I think that is all the more true given that we're several years above 2% inflation and that we're already looking through the tariff shock. So I think we're going to be very cautious about that. But the question about looking through energy really is not in front of us right now. It hasn't even peaked yet. And I think we'd want to see the backside of that and progress on tariffs before we even thought about reducing rates.
So if I could follow up, the statement today preserves language that has taken on some meaning as it was socialized when the committee was actively lowering rates. Why is that easing bias still ripe, given how different the inflation outlook is now versus a meeting or two ago? And what more would have to happen for it to get evicted?
So that was, as you will recall, we had a discussion about that at the last meeting, and we talked about it in the press conference after the March meeting. We had the same today. We had quite a vigorous discussion about that very issue and the guidance.
Yes, wants to give so bad. Come on.
And I would say that the number of people on the committee who either could support that language changing to a more neutral stance so that a hike is as likely as a cut. That number has increased over the intermeeting period, and it's easy to see why. I mean, it's a good question, right? You see, inflation has moved up over the interim a bit. Core inflation's 3.2 now, moving, albeit just a little bit, in the wrong direction. And we know that there will be, that there's headline inflation coming out of the Gulf, and we don't know how much that will be. We're going to need to see. So it makes all the sense in the world that people would look at that and we'd have a vigorous discussion about that. You saw that 3 people dissented over the language. I think all of those people agreed with the rate decision. So the majority of the committee did not want to do that, and I didn't think we needed to do it at this meeting. It really was just a question of why do we need to do that now? We have so much to learn. There's so much uncertainty about the path ahead. There doesn't need to be any rush to make that decision now, because what happens in the next 30, 60 days, even by the next meeting, could really change the picture around that language. So, it's a much closer thing on the committee than it was in March, and that makes all the sense in the world, it seems to me.
Claire.
So Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just going back
kidding me,
to
sellers?
this issue of the easing bias. We've now got oil approaching $120 a barrel when it comes to the benchmark Brent crude. If it stays around those levels 6 weeks from now, what would be your best guess as to whether the easing bias will still be in the statement? Thank you.
I wouldn't want to guess. Well, first of all, we're going to have new leadership in all likelihood by then, and new leadership's going to have a very important role to play in that. So I won't be standing here at this podium to answer your question. So I don't know. As I mentioned, that's all I can really say is that we had a great discussion about that today. It's gotten to be a better question in the interim period. We had the discussion. A majority are still on the page of not feeling the need to move to that level, and that's where I am. I get it, though. You know, at a certain point, you would move, and that conceivably could come as soon as the next meeting.
Thank you. Just to follow on, the new leadership also seem rather lukewarm on press conferences and on the dot plots. What would your advice to him be on these communication tools?
So I'm not going to give him any advice through you today here, but I think communications generally is. I think every incoming chair takes a look at communications, and it's a very healthy thing. I mean, communications it's very complex, and you can always be looking at new things, and if that happens, it feels like it's going to happen. That's a completely appropriate thing.
God, I'm convinced we've seen the high and low of the day. Earnings the only thing that's going to change it.
Can you tell us if you've been in touch
think we're
with
making a new high.
incoming Chairman Warsh?
Nice.
To what extent is this a normal transition process versus
We
all the things
tested what we
swirling
needed to
around,
test, and we're
something
reversing
unusual,
back.
and what can we expect when he takes
think we
takes
When
the
have.
helm in a
this
few weeks?
this
I haven't
ends
seen
with
him
nothing,
since, seeing him
it's
at a
just going to
dinner
rip at the end.
in January, where I congratulated him and had a nice chat with him. Haven't seen him. I don't know what a normal process is. You know, the last process was with Janet Yellen, with whom I had worked for 6 years, and so it was. We were sitting down the hall from each other, so it was a very different thing. I think this is and will be a very normal, standard kind of a transition process. So that's what I expect. I have every reason to think it will be.
Quick follow-up: is the Supreme Court ruling on Governor Cook a factor in when you may leave as a governor?
I wasn't thinking of it as such, but no, not really. I mean, I'm thinking more
I just
of
needed
the
2
other things
points
I
lower to
mentioned.
trim some of my ES position. Now we're right back at my fucking average. 48.
Hi, thanks for taking our question. I wanted to ask a question about your tenure, and Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. During your tenure as chair, you often spoke about how disadvantaged Americans benefited from extended periods of low unemployment. In the new framework the Fed adopted in 2020, some economists say elevated the Fed's employment mandate. Are you worried that the pandemic inflation spike that followed will make future Fed chairs more reluctant to pursue a hot jobs market, and should they be?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, what we experienced in the teens, the mid-teens, was really low levels of unemployment for a long period of time and no reaction from inflation. And we all very much took notice of that. We also noticed that the biggest wage gains were going to people at the bottom end of the income spectrum. And we had many reports of, it felt like a fairly stable equilibrium, and a lot of benefits were flowing to people at the bottom end of the
We're literally just going
income
value
spectrum,
high,
including
value low on
companies
NQ
were,
with
you know,
today.
setting up in
Just not reacting to anything
people
else
who were
other than that.
confined, and like training them before they got out, and it was a very healthy sort of set of societal dynamics. So of course, I think anybody would love to get back to that. I don't think that anything that happened to create the global pandemic inflation was in any way related to overweighting the employment market. I mean, it was a global shock that happened essentially very similarly all over the world. It had to do with closing, reopening, stimulus, and all that. And I mean, you could look at a graph of 10 big economies on the page and not know which was
You got
the
long at
US
the
and
lows.
which was
This is your
Germany,
trim
France,
spot.
and things
First
like
trim
that.
spot,
So
250s,
I don't think
260s.
that insight was in any way responsible for the high inflation that we experienced. So, I mean, I think it's always been a balance. You've got to be strong on both of our dual mandates, and we for example, now we don't feel that the labor market is at all a source of inflation, so we don't need to be worrying about that. It's been a long time since we have had to worry about that. Well, actually, during the pandemic recovery, the labor market was super overheated and tight, and that's when we had to worry about it, but not now.
And just on the other issue, do you need more assurance from the Justice Department before stepping down? Is that what you're waiting for, or what else?
I'm waiting, for the investigation to be well and truly over with finality and transparency, and I'm waiting for that, and I will leave when I think it's appropriate to do so.
Michael McKee.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'd like to ask you if you could explain a little more or characterize a little more the discussion about the two-sided view and interest rates, because there were some members of the Open Market Committee who've been suggesting that we may need to raise interest rates even absent the war because inflation was not coming down fast enough. Is there any sense that interest rates might have to go up, or was this just a setup to sort of warn people that you're worried about the war impacts?
So nobody, the three dissenters and others who could have supported that, and others who were, who were voters and non-voters who preferred it, they all supported the rate decision, right? So people are not saying we need to hike now. It's more a question of, don't we kind of feel that we should be neutral? And what are markets doing? People argue that this is consistent with markets are doing. And again, it's a very fair question, but these changes, it's a form of forward guidance, and you want to make them in a way that will be sustained and continue to make sense, and not something you need to take back, fairly quickly. So I think we just a group of us, including me, didn't feel like we needed to be in a hurry on that. That markets are not confused about our reaction function. We don't have a problem to solve on that. But the other side of the argument is a good argument too, as I mentioned. It's a perfectly good argument to be having, good discussion to be
break
having.
it out.
So,
break it out.
And it came out the way it came out.
Well, you've got three dissents in favor of two-sided warning. You've got yourself staying on the board. You've got the criticism that does come from elected officials, and you've got a lot of critics who have faulted the Fed for being too slow 2021 with inflation. Are you worried about Fed credibility under all of this? Is that one reason that you want to stay on?
Not driving my thinking now. I mean, monetary policy is going to get made by, 19 people. There's a lot of stability there. I mean, if you think about it, every new Fed chair has the same situation, which is you've got 18 colleagues on the FOMC, 11 of them vote during any year, and your job is to create consensus. It's to talk to them, understand them, be inside their thinking, and be able to pull them together and get consensus and move. And that's what every Fed chair has to do. And I think Kevin Warsh is actually quite well. He has the capabilities, skills to be very good at that, I would think. So I think I'm not so worried about that process. I think that'll work itself out.
Howard.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Howard Schneider with Reuters. You mentioned that staying on as a governor, you intend to keep a low profile. I'm just wondering if you could give us a little more detail on what that looks like and how you can... Touche. Walk down the steps. What that looks like, and particularly around the policy discussion, how you're able to have your intervention and not be a shadow chair and not have a kind of an outsized influence over the process.
Yeah, that's just something I would never do. The shadow chair thing. No, I don't know what the exact specifics of it will be, but I'm going back to being a governor. I respect the role of chair. I was a chair. I was a governor for 6 years, and I know what that's like. I know it, and I had a pretty front row seat particularly with Chair Yellen, to whom I was close when I worked with Chairman Bernanke for 2 years, but I was brand new at that time, so I got a sense of what it was, and I had real sympathy for how hard it is to get that group to consensus, and I always felt like I don't want to add to that unnecessarily, and that means
there we go.
try
Come
to
on.
support the
Break it out.
where the direction the chair wants to go in, if you can. If you can't, you can't. And I think that's the way it's always worked there, because the chair only has one vote, plus the ability to develop consensus. And if people won't be, they won't, if they're not flexible at all, then how do you ever do that? And so that's why the authority the chair has really is to develop relationships with people and work with them, and then put something forward that has consensus. And I propose to be a very constructive participant in that process, really out of respect for the office of the chair.
And
Good trim spot
in
here.
Your view as a soon-to-be governor, how do you see the risks of oil prices bleeding into core inflation in coming weeks? Because that was, it seems like the commentary that was coming from particularly some of the Reserve Bank presidents, they were elevated concerns about the bleed into core. And, you know, here we are with 3 cents now. What do you see as the prospect of a core inflation?
You know, those prospects are real. Remember, though, and they're real, and the real thing is we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to need to see. And the good news is we think our policy stance is in a very good place for us to wait and see. We're right kind of at the high end of neutral or perhaps mildly restrictive. The labor market shows more and more signs of stability, whereas inflation is kind of misbehaving. And so maybe a little bit of restriction or the high end of neutral is just the right place to be. So we can wait here and see how things work out before we act. And we'll see how much that, how much does come through into core. You see it already in airfares, of course, but you may see it in many other places. We just don't know yet, and it's so unknowable because how long will the strait be closed? You can develop any number of scenarios that you want, but we really won't know till we know. So fortunately, we're in a good place to wait and let things develop.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You started holding post-meeting press conferences for every meeting as opposed to the ones with just with SEPs. Can you talk about why you see that as a net positive?
So we always said when we were doing quarterly press conferences, we always said we can move at any meeting, but we only ever moved at the quarterly SEP meetings where we had the press conference. So if you think about it, during the pandemic, we were moving like a lot at every meeting and sometimes between meetings, and doing that without a press conference, I think, would have been quite challenging. It's become the industry norm. It's the standard. I don't know whether that has to remain that way. I don't know. I mean, it's just something people have become used to, and I do think it's quite helpful to, I try to deliver a message on behalf of the committee rather than 18 other people going out and delivering their message, and it's going to be all over the place because we do, thankfully, have widely disparate views.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to ask about was the communications review from last year. Could you describe the debate last year, what changes were considered, what you wanted, and what prevented action, any action on those changes?
So yeah, I'm not going to go into the real small specifics, but what we found very quickly was that making changes, making really large changes, for example, to the dot plot or the SEP, it didn't have. We couldn't come up with anything that had really broad support on the committee. And so we just moved on. We didn't really do as much on that as we might have. And I was never the world's biggest fan of the dot plot.
Son of a gun, we poppin',
Can't
son.
do something with nothing. And we've looked at a bunch of things, and it's something. Like I said,
And IWM's getting the
every
largest
chair is
green
gonna
candle
look
of its
at our
entire
suite of
day going
communications
down.
and think about what would be changes. We are the only major central bank that doesn't publish a forecast. And that's because we have a 19-person committee, and you try to do it. You try to do that at the board. That's hard. At the committee, that's hard.
Well, Market.
It's hard if you do it at the staff. So it works. I think our communications are fine, but looking at doing it in a different and better way is the most natural thing in the world.
Oh, here's Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. If I could follow up on Mike's question about hikes, are we right to assume that the hawkish outcome for the Fed is still one in which the committee just extends the pause in rate cuts? And to what extent is there a growing sense within the committee that
375
monetary
are my two levels
policy
up here.
really isn't just restrictive at all right now? The economy is holding up relatively well despite this major
Discussed
energy
why on
shock.
stream this
The
morning. I'll go
unemployment
over it
rate has
after
ticked
Powell.
lower. Inflation was moving sideways even before the war and is now moving higher. So where is the committee at on that debate?
Where we're at is we think our policy rate is in a good place. If we need to hike, we will certainly signal that, and we will certainly do it. And if we need to cut, then, or if it's appropriate to cut, then we'll signal the opposite. I think because we feel like we're in a good place to move in either direction. nobody's calling for a hike right now. So it really is going to depend on how things evolve, and that's really where it is. As I mentioned, much closer question this cycle on changing the guidance, but ultimately we didn't.
And as it relates to the war, at what point do you think the risk to growth will be larger than the risk to inflation as this conflict drags on?
You just have to find that out empirically. Given our the fact that we're a big exporter of energy and that our economy is far less energy intensive, oil intensive than it was during the 70s, the effects on the United States are really substantially less than those of Western Europe or Asia, who are feeling much greater effects from these things. The effects we're feeling in the current situation currently, and in sort of what's priced in, which is a relatively quick outcome. If this goes on for much longer and prices go much higher, then we'll feel that much more. And of course, I'm talking about aggregate inflation numbers. We're very well aware that people are experiencing higher gas prices all over the country now, and that hurts. And those hikes may continue to happen. And other things are going to start to reflect airline fares I mentioned, and other products and services that are dependent upon petroleum and derivatives of petroleum. People are going to start to feel that.
Edward.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So I guess I'll just ask you directly on this. The markets don't see a rate cut at all this year, is what they're predicting. Do you think that we are at the neutral rate? Why or why not?
The neutral rate is we cannot know it with certainty. I think pretty close to the neutral rate. Yeah, I always had it between 3% and 4%. We're a little north of 3.5%. So that's well in the range of what I would consider a reasonable, but at the higher end of the range of what I would consider reasonable neutral rate. I think the labor market is still probably cooling off just a little bit, and I don't think there's much of a case for any case really for policy looking meaningfully restrictive, maybe mildly restrictive or neutral, I would say.
And I want to follow up on some of the other questions about your future a little bit. The first time we've seen 4 dissents now since October of 1992. Are you handing off a divided Fed?
The thing to remember is we have always had vigorous debates, and they're excellent debates. I have to say they've been really good, and we're in an unusually difficult situation. So we've really had 4 supply shocks. You can say more than 4, but at a minimum, we had the pandemic, we had the invasion of Ukraine, we had tariffs, and now we have Iran and the oil, the oil spike. So every supply shock has the capability of driving inflation up and unemployment up. And what do? It's central bank has a really hard time knowing what to do. So the right thing to do is to try to balance the achievement of those 2 goals, and that's what our framework calls for us to do. But these are really tough, difficult judgments. You've got to have a forecast for each variable. You've got to think how long it's going to take to get back to target. You got to think how restrictive or not is policy. So it's only natural that you have a range of views on the committee. People are going to see it different ways. They're going to have different risk tolerances and that kind of thing. I mean, if everybody agreed, that would be surprising, and I think it's partly a function of the extraordinarily challenging set of supply shocks that we've been dealing with now for 5-6 years.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Selena Wayne with ABC News. Are you confident that Kevin Warsh will stand up to political pressure from President Trump?
So he testified very strongly to that effect in his hearing, and I'll take him at his word.
And when it comes to gas, right now it's over $4 a gallon. Inflation just hit a 2-year high. Should Americans expect to be paying higher gas prices for the rest of this year? And in your view, does that take a rate cut off of the table? And secondly, by staying on as Fed governor, what message do you think you're sending to the president?
I don't know what gas prices are going to do for the rest of the year. And it will depend on how long the strait remains closed and how quickly it can be reopened and that kind of thing. But remember, when gas prices go up, that's disposable income coming out of people's pockets, so they're going to spend less on other things. So there will be a hit to GDP. So it's a, it's a question whether spending, goes down to offset the inflationary effects. So it's not, the answer isn't obvious ex ante whether you should move your rate over because of that. We'll have to see how it evolves.
And the message it sends to President Trump by staying on?
I'll stand on what I said earlier.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. During your tenure, Fed independence has come under pressure in a lot of different ways. And I was just wondering, practically speaking, where do you see Fed independence as coming from? Is it the law? Is it political support from Congress? Is it the actions of the Fed? What sustains Fed independence?
He's so nice to his customers.
It's to a significant extent,
I'd buy from
it is
him.
the law.
I would too.
I'd be closed on
We've
that
got to go to
call.
court
Just saying.
To successfully so far to defend it, but the law does create a setting in which the Fed can and is directed to
Such a good
make
salesman.
monetary policy without consideration of political factors, and so part of it is the law, but it goes beyond that, though. There's a set of customs. There's a boundary line between the Fed and the administration, between the Fed and the Treasury Department, and we need to respect those, continue to respect those boundaries about what the Fed is responsible for and what the Treasury is responsible for, and what the rest of the administration is responsible for. So some of it is legal. In fact, it's all legal at the end of the day. But it's more than just monetary policy. We don't want to use our tools to. We haven't wanted to use our tools to achieve goals that are really clearly outside our mandate. Every administration looks at our tools and thinks that would be good to repurpose those to serve other purposes, but that gets that's dragging us into politics and into fiscal policy. So we've resisted that.
Well, and maybe another way of asking it too is, do you think that Fed independence is as strong now as when you became chair? And if so, why?
Look, I think it's at risk. I mean, I think these legal assaults, if you will, as I mentioned, the institution is being battered over these things. We're having to resort to, the courts to enforce our legal, it's not so much independence. It's really the ability to make monetary policy without political considerations. That's what we're talking about, and we've had to do that, and we've been successful so far. But that's not over. None of that is concluded yet, and it's really important. It's not about people who work at the Fed or the institution. It's about the benefits of a central bank that makes decisions based on analysis and our best thinking, rather than trying to help or hurt politicians. It's that there's a bright line between central banks who do one and do the other, and successful countries have uniformly, successful advanced economy countries have a really strong set of protections around their central bank just for that reason. So that's what it's all about. I think I am confident, as I said in my remarks, that the Fed will continue to make its decision based on analysis, rigorous analysis, and not on political considerations. But we've had to fight for it, and I'd like to think that we can get out of that era and go back to respecting, what the law says and what custom has been, which is to, let the Fed do our thing. It's an institution full of human beings who work super hard to get things right for the benefit of the public. We're all human. Don't expect for perfection, but do expect us to make, decisions without political considerations and the very best analysis we can bring.
Katerina.
Katerina Saraiva, Bloomberg News. How would you characterize what you've heard from your colleagues on your decision to stay? Do you have their support? And then have you heard concern from your colleagues about continued legal attacks from the executive branch? Is this something that others have, talked to you about?
So I think that I don't want to report on what my colleagues think. They can speak for themselves, but there are widespread concerns that these things may continue. That's all I'll say, and and that would be a problem. And So.
And then I just also wanted to ask about Governor Waller's speech on the reserve banks. What, do you have any thoughts on centralizing some of those functions in the way he described? And then are you concerned that something like that could potentially be a slippery slope to, to consolidate reserve bank functions even more in such a way where the central bank ultimately loses some of that important regional information?
So we try to be good stewards of the public's money and efficient, and Chris in particular, Chris Waller, is particularly passionate about that. Of course, so are the reserve, so are the presidents, and it's a question of how do you accomplish it. We of course, and Chris said this in his speech, we want 12 strong independent central banks with their own staffs and their own monetary policy views and all that. But there are things that are done in all 12 which could well be done at one much more efficiently and with cost savings. And so there's a back and forth going on that, but everybody's on the same page. The other thing he touched on was the idea of removing reserve bank presidents from office over different
Give us a new high
views
a day.
on monetary policy. And I would just agree with him so strongly that would be the beginning of the end of the Fed's ability to make monetary policy independently. If every administration could come in and do that, you're just another cabinet agency at that point. So that's not something that I would support. Chris said the same thing.
Christine. Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine Romans, NBC News. I want to ask about legacy. When the history books are written, how do you think your stewardship at the Fed will be remembered for the past 8 years?
I'm going to just say that that's for someone else to say. I'll give you a mulligan on that.
All right, I'm going to ask you about misbehaving inflation then. You talked about those 4 big shocks, supply shocks over the past 5 years, and inflation still misbehaving. What's your message to American families who feel like inflation has not been under control for them really since the COVID reopening?
We're committed to bring inflation back down to 2% and sustainably. That's our goal, and we'll stick at it until that happens. We keep getting these events keep happening, which keep driving up costs, and the best thing we can do is to use our tools to guide inflation back down to 2%. I think trying to get there really quickly could be very costly in terms of job loss and things like that, but we try to get there over time in a way that does the least damage possible, and our commitment to that is never ending and unshakable.
How would you describe the economy outside of the misbehaving inflation? I mean, it's still awfully resilient given all of the blows.
I don't know that you can be awfully resilient. So it's actually quite resilient, I would say, because it's a positive thing. If I can have that amendment, yeah, growth is really solid across our economy.
Third time up
Some
here
of
at
that
this
is
320.
that consumer spending is hanging in pretty well. The most recent data are good. And some of it is just the apparently insatiable demand.
I'm
for
still
data
fucking
centers all
long.
over the United States. So
Yeah,
a
I think it wants to blow
lot
up
of
here.
business investment going into
Yeah.
building data
It was
centers,
long
and every
and
reason I
flat.
think that continues. So you've got an economy that's growing at 2%
340,
or better.
375,
PDFP,
send it.
which is private domestic final purchases,
Yes, sir.
which is really a better signal of
Hey, you
momentum in the economy, is
I
actually
forgot
higher
to say
than
this
that.
earlier.
So
You can't trade
that's,
my funded
that's a
futures
positive thing.
during this period of
If
the
you look
Fed
at
meeting.
the unemployment rate, it's 4.3%. So
Oh,
that's
yeah.
pretty close
Come
to
on.
mainstream
There you
estimates.
go.
of
New
the
high a
Fed
day,
for a long
Hughes.
time.
Got that on my
So
ES position.
it doesn't feel like a good labor market to some who don't have jobs.
Fucking send
Really
it.
low,
Yeah.
highs are really low,
Boom, 340
and there's
trim hit.
effectively no new net job creation. So that's a.
Oh, I want to close
in a
this so
sense, the
bad.
labor market is
Damn,
in balance,
son, where'd you find
but
this?
it's an unusual and uncomfortable kind of a balance where people who don't have jobs will have
All
a
right,
hard time
we'll do this
breaking
without a
unless
stop
somebody
loss.
quits their job.
There's no way this flies
So,
300 points.
so
right?
that's pretty good. Inflation is the thing we need to work on, and it's partly tariffs, which we think that inflation
Tell
should
Max
subside
Evan
over the
earnings.
course of this year because it's kind of a one-time increase. It shouldn't be repeated, and that should start happening pretty soon. The energy inflation that we're getting should go through fairly quickly, and we'll just have to see how that works out. In the
Never mind.
meantime,
Margin
we think our
requirements are
policy
down, so
stance
we're
is in a
fine.
good place for us to hold and wait
We can
developments.
hold.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. At the risk of beating the dead horse here, clearly 3 members objected to keeping that easing bias in the statement. And you said that the
60% on these freaking NDX puts.
still didn't
of them.
need to move to new
God damn
language
it.
at this point. So does the majority of the committee still
Should've
have a
been here
bias
this time.
towards cuts at this point, or has the bias on the committee shifted
Doesn't hurt to
away
buy
from
more.
cuts towards holding or hikes if that was needed?
So I think that, the center is moving toward a more neutral place, and that's sort of what markets are saying too. I just think, there's a lot of signaling going on when you change guidance like that. And so we just, I guess a majority of us didn't feel like we needed to send a signal on that right now. But maybe it'll come to that. And the reason is because, we're kind of waiting to see what happens with events in the Middle East and what are the implications of those events for the U.S. economy. So there's a group who feels like we don't need to be in a hurry to do that. We get it. And of course, we will move to a hiking bias if we want to hike, and we'll move to a neutral bias before that. But there was a difference over whether to do it at this meeting, at a meeting at which all but one of us agreed that the rate decision was correct, which was not to move.
And you just said moments ago that you believe Fed independence is at risk. Is it safe to say that you want to stay on as a governor to serve as a check and balance on that?
I want to stay until I will stay until I feel it's appropriate for me to leave. And yes, that is really what is driving this. I'm not looking to be, a high-profile dissident or anything like that. I'm more looking at the other aspects of this and wanting to see that things have calmed down and we're returning to a traditional model of working with the people that you have and bringing them to consensus and respecting that consensus. That's what I'm hoping to see.
Matt Egan.
All right, I can't watch this.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan, CNN. You've made many tough decisions in your time at the Fed, and as your time as chair comes to a close, and you think about your tenure and perhaps your legacy, are there any decisions that stand out as ones that you're particularly proud of? And are there any that, with the benefit of hindsight, you would take a look at?
Yes, just for fucks.
Yeah, it's hard. I wouldn't want to single out individual things at this point. I'll just say, we, all of us together, have consistently tried to do what we think is best for the American people based on our tools and our objectives that Congress has given us. It's been very challenging because we've been in a situation of supply shocks really for 6 years, and that's just a very different situation than for a very long time. What the Fed and other central banks were doing all the time was demand management. And, and there was always the inflation mandate, but inflation was low for 25 years. So this is a very different world and a much more challenging one where you have to balance the two objectives. Central banks that have an inflation mandate have to do exactly the same thing because they're balancing economic activity. So that's been challenging, and we've tried to do our very best.
INTC 120 calls coming in now.
At times, and I'm really proud of the work that I've done.
Vice president of something just said they're dealing with significant server supply deficits. SMCI and Dell should both be getting
Can you
flow on that.
explain to the public why this notion of Fed independence,
Dell,
which might sound
dropping.
kind of wonky to some, is so critical? I mean, what are the consequences if either the Supreme Court rules against Lisa Cook or the Fed in the future decides to make decisions more around the political calendar instead of the economic data?
So every major advanced economy in the world has made the same decision the United States has made, and that is that they want to take the making of monetary policy, the setting of interest rates to support the economy, to achieve maximum employment and price stability. They want to take that out of the direct control of elected politicians. And the reason is elected politicians are always running for election, and they'll always want low rates, and that will lead to inflation over time. So after literally centuries of experience with that, the whole world moved to the different model, and it's worked great. I mean, this is the era in which inflation was under control for 40 years. Then we had the pandemic, inflation everywhere in the world, and now we have inflation that had gone pretty much all the way back to target, really close to all the way back to target, and now is being buffeted by the energy shock, and the U.S. buffeted by the tariff shock as well. So, but what I would say to the general public is that's the backstory, is that don't think about an institution being independent. Think about it this way, that you want people to make monetary policy and set interest rates to benefit the general public and to try to achieve economic goals, which are maximum employment and price stability, and focus only on that and ignore political considerations, completely ignore them. This isn't bipartisan, this is nonpartisan. So we want to just work directly for the American people doing these things. We don't think, oh, I want to do this because the president says it's a good idea, or because there's an election coming up and I want to speed up or slow down the economy. I mean, think about that. If that's what we were doing, we'd have no credibility. Markets would lose faith in us, and our ability to control inflation and have any respect would be gone. And let me say, whatever people say, the markets believe in that we will produce 2% inflation. If you look at longer run expectations, markets believe that there's no sense in which our credibility in the markets has weakened. It's just not the case. It's people do get it, that this is our commitment and that we will achieve it, and it's priced in. If you disagree with that, then you can go ahead and bet against the markets, but the markets are pricing in Fed credibility.
Okay, we'll go to Richard for the last one.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Richard Escobedo with CBS News. We've talked a lot about gasoline prices and even you mentioned airline ticket prices, both of which are up dramatically because of the war in Iran. And so I wonder, are you seeing that weigh down consumer spending in other parts of the economy? And if so, how worried are you that that will be a drag on growth?
You don't see it in spending yet. You really don't. I mean, as one of your colleagues said, the economy has been resilient. It really has. Not just this time, but it's been remarkably resilient for some years now. The U.S. economy has just powered through shock after shock, and consumers are still spending, and that's what the banks will tell you, credit card companies will tell you, the retail sales numbers that we got most recently. People are still spending, and how long can that go on in a world where if gas prices were to go up a bunch more, that's taking otherwise spendable money out of people's pockets. But right now, we don't actually see much slowdown yet, certainly none from this, but you think logically you will, because people have a certain amount of money to spend. If they're spending 25% more on gas or something like that, then that's going to come out of other spending. But we don't see it yet.
One last thing. You mentioned those economies in Southeast Asia that are particularly dependent on petroleum. They make a lot of the stuff that American consumers buy. So was there any discussion today about whether or not those costs getting passed along to consumers is a real concern, and whether or not that might push up inflation?
So all of those things are in the models that we use to calculate inflation. So they're just parts. You can ask about anything like that, and they have a place. The staff has a place where they're looking at that and pricing in what will happen with higher prices and that kind of thing. So it's there. The effects are not that big yet. We're a huge economy. The import sector is only 10% of the economy, so we're not like a European country where 50% of the external of GDP is in the external sector. We're also, as I mentioned, we're an oil exporter, so we're not feeling the same kind of pain, and we're not likely to feel the same kind of pain that economies in Western Europe.
Good for him for taking all these questions.
Anyway, thank you very much, everyone.
Here he is. I was going to say, he's been doing it for a minute.
We'll see you next time.
Oh, he's outie.
There it is. The end of an era.
Damn. R.I.P.
New high of day on that too. I wanted 338. MNQ hit 338 exactly. NQ hit 340. I want 375. That takes us back to, this is the next levels down here. And then the point of control for Monday is right up here at 375 area. That's the next target, full target for me. You could say 400. You really wanted to get aggressive, but knowing that we have 20 No, 33 minutes or so left in the day. Mag 7 earnings. I probably expect things to cool back down the rest of the day. But we'll see. IWM made it to VWAP. That was it. All right. Everybody in the chat, please make sure you are caught up to live. $50K Lucid Flex account is about to be given away.
Let's go. It's all over. Powell's gone forever.
Forever.
The only chairman I've known my whole trading career, he's gone.
Right.
Telling me he's gone.
So weird.
Bro, I'm not going to lie. I'm totally just going to bag on this new guy for a little bit. Every Fed meeting, I'm going to be like, this guy's fucking tied.
He ain't no Jerome Powell.
He ain't no Jerome Powell, man. Guy's going to come out with like a yellow tie instead of a purple one. Be like, ugly, bro. What are we doing?
We're just going to be sitting over here mocking him like,
All right.
oh, yeah.
And then one day I'll finally he'll grow on me. But at first, I'm gonna like him.
All right, Chaz, everybody caught up to live?
What will be the new guy's nickname? Worcestershire.
All right.
Probably.
Listen carefully to the instructions. $50K Lucid Flex account. Once I call out who the winner is, Nightbot is going to help me select the winner. Once we call out the winner, please type in your X at handle so that I can DM you with the code. You guys ready to know what the game is today?
What is it?
All right. Pick a random number. Listen carefully. Random number between 100 and 300. 100
89
to 300. 89 is
69.
not in. Neither is 60. Jesus Christ, guys. 100 to 300.
What?
Type it in the chat.
173.
Oh, I heard one.
Type
I
it
heard
in the
1,
chat.
2, 300. Sorry.
Type it in the
189.
chat. 100 to 300.
169.
Is the range. Boom, we have a winner quick today.
Oh, who do we got? Oh, that chat is ripping. Look at that chat. You guys rip.
Chat is going.
You guys
Mardan is the winner. Mardan.
Number.
No, Vardan Muradian.
What was the number?
VARDAN. The number. I don't know what the number was, honestly.
Put your X in the chat, Vardan.
Rig. This is
Vardan.
rigged.
It'll tell me in just a second. It went so fast it's trying to reload.
Better be 189.
Vardan.
Oh my goodness, the chat.
Vardan. VARDAN.
I love how people are still putting the number in.
Let's go.
MURDY.
There's a zap. There's a zap.
There it
You see
is. The winning number was 159.
Oh, I was pretty fucking close.
159. Winning number 50K Lucid Flex account goes to Murad.
No. Ooh, CVS new high. So going. Where am I? 12%. Let's fucking go.
$30 minutes. 30 minutes. I just DM'd you. Big W's in the chat. Varan, Murad, whatever we're calling you. Congratulations. 50K Lucid account. Big shout out to the Wolfpack. 500, over 500 of you in here at one time today. New record for the YouTube stream that we've been building since last fall. And more than that, it's community. Boom. Code has been sent. Wow, that was fast. He's from Iran, disqualified. Oh no.
Oh.
Hey, he's got to trade those oil futures. That guy's got boots on the ground if he's in Iran. Wow, big congrats, Wolfpack member. Welcome to the family. We appreciate you. 50K Lucid Flex account. Use code WOLF at Lucid for 40% off. I believe that ends the end of this month, which is tomorrow. You can double check that. Obviously, they put out official announcements, all that good stuff. Chat going crazy. Big shout out to chat. Maybe we need like a trivia question or something. Oh, it's a big day, Jordan. What do you think? Guy just leaves. I'm trying to give away free accounts. Guy just leaves. Should I just give away an account to somebody that says Jordan sucks in the chat? This guy just leaves.
Whoa. I went to
Just
grab a
walks away- just
cerveza.
walks
What?
away.
You gave it away. What's going on?
We don't have time for cervezas.
GPUS is GPUS. I don't know what this is. Hyperscaler data. Hyperscale data. Some kind of tweet. Falling right back into the middle of the range. Again, we just hit the
21. 21.
Shalom, Habibi. Jordan's cool.
Shalom.
Inshallah.
Those do not go together.
I say what I want, Habibi. They call me Senor Halal.
Shalom and inshallah in the same sentence. Love it.
I do what I want. I make my own rules.
Do it up. Make it. Yeah. Make your own rules.
Yeah.
Do what I want.
Call me Mr. Haram, baby.
Damn.
Oh my goodness. Jordy likes eating bananas, bro. I had some banana bread made for me today.
Fucking banana bread at work, dude?
Yeah, bro. Banana bread at work. Shit's dank. Love banana bread.
I do not
Y'all see the
always
stabbings in London? That's nothing new. Doesn't that happen like every day out there?
Yeah, well, they don't have
Hey,
guns. What do you think?
They don't have guns, so they stab each other all the time. Yeah.
It's a bit rude. It's a bit rude to put that knife in me back, isn't it?
I do love their beans, though.
Mate,
Their
it's
beans
not
are
even
fire, bro.
Tuesday.
It's not even Tuesday, isn't it?
I hate the I don't want to make light of somebody getting stabbed though. I mean, obviously, terrible thing.
No, yeah.
Let's make sure that we're not. I mean, my thoughts go out to the people affected by that. It's a terrible thing. But I did get heated yesterday when I saw redcoats marching on our lawn.
Oh, that was not okay.
I know it wasn't even the actual redcoats. I think some people missed the joke on that, but
not
okay. Just redcoats in front of the White House. They just get me fired up. 1776, boy. Is oil still going, guys? 108. This is okay. Level to level to level. 108 was the next spot.
Where is INTC?
INTC.
94.
Well, I had a great trading day.
Dude, amazing. We're up just over 1,200 on futures of the day.
How did everybody trade today? Did you guys stay out of trouble? Did you do well? Did you do terrible? Are you using code Wolf right now? Let's do a little P&L check for the chat. Wolfpack, how are we trading? If you're green on your account, 1, 2 for red, 0 if you set out. If you have multiple accounts and you want to throw in a bunch of 1s, bunch of 2s, whatever it is, let's do that. Let's see how everyone's trading today.
Isn't it supposed to do something when I do 1?
And in the meantime, while everybody's typing in their
Is it
1s and 2s,
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What?
Oh.
Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking? Oh.
up and away.
Hey, I don't know.
What you cooking?
You cooking with oil.
1s, 100. Nobody put a 3, thank God. We're getting better.
I'm not gonna lie, I've enjoyed this price action today.
Dude, I will trade the shit out of a range.
Yeah, right.
Give me grindy price action into price discovery. Nah.
Yeah.
And I'm just like blindly trying to find a spot to just grab onto the train and ride it.
Yeah.
Over. I saw Nebius. You guys were talking about Nebius. Nebius got a huge bump. I mean, we saw it before, but we saw it like on this candle, and it made a whole nother level up, a couple dollars higher. This thing can break out of this downtrend would be nice. A little sharp of downtrend trying to break out of. My magnet repelled us again, apparently.
All right, so
but we're still hanging in
I
there.
am not playing Mag 7 earnings, but I am going to play QCOM.
Oh, I have a meta call that I'm swinging for June. I bought it yesterday for the earnings.
Some calls just came in on METU.
Is that bullish or bearish?
Bullish.
Okay.
Let me see if I can pull it back up. But I
and
did
honestly,
see
a reason why I did.
flow.
Yeah, reason why I did Meta. Actually, I have Microsoft too, but they're the only other mag names that didn't get all-time highs yet. I mean, Apple didn't get either, but it's almost there. Yeah, they're the only other names that haven't.
Let me see.
I think Microsoft has the biggest potential today.
Yeah, I have calls for that too.
$36 calls for Friday. They came in at $50. There was unusual size and flow on that. Unusual size on the amount of contracts, not the price or the value, because it was only like 80 grand.
I love this approach right here.
Let's go. I will be swinging QCOM 190 calls for June.
Oh, big shout out, Panda Foxtrot. Eval pass today. We celebrate wins on this channel, guys.
Let's go. Pass and eval. Bang, bang.
The ticker was Qualcomm. QCOM, I think.
Mm-hmm. Unless you were talking about METU for the other one.
Also, shout out to a sponsor making this stream free, live, all day, every day for you guys. Leverage shares. Check out all the 2x leverage. If you are going to trade earnings, check out the list of 2x leverage ETFs. Great trading tools. There's education on there as well. LeverageShares.com. If you have a top 5 favorite tickers, I guarantee one of those has a 2x leverage for you.
It's like where I do majority of my swing trading now, if I'm swing trading at all.
You could swing on
Love my
these. Never mind.
TSLG. How many Apex ACH payout takes to reach your account? What do you mean by that?
Are you saying how long?
Because it can take a while. Depends on really how many payouts you're taking. Like if you're taking payouts across multiple accounts, it might take a week or a little longer.
All right, first off, Boston Tea Party, what a great day. Great day in American history. Also, I made this comment a while ago, DP. I said I know they weren't actual British people. That was half the joke I was making. The other half was redcoats, get off my lawn. Go back to your country.
Yeah.
Smells like fish and chips out here. Evan did ask a question about Robinhood Social because, like every other question that we brainstormed together, somebody asked before he was in the queue.
It's a good question.
Anybody in the chat? Are you guys playing? Like, I'm not an earnings gambler. I know some of you guys like that. I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm just curious. What are you guys playing today for earnings? I do have to jump here shortly. Well, what are you guys playing this afternoon? Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Google, Qualcomm, like KC, Chipotle sucks. eBay, Ford, Carvana. KLA Corp. Aflac, Allstate, you're in good hands. Dude, I saw a video last night I was watching. This guy just goes to like restaurants and stores and he just yells out their like slogan. He tries to get an employee or somebody to answer him. He like walked in AutoZone. He was like, "Stay in the zone." And then some guy from the counter was like, "AutoZone." Takes a big bite of a crunch wrap and he's like, "Live Moss."
God, Taco Bell sounds so good.
He picks up a pizza. He picks up a pizza and he's like, "Nobody out pizzas the Hut." Screams it to the video. It's so funny. I want to do it. So funny.
I actually like Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut's pretty good.
I like the Domino's thin crust, the crunchy like thin crust one.
I prefer Domino's over Papa.
Marco's is a pizza chain that I remember back home. That's pretty solid too, though.
I've never had that. I've had Domino's though.
Well, you New Yorkers are like just pizza snobs, and then you take me to this Joe's Pizza place. It tastes like absolute grease and shit.
No, I would take you to good spots.
Joe's is like an average slice.
Joe's was cool for whatever like famous people.
Johnny's Pizza is very good, and I bet you there's people in here who know Johnny's Pizza.
Johnny didn't even sound Italian.
Oh, trust me. He's fucking Italian.
Johnny.
You forget about it.
Yeah. He's not even Italian. This guy. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
This guy Johnny's from Scotland.
Hold on.
I want the dude making my pizza to have a greasy apron and he looks like Tony Soprano. And I know that's going to be a banging pizza.
If he ain't Italian, he better be Mexican. That's all I'm saying. Mexicans work in every restaurant. Just do it well.
You ever had the Mexican pizza from Taco Bell?
Back in the day. It's been a while.
Always wondered if it was good. I've never tried it.
It's not bad.
No, it's Johnny's Pizza in Mount Vernon.
Mount Vernon. It's not even New York.
Here. This is ASMR with Ace the Kid. You ready?
I mean, that is New York.
Johnny Walker.
Ooh, crispy.
That was a great sound, wasn't it?
That was a pretty good sound.
That was fucking good, dude.
I'm about to go grab myself one.
I want that to be the text tone that my phone gets every time I get it.
Every time you get a text, it's just...
Yeah. Just cracks one open. Oh, that would make me want to check my phone.
Dude, can you imagine? You're just every text message. Irish whiskey. Irish whiskey's solid. Little Jameson. I'll tell you what I really like. I like Buchanan's. That's my shit. Scotch whiskey.
You know what whiskey I didn't really care for when I tried it? It was the one by Conor McGregor.
Oh, the proper
12? Yeah, proper 12.
Wasn't bad. It was overpriced for what you get, but I didn't think it was bad, but it wasn't like
yeah.
It didn't knock my socks off for the price. But it's Conor McGregor, so you know.
Yeah.
He could have done better there.
Chat just wanted to get back to the AA meetings that we have when price action gets slow.
We're sitting at the midpoint on SPY right now, which is right at pre-market low. Just back and forth around 710. Q660. I mean, I'm pretty sure those were the top gamma levels from this morning.
I just like how we hit my next level to the absolute spot. God.
Proper 12 makes you want to fight.
Wow, look, that's not the whiskey problem. That is an individual problem.
Yeah, alcohol just makes you angry.
Dude, I have
Now, sometimes tequila be doing that though.
Dude, I have a buddy that if he drinks wine, he just wants to fight. I don't know what it is.
Wine out of all things, wine?
Yeah,
Really?
I don't know. Dude, he's Mexican. He drinks
Wine
tequila
should
like
make
crazy,
him so sweet.
whiskey like crazy. He drinks wine and he just gets
Right?
like fired up.
Twisted.
I don't know what
I
it
get
is.
all lovey-dovey when I drink wine.
Same.
I get sleepy. Vodka does make me hyper.
Or
I don't know what
Bacardi.
it is about
Bacardi
vodka.
is like a similar effect.
I remember the drink I just had the other day at the restaurant, but it was one of the best ones I've had in a minute.
Well, great reminder on the Champions League game. How did Arsenal score their goal? I was dealing with all this stream shit. If it was off a corner, they deserve to lose 2-1. How long ago was this goal?
iDubbbz getting a little bit of volume right here, though. It's getting perky off the low.
Oh, they called a penalty?
Para.
God.
Garbage penalty.
You know, I like a good Cosmopolitan.
Dude, you
Hey,
got
what's your favorite team?
Manchester United.
Come on now. Come on now. He only wears the
that's
jersey 3 days a
weak
week.
Penalty.
Oh, Amp, I heard the game yesterday. Was there 9
What did
goals
I say?
scored?
5-4. I said it was gonna be 5-4. It was like 2-2, 3-2. 3-2 at half. It was
That's
2-2 like right
insane.
before half, right before you left. I was like, this thing's gonna be 5-4.
9 goals scored.
Halftime. All right. 10 minutes till
MOC.
close. MOC is gonna come out. I'll get that to you guys. I'm gonna turn it over to Jordan because I've got to go help Evan because the earnings are so massive
Crazy.
today.
They're all coming
Love-
out at the same
love
time,
you.
too.
I gotta grab another beer too.
You're gonna need 2.
I had a bear. 2 bears.
It's bird
3 bears.
Oh, is that
bears.
MOC.
Is that wick on QQQ real? Went straight down to previous day high?
Intel is the only big buy side name.
Hell yeah, it is.
Nvidia is actually a sell.
No way Nokia is still going higher.
Nokia.
What's it at? It's at 1250. All right, minus 464 million S&P 500, minus 557 million on the Nasdaq. Mag 7 is minus 386 million. So,
By the way, wait, which
small-
one is the one that reports that
Small.
the latest?
You have Amazon. Mike, hold on. Let me.
Is
look real
Amazon the
fast.
one that reports the latest?
No, these are all quick. Amazon and Google are usually within 1 to 3 minutes after the bell. 5 minutes.
Microsoft is the last
Microsoft and
one.
Meta. Microsoft and
Yeah.
Meta are at 5 minutes, both of them. So
Yeah.
all right, chat. I'm out of here. We'll be back tomorrow.
Goodbye, sir.
Should get
Love your boss, man.
should be a nice thing.
Later,
Turn it
Gator.
over to Jordan. He'll take you guys home. I'm sure you guys probably watch some of the earnings, all that stuff.
Get ready for the Desert Storm chart. Put on your glasses, guys.
Subscribe to the channel. Drop a like on it. Appreciate all of you. If you're new, subscribe. We're live every morning. I'm right here.
Yes.
As soon as market opens, I'm right here, ready to go.
Hit that like button. Ooh. Here we go. Desert Storm is on. My eyes. Yeah, watch out.
My eyes. My leg.
My leg.
What's coming out first on earnings?
I mean, you're gonna have 3 come out all at the exact same time.
Google, Amazon, Meta.
Yeah, all
Okay.
at the same time. And then
And
5
then
minutes after
Microsoft's
that,
405.
Microsoft. QCOM is probably
QCOM's 4:44. Oh, wait, no, that's the call. 4,
No.
right at 4 o'clock.
QCOM's right at 4 as well.
Yeah.
Shit.
Is it?
Chipotle's 410.
What'd you get?
Carvana's 405.
Wait, so Casey, what'd you get for QCOM?
I'm swinging a 190 call for June. Fuck it, man. IV's a little bit lower on that. I think that can seep back into potentially the mid 170s. And there's a gap fill below at 140. But
left this.
I really like that big weekly double bottom that it has. I'd really like to see it go higher. If it wasn't reporting earnings, I would have been in call swings for this move up and then continuation higher. But since they have earnings, I'm just going to YOLO a little bit of some 190s. There goes IWM. Looking like a little inverse down there with some volume.
Gosh, oil 7.8 today. It's crazy. Dude, look at Vita Coco, bro. Coconut water. All-time highs, baby. The long. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Meta
crazy.
double top comeback. Anyone trading futures when Mag 7 earnings come out?
Probably.
Get a little
I'm not,
crazy.
I have a
There's gotta
month.
be some people
I'll have one account up.
Oh shit! My thing just
When are
went.
you releasing more?
It just
info
went
on
long.
that New York City event. Oh, soon. Very soon.
No.
I don't know exactly when, but very, very soon. I think everything's almost done.
No, I'm closing that trade.
I think we're just making all the graphics and the flyers for it right now. So don't worry. It's coming. Just a horrible day for Hood.
Yeah, we're just straight gambling into earnings. Good God.
I know my automation went long down there. I'm thinking about I gotta close this for profit. I pop up a little bit higher. I'll close it.
We really didn't do anything today.
Really? Nah.
This is.
All right, I'm gonna close it.
This is 9:30 market open.
This is 9:30 market.
This line. We haven't done shit.
I'm gonna do a lockout as well because I don't want it to trade during this. Look at that! Look at that! Oh, I could have left it a little bit longer. Oh shit! I'll take it. Well, it just made me an extra $300. I'll take it.
There we go.
Take it. I didn't even have to do anything. All I saw an alert on my screen. It was like, I'm longing your accounts. And I'm like, okay.
Thank you.
But keep in mind, earnings are about to come out. Don't fuck me.
Yeah.
3 minutos.
Yeah. I'm going to lock. Oh, dude. I fat fingered something last night, and I locked my accounts on Tradify for 18 hours by accident. I had it. I know. I had to trade different accounts this morning, and then these 3 didn't open up until like 1 something today.
I didn't know you could even do that.
Dude,
Damn.
I
don't lock
on
my accounts anymore, you know, but like
I meant to do 1 hour and 8 minutes, and I did 18 hours. I was like, "Fuck!" I reached out to Tradify. They were like, "Nah." I reached out to your prop firm. I reached out to the prop firm. They were like, "You're cooked," and I was like, "Fuck."
You're cooked. That's unfortunate. Wow.
I'm gonna do. Oh look! I'm glad I closed it. Let's lock the trading here for an hour. Give it some time. Oh, CVS. Oh, you just gonna do that into the close? Damn, shawty. Oh yeah. Dude, CVS is on the verge of a freaking weekly and monthly squeeze breakout right now.
Oh, too high? No.
I don't remember when CVS
Zoom
was
out,
like
look left on that
10
one.
bucks. Remember when CVS was like 10 bucks?
Oh, yeah.
It's wild.
CVS popping.
Market popping.
All right, we got
ripping.
13 seconds, girls.
You can take a trim if you want. CVS 20% here into the close. Bang, bang.
Oh, you gonna make me trim.
You gonna make me trim.
All right, market is done. Let's see earnings. I want to see Meta at 700 plus. I will sheet.
He's gonna shit his pants. You heard him.
Oh, is that the bell?
Come on. Come on, show me 700. Come on. Come on.
All right, Googs. What's first? Googs.
Oh, they should all come out right now except Microsoft.
Damn, that long signal. Mother. It just closed it, too. I just saw the automation. It closed it at 360. It was fucking 70 points. I should have just left it.
Amazon's, well, I don't think news is out yet.
Meta's ripping.
It's moving, though.
Google's ripping.
Please.
Trying to.
No, I need to see Meta at 700.
Yeah, it ain't there yet.
Nothing matters.
Nothing matters until it's...
Nothing matters. Oh, back down. Oh, what's going on? Oh, someone's getting annihilated here. Who is it?
Oh, Meta's down. Oh,
Holy shit, Meta. Oh, she's back
can't
up.
even zoom down
Oh,
enough.
and Amazon. Amazon's down
No,
$16.
Amazon's down $16.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Microsoft is ripping though. All right, so you got one green, two red. Ooh, Microsoft.
Microsoft didn't report yet, though.
Dude, Microsoft's flying. Oh, Microsoft.
Wait, what? Oh, Meta's back. Meta's back.
No way, Meta. What's it doing?
And it's back down. It was green.
Oh, it's trying though.
What the fuck?
That's too
Where's
funny.
Google? Is it? It's Google, right? Yeah.
Google.
Come on.
Yeah, Amazon, Google, Meta,
Google's not
Microsoft.
moving, bro.
Come on, Google, save the market. Ooh.
Oh, Meta's just fucked, bro.
Oh, Meta's dead. Okay.
Amazon's trying
Wait.
to come back a little bit here. Oh, Amazon green. Oh, shit.
Oh, Amazon.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Whoop. Whoop.
Oh, she's green.
Meta.
Oh, she's
Meta. Oh, Meta.
Hey, there you go, Amazon.
Meta's down 6.5%.
All right, so, dude, Microsoft is still going.
Microsoft is up fucking 3% right now.
Holy shit, Microsoft. Double beat. Yep. Oh, my God. Micro hard. Jesus.
Oh, we reported already? I thought it was 4
Oh, there you go, Q's.
Oh, it did report.
Oh, and green. Oh, shit. Look at the QQQ.
Oh, Google.
Oh, Microsoft.
Google. I'll say, yeah, there we go, Google. There
gone.
we go. Save the market, Google. Why'd I lock my accounts? Motherfucker, I should have full ported long.
Amazon, what are you doing now?
How's the market doing? I'm not looking. Other than the names.
QQQ's at 663.50. SPY is above previous day high now at 713.3.
Google's popping.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Meta. Bitch.
Bro, Google's
Wait,
flying.
oh, what about, did QCOM report? What are they doing? Oh, downside, motherfucker. No, it's why the two that me and you picked and talked about are the only ones that died.
I got Microsoft too, but I was really hoping for like one of those real big meta like $100 pops that it usually does.
Keep in mind, 5
doesn't
p.m.
fit.
will usually cause some more, a little bit more volatility or continuation after these moves. So, still got to get through all the conference calls.
Maybe Big Daddy,
What?
Big Daddy comes on and says
Hey,
Meta's
Sean, how
gonna
you doing?
do $400 billion in revenue.
What's up? This
God,
is Frank
Meta.
Delaney, Sean. That's all right, pal. Hope you're well.
Frankie, let me know when you're unmuted. Or when you need to be unmuted. I got you.
Dude, Frank is such a great salesman. He could sell rubbers to a rabbi.
Dude, I would buy from him every time, dude. Every time. Abilene.
All right. Oh, this was fun. Oh, QCOM. Look at double beat.
Google's strongest quarter ever for our consumer AI plans.
Oh, Meta's just dying.
QCOM, EPS beat, and revenue beat. Yeah, they got a double beat. Earnings are a freaking scam. Amazon back red. Microsoft back red. Or not back red, I don't think. Let me zoom in. No, fat red candle straight down, though. Holy Meta.
Yeah, Meta's dead.
Let's see what the daily chart puts it at. Can you what's some?
Right at the 50
I was gonna say,
SMA.
what are
Almost.
some
Oh, it's under it.
some shares that you can buy right down here? Some leverage because
FBL maybe.
this area
FBL?
here
Is that one?
is tapping into is a pretty decent spot for a pullback.
Is it FBL?
I mean,
yeah, 2 times long meta shares FBL.
I mean METU as well, but
Which one? Which one's better?
let me see. What is pumping in my long term because things are selling off right now.
I wouldn't be shorting Meta into a weekly low, I'll tell you that much. Previous week low. Weekly
Okay,
gap.
I put an order to buy FBL.
Oh my god, Intel closed over 95. I'm up 345%. That's stupid. It's Amazon.
I got FBL at $27, 300 shares.
Which one is it? Nuts.
I got FBL.
The fuck is that? Granite shares? What?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I saw someone say it, so that's why I just went right for it.
Let me see. Type in Meta and see what you get. You got ME, you got METU, you got FBL, you got what else? I think that's it.
Wow. Microsoft is right back to where it started. Okay, I lost on both of my tries.
Dude, look, METU actually have a level at 25.84. It just hit it.
Amazon increase in purchase reflects investments in AI. Amazon trying to turn it around.
Notch just told me to buy 500 shares of this, so let's see what happens. Of METU.
It's burning.
Oh, my FBL shares.
I know.
Hold on.
Yep.
Hold on.
Yep.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm already up 250.
Mm-hmm.
We cooking.
METU, baby. Mm-hmm.
I hear.
What do you mean?
What do you mean by that?
Oh shit! Because I legit almost did buy 1,000 shares. My bad.
Meta headwinds in the EU and US could significantly impact results.
I have 500 shares of FBL now. I just bought more on that dip.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but Meta's not a short into this weekly low. It's not.
Yeah, Meta had a good earnings, by the way. I'm guessing their CapEx got raised again. I'm going to take a guess and say that's why they're dropping.
Yeah,
Well, we already know that
this is not an
Meta
area you want to
always
be fucking shorting on Meta.
You already know that sucker spends way too much money anyway, so.
Raised CapEx and didn't move guidance. No bueno.
I bought some METU at 26, so. Fucking man.
Look at Microsoft, you bitch. Microsoft was up $20. Now it's down 6.
What's up, Frank? Got you, Frank.
Oh, he's back?
Yeah.
The tank is back?
Oh, yeah.
We got him.
Meta was shit. Google was flat. What else?
Amazon.
And Google's the one reacting the best, too.
Amazon flat. Microsoft flat. Meta terrible.
Did Microsoft come back in? Oh my gosh, it did. Look at that.
Yeah, Microsoft gave it all up.
Google, okay, up 10. Futures fading. Ooh, Tomorrow could be. I think the conference calls will change a lot.
Yeah, they do.
There was a
You're going to
CVNA.
ask about hyperscale or what they're spending and all that shit.
CVNA also reported stocks up 10%. I think there was flow earlier on CVNA. I think it was put flow.
Hey, shout out to you, Keegan. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, they were hedge positions, 390s. That was the only one that stood out. Amazon back flat. Microsoft is drilling hard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh.
From red to green. Is Google still holding up, though?
Yeah, Google's sitting there.
Nice.
All right, I'm gonna finally cover some of these NQs. Holy shit.
QCOM coming back. Bouncing a little bit.
Yeah, NQ dropping.
I mean, these are for June, so there's plenty of time. Look, it just reclaimed previous day high. Look at you. Maybe I'll be able to sit in these for a while and
ES is too.
let it trickle up. Jesus Christ, QQQ.
Oh, thank fucking God.
Dying.
Rizzo, are you still short?
Yes.
He just covered some.
Oh no,
Definitely is still short.
He doubled his size.
Holy shit. I just bought it at 65 and sold at 90. Oh my God.
Ooh, Ford.
I was going to get whacked. I'm like, oh, I'm long too much. It's flipped up. You got to get on a smaller time frame here.
Look at that. Ford daily cup and handle. Look where it closed at today too. And now it just ripped stocks up like 10%.
Market's still dropping.
It's probably Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft is not stopping. Microsoft's at 411 and breaking.
Oh.
Amazon came back, rejected, pushing down lower as well. Google's the only thing holding up right now.
Oh my God, can we go fill me at 100 on NQ, please? I swear to God, I'll go.
There you go.
These last 40.
I'm waiting all day for this.
That's low of day right there on Q's.
Now Amazon's dropping. Oh
there
boy.
it is. Dude, if Google starts pulling back too, Jesus. Yeah, NVIDIA drilling a little bit. AMD getting a candle downside. Tesla, just sympathy.
Ooh, they want Tuesday's low. Oh, it's fucking bids. I'm not buying this shit. Ooh.
Hey, 103, Rizzo. 103.
Don't make me move.
Come on, dump it for Rizzo.
That's that SR flip spot on QQQ we just tapped into from the long this morning that was retested. It's around that 656.30 area. Hey, the man. Microsoft wants the daily, or what is that? daily 21. So
AC, I have
408.37.
750 shares of FBL at 27.
Damn, shawty, you got money.
I'm broke. No, I'm just looking to make at least 1,000 on this.
Yeah. I'm looking for a few $100 on METU.
We get
So
to 635, I'll easily make that 1,000. That's only
yeah.
$10 for Meta. That's nothing.
Yeah. I like to see Meta honestly get back to 650. Your next big spot is around 620 and then 609.50, just 610.
Okay, I'm gonna take him there.
Oh, Google's dropping now. Only up $5. Retro Raggy.
Short, break it. Come on, break this thing.
Oh yeah, look at that. Google. Apple going up
Come
now.
on, break
Google
it.
coming down. Amazon going lower. Microsoft trying to bounce. It's weak, but there's still like indecision. But see if she can go a little bit lower. Where's SPY? I can see SPY dropping another
You'll be on
dollar
my
here.
last 15. All right, I'm fucking flat in queues. Oh my goodness.
You withstood that entire drawdown. Good job.
Holy cow.
Great job, Rizzo.
That was way too stressful.
I say it all the time. If there's
Now
one
we're
person
into
I
the wrong
can
spot.
bet on to hold a position longer through drawdown, but always come out green in the end, is Rizzo. Look, he already pouring a drink, I bet, isn't he?
Yep.
And Google's coming in now too.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, QCOM. Hello.
Hey, Green.
Hello.
Is it up?
It's going back up. I mean, it's back to where it was before earnings even started. So.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah,
I bought it when you mentioned it. I bought a couple contracts in June 5th.
Nice.
Yeah, it's up $6 there.
90 cents.
Nice.
90 cents.
Yeah, the IV on the June calls, those contracts were low, so it shouldn't be heavily affected by earnings. I'm still bullish overall on that one. So even as long as it holds and even opens up flat tomorrow, any green on this thing, I'm just going to let it keep cruising up. I want to see 170s on this one.
FBL. We go rain. Meta's at 635. Just bounced $10.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Where's METU? Oh shit! That means I'm close up to like $200 right now.
We go rain. It go rain.
I'm gonna put orders in
That
just
was
in
a
case.
good cover, Rizzo.
It was a very good cover.
Sort of where I wanted to be swing long, but I don't have the energy for it anymore.
And put an order in. We'll do 50 at 27.50 if it gets up there. I'll do 27.45 just in case.
And there goes Meta projected.
Fucked me by a nickel. Close that 5-minute candle over that SR flip spot on QQQ. Look at that ripper straight back.
Oh my god, yeah. 130 points.
It's that same spot. Same fucking spot.
130. We got Amazon coming back, by the way. It's only down $2 now.
QCOM's green. I just hit 160.
Oh, Google got a big pop on that dip.
There you go. I mean, these contracts got plenty of time. I'm not fucking worried about it, but that's always fun to see. Yeah, see, because it's the only one that I took out of all of these. So there we go.
There you go, rain.
There we go. Remember, 5 p.m. is where we're going to start seeing probably some more action. Oh, QCOM, some volume. Ooh,
let me see.
Come on. Go, baby.
Oh, yeah, QCOM. What calls did you get?
190s for June. I think I got filled at 240. Let me pull it up. Yeah, QCOM 190 calls for June 18 at 240. That's what I took. Plenty of time. IV's low. Just let it grind. But I'm looking for 170s at least on this one. So if it does it, I mean, fucking tomorrow or just sometime this week, it'd be nice. You have, where's the zone start? It needs to get over 163. And then small gap to fill just shy of 170 at 169.24. And then 172.6. That's what I'm looking for. Look at that. 163, baby. Yeah, QCOM. Let's fucking go. This is what we like to see. Let me set this alert on METU. Put an alert at 27:45 on METU. Oh, Qualcomm is getting a stick.
Should get a stick.
165.
Shy.
Oh. Yeah. Let's see how everything holds up tomorrow, because SPY and Qs are basically flat. Really back in the middle of today's range. I'll
167. 167.50. You said they beat?
Yeah, they had a double beat. I mean, it wasn't huge numbers, but they did. It was double beat.
$169. Oh, just dipped back.
Yeah, that's where the gap fill area is right there. At 169, 170.
Where's she going?
Would love to wake up tomorrow and see it say 17 something.
Oh, 169.50. 171.
171. There you go. All right, just
172. 172.30. Oh, and I love that.
That's the top of the 4-hour zone that I have, is right there. That is literally the top of my 4-hour resistance zone right there. So
check back on Amazon.
I'd like to see it hold here by tomorrow morning at least, or breaking base above this sometime this week and not pull all the way back down underneath 150, 145 area. But All right. I hear a kid
Yeah, I was gonna
calling
say
for-
you're getting called.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be out there playing right now. So Daddy's supposed to be done with work.
Get out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna close some things up. So, all right, guys, great day. I'll catch you guys in the morning.
Great day,
Yes,
brother.
sir.
See you tomorrow.
Later.
Well, shit.
Hell yeah.
Qualcomm flying.
Oh, thank God. Dude, I almost lost my shit today.
You got 2 more days, Rizzo. You got 2 more days.
Yeah.
Oil just hit 108.50.
Damn.
Market doesn't really care.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna size down into.
Oh, what did we tap into? We finally tapped into that hourly gap, did we? Jeez Louise, I wish we did that this morning.
Yeah, I
Ooh,
wanted to
meta.
get along at freaking 100. I wanted,
Look at that, just an insta long. All right, crew. I think that's going to do it for today.
Yes, sir. I'll catch you later tomorrow.
Yes, sir. See you tomorrow. Thursday tomorrow.
Good one, guys.
Make sure y'all like the stream.
Hey,
Subscribe
guys.
to the channel. Later, Frank. We'll be back tomorrow.
Okay.
The crew will be
Yeah.
back. We'll see what Thursday has to offer. But everybody have a great night. We'll see y'all tomorrow. And you guys have any ideas that you want to see for YouTube videos, let me know. I'm making more. Of course, they got to be like my speed, but we're going to keep doing more of those. So is the vest good to trade? Vest is great to trade if you want to be able to trade perps anytime, any hour. I think it just depends on how you use them, but I think they're great to be able to like trade crypto on the weekends too. If you're trying to trade crypto, like if I'm trading crypto at all, I'm probably going to do it on Vest. Of course, I don't use them for my normal trading. I'm trading futures, but yeah, Vest is great if you're trying to take other opportunities, especially on the crypto side of things. But just be careful with liquidity, right? You don't want to be trying to long Tesla on a Saturday in the middle of the night, right? Like the liquidity is going to be horrible. So that's where I would be careful. But yeah, I recommend using limit orders. Bihanu if you're trading on there. Don't be marketing positions, not the best. All right, that's gonna do it. Peace out, crew. We'll see you tomorrow.